Philadelphia 76ers at 24-48. We find ourselves here on this Wednesday night of June 25th, awaiting their selection at pick number 3 in the NBA draft, and we are all here with you to discuss it in full detail for 4 hours, folks. You have us for 4 hours from 7 to 11 right here at the Boozy Mutt, the PHLY Sixers podcast on NBA Draft Night. Welcome to the show presented by Rothman Orthopedics. Remember, you visit RothmanOrthopedics.com at PHLY, and you will find yourself figuring out if you need to get something checked out, all that. Just tell them I sent you, because guess what? I have a full membership there with Rothman Orthopedics, so go ahead and check them out, RothmanOrtho.com/PHLY. And our other sponsor for tonight, TrueMark Financial. Make sure you go check out TrueMark Financial and check out the green light account now for your kids. And when you do that, tell them we sent you at TrueMark.com. Alongside the traveling party here, folks. Derek Bodner to my left, my immediate right, Rich Hoffman, and to the far right, that is Kyle Newbeck here, as we are again with you from the Boozy Mutt. This is our home for tonight, our 4 hours. We have the president of basketball operations. That's Brianna. She's here to our left, handling all the things, and the rest of our staff. And all of you that we normally talk about, there are plenty of you that we cannot wait to communicate with through the chat, but we also want to send a thank you to all the people that have showed up here, Rich, at the Boozy Mutt, because we are at capacity at the number that we were hoping for, and on the second floor, we have all those folks here with us. So it's great to see everybody here with us. We have so much here for you tonight as we get ready from a quick recap that we're going to do about the season, thoughts from the team here initially, and some buzz, the slop that Rich and Derek talked about a little bit earlier. We'll get Kyle's thoughts on some of that as we go along.
How about some thoughts on those draft fits from the guys there? VJ Edgecombe showing up in sunglasses.
So I only saw two. I only saw Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, and I would not wear either one of those suits. So that,
if you can't pull it off, then I sure as hell am not pulling those fits off, Devon. So.
All right, well, look, fellas, let's just get right to it, because the next thing you know, this hour will be over pretty quickly. It will be in the 8 o'clock hour, getting ready for the Sixers on the clock at pick number 3. So, Kyle, I want to start with you to the far right, man, and just your initial thoughts of the quick recap of how we arrived at this position, man, of 24-48, terrible season that you and Derek have deemed, and rightfully so, deeming it as one of the worst in basketball history, as bad as it was.
Go that far.
I'm going that far. Let's just stretch it out, because they're here at pick number 3 when they shouldn't have been. But just how we got here, man, and just a quick outlook on how things have been this past season with where we are right now.
They came, they saw, they stunk. The 2024-25 Philadelphia 76ers. Look, I think last year was just one of those seasons that sometimes happen where every single thing that can go wrong does go wrong, right? Bad Joel Embiid, injury luck. Bad Paul George, injury luck. Tyrese Maxey has a disappointing season relative to the standard he set a year before. Your rookie sensation, Jared McCain, who we're hoping for a lot from moving forward, he tears his meniscus and is ruled out for the season, right? Now, they had some stuff go okay around the margins. The Justin Edwards signing was a big hit, right? We all have high hopes for him moving forward. But, you go down to coaching staff, right? Nick Nurse has a disappointing year. Caleb Martin, brutal injury-plagued stretch to start the year. Just everything, I won't say conspired against them, but just everything went wrong. Now, luckily, they were able to salvage that in the second half of the year. You're able to flip Caleb Martin for Quentin Grimes in what ends up looking like an absolute heist of a deal for the Sixers. And they smartly pivot at just the right time, right? Because if you look at it, if they had tanked earlier and gotten higher up, they would have lost this pick. The way the lottery balls fell, they would have ended up losing this pick based on how teams jumped and whatnot. So they ended up in the exact right place at the exact right time. And thanks to them, we just got to spend a month and a half of a dead part of the offseason debating every single day Ace Bailey, Tre Johnson, Con Knipple, VJ Edgecombe. And I guess the interesting thing right now is, what is everyone's philosophy on what they need to do with this pick, right? In a sense, you could say, hey, this is found money.
Yeah.
Right? You weren't expecting to be here. You get a much higher pick than any of us could have anticipated coming into the year. But there is a part of the fan base that's just like, it's got to be this like nuclear level star for it to be a success. I don't necessarily see it that way, but this is a golden opportunity, whether they stick and pick, whether they trade down and do some maneuvering here, to get better next year, but also to bridge to the next era with Maxey, with Jared McCain.
So, Rich, we spent a lot of post games together, but we haven't really had a chance since
Too
the
many,
lottery.
probably, by the way.
We haven't had a chance to sit together with the lottery, and after the lottery, to talk about again, just as I threw the question there, Kyle playing off of what he said, and then just adding into what your thoughts are as we are here now, waiting to find out who they select, whenever, wherever they select. But again, just simply how we got here, how difficult it was to go through some of those nights together. Not that we didn't appreciate each other's company, but it was just bad basketball.
Bad hoops.
Yeah, it really was.
Bad hoops. By the way, what do we think of Cooper Flagg's goatee? Have we seen that yet?
I was actually going to bring that up at some point when Cooper came up on the screen.
New look.
I'm reluctant to criticize other men's facial hair, obviously, right? Like, I've been there before. I've been 18 years old, and you got the
you get the peach fuzz.
The peach fuzz and whatnot, and he is going to make a hell of a lot more money than any of us ever will doing this job. So he can basically do whatever he wants and feel okay about himself, but not a fan of the goatee. I'll say that much.
Well, at least not without the mustache piece of it. He just has the chin.
He just
has the chin strap. Yeah, there you go.
It's just interesting that to me, like a guy who's considered a robot and not the best interview, and that's fine, right? He seems like he's all about winning. He's just like, I'm going to do my talking with my facial hair, basically. That's what he's going to do.
As somebody with aggressively mediocre facial hair, I will not criticize anybody's facial hair.
At least you can grow a full beard, man. Come on.
Exactly.
Stop it.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, the last few months of the season were terrible, man. It was awful. We were watching. Now, look, there were some good stories, and Kyle mentioned them. Like, Justin Edwards had a good couple weeks there. Quentin Grimes went insane.
Do you see those odds, by the way? Minus 50,000 to be the number one pick. I've never seen odds like that.
I almost feel like I would put down odds just, maybe Nico Harrison. I
don't know. I don't even think Nico Harrison can screw this one up.
It might be worth $5.
You're probably
Depends how
right.
much you care about $5. So, yeah, I mean, the end of the year was rough, man. Like, those games were, I'm going to be honest, I enjoyed when they went on a long road trip because I do the home games. You do the three of them. And I enjoyed when they were on the road because there just wasn't a lot of good hoops going on. And I think we came to the realization right after Joel got hurt after the All-Star break where it's like, look, this absolutely sucks, but you got to tank. You got to tank.
It gave you permission.
The odds are not good, but there's no saving this season. And look, you were going to have to sweat through it on lottery night. And on lottery night, the Sixers both got lucky, but they didn't get a complete get out of jail free card. And I think
so you saw my soul leave my body when they fell at three?
Yes, we did. And we had to calm you down a little bit because of the fact that, hey, it could be much worse and OKC could be picking at number 7.
Derek was thinking ahead on that, like he usually is. I was just excited that they kept the pick.
I was with you.
And
I mean, the funny thing is, after everything that's happened, I'm relatively excited now.
Sure.
It's just I had my heart broken because I was dreaming of Flagg and Harper.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay. So, and I think some of the argument about what they're going to do at 3 has to do with the murky state of the franchise. It's like, what are we doing right now? They're trying to win. Is Joel going to be healthy? And I think some of the arguments about the pick have to do with, like, people have different opinions on that, right? Or they just, are you trying to trade Joel and PG as fast as possible? Or are you just trying to slow play it and see what you have from them? Or are you going all in with them?
Yeah.
Like the answer is probably somewhere in between if you gave Daryl Morey some true serum on that. But I think that's part of the reason where, you look at a team like Dallas and obviously it was ridiculous that they won the lottery. It was such a bummer. But they're going to be they're going to be a team that tries to compete. You got a team like San Antonio. They are pretty far along in their rebuild, and they obviously have the superstar that they can build around. So they're adding to that, and that's kind of a pretty obvious type of move. You have teams behind the Sixers like Charlotte, Brooklyn, Washington. Let's call that the Ace Bailey tier or whatever. They don't have anything going on. They're just trying to get some talent in the building. They're probably trying to take big swings, and that's sort of like the Sixers on draft night, maybe 2014, when Joel Embiid was there, right? Where you don't really have a lot there right now. You have a couple young players that you're looking for. and you're just looking to get talent. So the Sixers are in a weird spot. I don't know exactly where they are. This team had, the third highest odds to win the title. Now, I think as we've seen, odds are a little bit weird. The odds for VJ Edgecombe being drafted number 3 are also a little bit weird in my opinion. But he is at minus 950, as Kyle just let me know, which is pretty crazy. But it's in part just because of what a weird season it was and how it started as, all right, they're going to try and compete for a title, to by the end, all right, not only are you not trying to compete for a title, you got to lose as much as possible.
Right.
And really every win is actually a disaster because of the spot they were in.
Devon, you remember sitting there watching that Houston game where they were up pretty big,
what a
and
great
then they
game
got
that
the
was.
miracle putback free throws from Şengün.
And remember, I had walked into the studio with Bree while you and Derek were still on the couch, and you guys were like, "Stay in there," because the vibes are changing now. So I had to stay in there.
The vibes definitely did change,
and they did lose that game.
And listen, we tell people on the show all the time, we don't root for the team, we root for us. Derek and I were doing some hooting and hollering, watching
Yes,
that end of that Rockets game to hold on to the opportunity to get into the top of this draft.
Yeah, that was when Quentin Grimes went off for 44 in that
great
one.
game.
Yeah.
Yep. That was a lot of fun on a Monday night. Anyway, that was the exception to the rule because there weren't a lot of those games down the stretch.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so, I think the Sixers, it's pretty clear that they're not going to be tanking next year. That's the hope, right? Because just in part because of their pick, right? That it's now down to top 4 protected, so they have even less wiggle room. So there's no way to guarantee it. So they're going to hope to be the best they can be. So it's just a little bit of a weird spot for a rookie to walk into, and it's a weird spot to kind of talk about. I hear a lot of, oh man, the East is terrible. You have Cleveland's going to be good, Knicks are probably going to be good, Orlando's probably going to be good, and then after that, and nobody mentions the Sixers nationally. And I'm thinking well, they could be there. I mean, it's not
They're very
impossible.
much an if that type of team.
If they get 50 games out of Joel, they should have a pretty good season.
Absolutely. So anyway, and my point is not to say that the Sixers should be in that conversation. My point is just to say it's very weird to talk about these guys right now because we don't know what the overall picture is.
But it's our job, so we do need to talk about it. So the picture
And
is
we have
weird.
a little fun in the process.
They gave us a weird picture with everything that did go the way that it did for us to be here on this night waiting for the 3rd overall pick or whatever happens. But we had a lottery. We're here now, and it's because of what took place through that 82 games of a mess.
Yeah, and going back to Kyle at the beginning, it is one thing. It's tough to use what should happen based off of whether or not the East is open, because whether or not the Sixers compete is entirely dependent on Joel Embiid. And if Joel Embiid's healthy, they will compete. It almost doesn't matter what you do with this draft pick. If Joel's not healthy, they're probably not going to compete. It almost doesn't matter what they're going to do with this draft pick. So it really does simplify it where, all right, take the guy that you have the most confidence in for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and don't let anything else, sort of distract you. So I do think even though there's so much uncertainty, the uncertainty is really 100% determined by one guy's knee. Everything else is, I don't think it impacts the draft theory or what you do all that much.
Yeah, I mean, everything we've heard, at least that I've heard, and I think we've all heard similar things coming out of that practice facility in their building is this is a future-focused pick, right? This is not a team that is sitting there saying, we need the guy that on October 31st or within the first 2 months of the season can come in right away and make an impact. This is a team that, at least what we've heard, what's leaking out there is this is about the next decade. This is about Tyrese Maxey's running mate. This is a guy who helps become part of a new core that potentially builds over time. And that's not to say that you don't consider Joel Embiid, you don't consider Paul George and how this player plays and how they fit into the ecosystem. But I think the main thing that has come out of that building that we hear, you talk to teams around the league, this is not a situation where they're saying, this guy's got to come in and be our starter from day one. This guy's got to be a ready-made guy. Obviously, that's great. And if you can have the ready-made stuff and the down the road, the upside, the ceiling, all that, that's great. But I do think most of the focus is, hey, what's it going to look like 4 years, 5 years, 6 years from now?
There was one guy that was maybe in that conversation, but he's the man of mystery. He's flipped things upside down with this draft. We'll talk about him a little bit later. We're also going to discuss the focus of these two nights. The Sixers also have pick number 35 in the second round. What should they or could they do there? The best possible outcome overall for the Sixers tonight, and also the top 3 options from the guys here of who the player should be, may be, for the Sixers at the 3rd overall selection, and why. This is the PHLY Sixers NBA Drafts special, broadcasting live from the Boozy Mutt. It's been a great, fantastic place. Already dabbled in a little bit of the fries there, got some fries.
Forgot to text Vince.
You got to text Vince so he can get you the food that you ordered from downstairs. There's a great crowd with us here upstairs. The people downstairs are great. The dogs, they're just really running around.
They're really running
They're really running around. So if you're coming to hang out with us, draft doesn't start until 8 p.m., but we're already on the clock, and we hope to see you soon here at the Boozy Mutt, 2639 Poplar Street. We'll tell you about some of the specials that they do have here as well, because Allison and Sam, the owners, are fantastic. So, of course, we want to support them and what they are doing for having us here. So when we come back, we'll take a quick pause. We'll come back. We'll get into a little bit more of the focus over these two nights. The top 3 guys that this panel here has on their mind about who they feel like they should draft. We'll get to it all right here on the NBA Draft Special, PHLY style, right here on the PHLY NBA Draft Special. All right, you got an outlet that, you said you need fixed last summer, but you didn't do it.
Well, not me. I'm on top of all that stuff, Devon.
I'm sure you are. Well, if you don't, Ace Hardware Home Services, they've got that person too, because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home service and repair folks. From plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, that's who they are. They're bringing helpful home, the helpful you love, from the store now to your front door, from Philly to the Jersey Shore. So Ace Hardware, once again, they get the job done. They get it ready for you. They prepare it all. They get it, knock it out. They remember what to bring. The experiences is right there with Ace Hardware. So visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at acehardwarehomeservices.com to get your next project started.
And now let's talk about our friends from Art of Words. Guys, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and this local Philly artist, Dan Duffy, he proves it. Each piece that he makes of handwritten word art is made entirely from handwritten words, like every eagle forming the link or every Philly shaping Citizens Bank Park. And guys, it's not just sports stuff too. I'm looking at their site right now. They've got Elvis pictures, Dave Matthews Band, Fish. They've got anything that you're looking for, a skyline. Whatever.
Fish. I need to text one of my buddies. He's a big jam band guy.
Well, absolutely. It looks like they got Trey Anastasio. Dan can do that as well. And guys, these are unforgettable gifts for sports fans, grads, housewarmings, Mother's Day, Father's Day, really any occasion. Guys, Dan, he started selling art at the K-Lot and Rice's Flea Market, and credits Philly fans for launching his career. As I said, it's available for dozens of teams and cities, so anybody who you think would be able to hang this up in their house, like we have a bunch of pieces at the PHLY studios, seriously, look at Art of Words. The pieces, they're total conversation starters. You'll see a name, then you'll see another, and then you'll start talking with your friend and your family about everything, and now everyone's reliving their favorite memories. So, to get there, check out artofwords.com. That's artofwords.com, and use code PHLY at checkout for 15% off your purchase.
We also want to tell you about Rothman, because let's talk about getting you back to what you love, especially this summer. Whether you're biking the Schuylkill, chasing your kids through the sprinkler, or finally tackling that hiking trail, it's tough when your body doesn't cooperate. That's where Rothman Orthopedics comes in. From aches after a pickup game to old injuries flaring up on summer adventures, Rothman's team of experts is here to help. With evidence-based care and a commitment to restoring your mobility, they'll get you back out there stronger than ever. Don't let pain put your summer on pause. Visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY to book your appointment today and get back to doing what you love, pain-free. Rothman Orthopedics, getting you back to your summer game is their mission.
Man, Derek talking about Rothman. What a pivot there from, we have the Rothman King sitting next to him. But guys, guess what? We also have to talk about TrueMark Financial. Summer's here, which means the kids are out and about hanging with friends. maybe even picking up a summer job, it is the perfect time to set them up with something that teaches real-world money skills, gives them a little freedom. And my dog Louie just invaded the show. What's up, buddy?
Heard the voice.
If you're a TrueMark Financial member, you can get a free Greenlight account for your kids or teens. It's a simple way for them to manage their own money, whether it's from a job, allowance, or birthday cash. They'll get their own debit card, set savings goals, track spending, and learn how to budget, all while you stay in the loop from your phone. You're still in control, but they get to learn how money really works in everyday life. Before the summer rush kicks in, this is a great way to help your kids build smart money habits that stick with them long after the season's over. Head to TrueMark.com/Greenlight to get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set up your kids for financial success.
All right, welcome back to the PHLY Sixers NBA Draft Special, where Louie's the only dog allowed up here to hang out with us because he's a friend of the show
Did you guys
and
notice
family
that
of the show.
PHLY custom bandana that he had coming on in here? Come on. Stylish.
He heard the voice and knew exactly where to go, and that was great. Again, folks, we are at the Boozy Mutt right now, and the great people, Allison and Sam, they are the owners. They are fantastic. As I get my Rothman Orthopedics notebook here to make sure I give you some of the specials. The happy hour Monday through Friday is 4 to 6 p.m. here. Saturday through Sunday, 8 to 9. Those are the happy hour specials. Tuesday is trivia night from 7 to 9. So if you have some trivia, you feel like, hey, I can go clean up. I can go to the Boozy Mutt and do so on Tuesday night for trivia, and you do not need a dog to visit. They welcome everybody. Just come on in, grab some food, have a seat, grab a drink, whatever, and because this is the only dog bar in the city, so if you do want to be around the pups and all, but you don't want to bring yours, you just want to relax and see all the pups, you can do so here, but only at the Boozy Mutt because no other establishment has this in town.
And by the way, Devon, we missed a trade while we were talking about all our wonderful friends and partners.
Update us.
Did you see that?
What is it?
Shams Charania with a report. First draft pick trade of the night. San Antonio trades number 38 to the Indiana Pacers for a future second-round pick and cash. So Indiana just made a trade in the middle of the finals. They moved pick number 23 to the Pelicans, and they got full control of next year's pick back. That ended up being a very prescient trade because Tyrese Halliburton's out next year. You now have some real upside with that pick if you decide to do more of a retool season. And this is a way, you look at it like this. Essentially, they got to move 15 slots back in the draft for the cost of a future second and cash. And now they can, I don't think this is a good range of the draft to be in, quite frankly. But now you have a guy on a lower, probably cost-controlled salary. It's not a guaranteed deal necessarily. So once again, Pacers doing some savvy business, it looks like.
Yeah, especially with the Pelicans. Who knows? Who knows what's happened with the Pelicans? Spurs would be pretty good, but overall, the Pelicans, good move. All right, Rich.
I got pretty excited, by the way, when it said first draft or first trade of the
And it
night.
was the Spurs. I was like, come on,
He thought it was
Dylan
gonna be
Harper,
something.
please.
Little bit of a letdown after that.
A little bit of a letdown. All right, what should the focus be here for this team over these 2 nights?
I mean, honestly, Devon, I know I talked about how it's a muddy picture. They just need to add talent. I mean, they really need to treat this like they're a tanking team, like they're a bad team. Hopefully that guy can come in and contribute right away. I mean, I think this was part of what we were talking about in late November, early December. What Jared McCain was doing at the beginning of last year, that doesn't happen. Like a guy who's actually a legit contributor, even good rookies, and Derek has hammered this home in my head over the years, is that good rookies, they're usually pretty bad to start. That's the way this works.
Go back to Tyrese Maxey, right? Shoots 29% from 3, gets picked on defensively, really inefficient most of the season, in and out of the lineup. Doc benches him in Game 5. He's a great player. He took, overall, his rookie season took some time before he really started figuring some stuff out.
Even the ones like Tyrese Maxey, like you said, you could see that he had something in there.
Yeah.
Like he was going to be a good player, but he wasn't good. While you were watching that, it was still there was a lot of projection going on. So really, man, it's just the goal is just to add talent. Think for the future, like who's the best player for the next 5 to 10 years. That's why I wouldn't be that crazy about trading back, honestly. Like I think I gotta imagine that Daryl Morey doesn't have a tier of 4 players in the exact same range. And if that's the case, you should just pick the best guy. This is the best chance for you to add talent to this roster. It could be their best chance for the next few years, right, with this player too. And like Kyle said, maybe it's not the superstar of all superstars, but maybe it's a very good starting level player, and that would be pretty cool. So I would not mess around with this pick. I would be looking more towards the future, and I think that's what the Sixers are going to do. Now, it is a little bit weird that they're doing that at the same point where Daryl Morey, his job security is not amazing right now.
Definitely not.
I think that's fair to say. So it's on one hand, Daryl Morey has been very good in the draft. Now, he has been good at a different range than this one, where
100%.
Exceeding expectations is a different deal, right? Where if you're getting a Jared McCain level player at number 3, I still think that would be pretty good, but it's not as big of a win for you as it is at getting him, even outside of the lottery. So I'm very interested to see what Daryl Morey does. I think he's going to handle this the right way, and I think he's going to try and draft for the future, and I think he understands that part. But he's a very interesting person in that the best thing he has done since he has been here has been drafting, and because of all the other stuff, he's a little bit on the hot seat this year.
So more than a little bit. I think, Devon, there is a good chance that even if they make the right pick here, these guys might all lose their jobs after this season.
Sure.
And so I think there might be a pretty big disconnect between what the best thing is to do with this pick and what will ultimately determine the fates of Daryl and Nick Nurse and all these guys. They need to win to keep their jobs.
Yeah.
But this is a separate thing, right? If you take VJ Edgecombe, if you take Ace Bailey, Tre Johnson, whoever it might be, that kid might be good, but ultimately you're probably not really going to know how good that player will be until 2 years, 3 years, even further down the line.
If you're Daryl Morey, I think you've got to look at this pick as this pick will not impact my job in any real meaningful way. If they draft VJ Edgecombe, he comes out, even if he averages let's say 13, 5, and 3, and that's a pretty projectable, pretty encouraging rookie season. If Joel Embiid misses 60 games and they win 38, Daryl's fired. It doesn't really matter what that rookie is doing. And if Joel Embiid plays 50 games and they win, 47, Daryl's probably coming back. It doesn't really matter what that rookie is doing. I think you've just got to look at this as not necessarily found money, because next year you don't have a draft pick. So if you miss on this one and you don't have a draft pick next year, you're pretty far back. But I think you've got to look at it this is almost separate from your job security, because I don't think it's going to impact it all that much in any one direction.
So the focus for him is simply just make sure you pick a good player that can help out somewhere down the line.
Yep.
But if you get something out of him this year, pretty solid to get that out, this rookie so far this early on. So when we look at it, though, Derek, what is the best possible outcome tonight for them? They disappointed you on lottery night. It wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
It was the lottery boss. It wasn't them. But
Adam Silver disappointed
you. So now that we are here, though, we've had plenty of time to talk about it the way that it is. What is the best possible outcome of this night?
Well, it's like I said, we just did our big board. So for the most part, and I'm going to echo something Rich said, unless the top guy on your board is like Tre Johnson or is Con Knippel, I don't think you can trade out of there. I'm not trading back to 7 and risking getting the guy that I want so I can pick up a late BS pick that I don't really care too much about. I think you take your guy unless you can trade up to 2. So you ask me what the best outcome is. I think the best outcome is finding a way to trade up to 2. I don't think it's on the table. I don't think it's realistic.
No.
But if we're just talking any outcome, trade up to 2. Otherwise, 2 guys I'm most intrigued by, it's really 3. Tre, Con, and VJ. I think VJ is the most likely by far. I think Tre has a little bit more star equity, so that's where I'm a little bit focused. But I think walking away with any of those 3, you at least have something to be intrigued by. And then Ace, who's the ultimate upside swing. We've been over it a bunch. I'm not super confident in it, but I think a lot of people would be excited by it.
Kyle, what do you think?
They need to get more athletic and get more guys who are high-level decision makers, right?
Unfortunately, those 2 qualifications cross. Very few have both.
Yeah, there are not Con Knippel, great decision maker, going to be one of the worst athletes in the league the second he hits the floor. Ace Bailey, very good athlete, super talented kid. Not a great decision maker, right? And I think that's why a lot of the conversation has centered around a VJ Edgecombe who does split the difference, but then you get into his profile and it's hey, this kid's a 6'5" guard who's got a suspect handle, and we're not sure if he's going to be a good shooter long term, right? So a lot of this, and why I've stressed this on the show over and over again, comes down to who is the kid from this group of players, or even if it's somebody else, if it's Tre Johnson, if it's Kaman Malawach, it's someone we're just not thinking about right now, who is going to have some level of outlier development, right? Like that, ultimately, all the guys that become stars, other than like the LeBrons, the Wembys, the Anthony Davises who come in and they are just these like A+++ prospects, they have to have some form of outlier development or something that looked a certain way in college changes, right? Like, look, think about Ben Simmons, even though his career turned out the way it did. We looked at him in college, and you saw the point forward stuff, you saw the all-around production, but a lot of people said, like, this dude's 6'10" and a crazy athlete, and he really is not as good of a defender as he should be. And then he gets to the league, and it's like, oh, wow, the switch is on, right? And he's an all-defense caliber defender for that 2 to 3 year
by the end, that was the only
stretch.
thing he could really bank on.
Right, and so, like, you have to, something has to happen that is a material change in either the game, the athletic profile, whatever it is. Like, Alfred Şengün is a weird example to bring up here, but, like, he grew, I think, 2 inches after he joined the league, right? So a skill set that would not have worked at the size he was at all of a sudden becomes more viable because he just got bigger, right? And, like, these are not things you can plan for, and it's why I end up defaulting to who is the hardest worker? Who is the guy with a documented history of he got a lot better between age 16 and 17 and 17 and 18. Derek has talked a lot about that was what we probably missed with Jason Tatum. It's why I docked him too much for, hey, he plays like XYZ at Duke. And what I missed during that process was this kid's track record and all his background stuff is A++, green flags everywhere. It's why I've highlighted that stuff for VJ. It's why I've highlighted that Tre Johnson has this reputation as just a maniac worker, always in the gym. Like, end of the day, that's most likely what's going to separate one of these guys from the rest of them.
I think the tough part about this part of the draft, and you guys have talked about this, and what scares me is that it's just the position that all these guys play. Where, look, most of these guys are guards, and they're decent-sized guards, but they're not, after you get past Dylan Harper, they're not primary initiators. At least it's not projected. Now, if we get that outlier development that Kyle's talking about, hey, maybe we do find one of those.
And Rich,
guys.
to that point, something that came up during the pre-draft process, there's a rumor out there. I had not confirmed this, but it has floated out there. VJ had some meetings with teams where he talked about, like, having some desire to play point guard, like viewing himself as like, I can do that and I want to do that moving forward. How you put that in the calculus to whether you draft that kid and how much, frankly, you believe in that sort of thing is an important part to consider as you talk about him as a guy you could take top 3, top 5.
And when we had his head coach on, Scott Drew, he stressed that to us a few times in our conversation about him playing point guard a little bit at Baylor and one that he believes that can do that on the next level.
Well, and for him, too, right? He didn't play a ton of point guard at Baylor. And, I mean, we talk about this all the time. Like, college spacing, I don't know what to do with that. Right?
Exactly.
You know?
Yep.
Like, when you have a crazy athlete like him, yeah, sure, he's going to have to develop his skills. But, you know, the driving lanes are different in the NBA, right?
Yep.
And somebody who has his athletic gifts might be able to leverage them in a way that somebody could not do that in college as well. So I am a little bit worried about the position that all these guys play. They are guards. They are smaller wings, and that's the issue. Outside of Ace Bailey, they are a little bit smaller. And the question is, like, if you are a 2 guard, how much impact can you have on the game? Now, I still would take VJ. So, like, look, I'm poking holes in my argument, but it is something that I am wary about with these guys, where it's like, you know, if is the 7th best 2 guard in the NBA, how good of a player really is that? How much are they affecting winning? And that's part of the issue with it, right? Because you have Cooper Flagg, do it all win. You have Dylan Harper. I feel pretty good. That's going to be not just a bigger guard, but a guy who you can put the ball in his hands and have a pretty good offense. The rest of these guys, there's a lot of projection. And look, like we've been saying, Daryl Morey has done a nice job with the draft. So, like, figure it out. Like one of these guys, I think, is probably going to have.
I heard you say that earlier. Yeah,
Seriously,
figure it out. Right.
Like one of these guys is going to have an outlier development, maybe not to superstar status, but be pretty good. They might be able. Like one of these guys is going to be able to paper over their warts, and they're going to be fine at that in the NBA. So figure it out.
Now, how much of that is important though? That we're talking about at least a playoff team that was supposed to be a playoff team, as Kyle mentioned earlier. This is again a unique situation where kind of the house money part, where it's not necessarily house money, but again, you were supposed to be talking about a 25th pick that conveyed to Oklahoma City Thunder. Instead, it's a playoff team, and we'll get to the man of mystery and how we have our differences about him and his thought process. But the fact that they are that type of team, and you have these players. You may not want them to step right in right now because of the win now mode, but they're all guards. And when you look at Maxey, McCain, Grimes, and whomever may come in, you add Edwards in there as well, place him in that guard wing position. He really has to fight to break through that and contribute.
I feel like
which one is more valuable, at least for right now, because a number might get called because they are a top 3 pick where Nick Nurse is going to give him some time on the floor.
And it's, it depends on the team, right? Because, look, you had Reed Shepherd last year who just jumped up draft boards. He's the number 3 pick. Had a fantastic summer league, by the way, but he played on a loaded team, and he couldn't get on the floor. Now, maybe Reed Shepherd's not that good. I don't know. Summer league, there are guys that pop in summer league that just don't have it once the real games start. But the Sixers they're not as good as that Houston team, but they have a lot of guys who expect playing time. I do think if they take VJ, Tre, if they take some of these guys who are 2 guards, I'll at least feel good about where their priorities are, because you're right. It's going to be hard for them to play. They have 3 guards, assuming they bring Quentin Grimes back, who are going to demand a lot of minutes and who are going to probably want the ball in their hands.
To that point, Rich, the story I did earlier this week at allphly.com, just trying to empty the notebook, so to speak, ahead of the draft.
Yep.
Some of the stuff that I've heard is, we've already – Andre Drummond has come out and said, I'll be back. Who was he talking to? He did an interview with somebody
It was a weird – it wasn't even –
it wasn't an NBA. Person.
Yeah, it wasn't,
So Andre Drummond has said publicly he's coming back. The expectation, unless there are some trades here that involve some of these vets, that Kelly Oubre will probably be back, Eric Gordon will probably be back. But some of what I've heard bouncing around is that, I think what we talked about with Nick Nurse's job security, Daryl Morey's job security, and the spoken desire from the team to get younger and more athletic, I really think whether it's, the number 3 pick, the number 35 pick, whoever they might bring in this summer, I think we're going to have something close to open competition in training camp, right? And different guys will respond to that differently. The one example I bring up is Kelly Oubre.
Yes,
we know he has a, I don't want to say a hang up, but he's a guy who feels, I've done a certain amount of stuff in the NBA. I should be a starter, and I think he will especially feel that way if they have all these young guys coming in. But regardless of who they draft, I think Nick Nurse does not have the luxury to head into the season saying, I'm just playing the veteran guys, right? I'm putting these, because even if public sentiment is not the most important thing, if you go into next season having made a top 3, top 5 pick, having added a guy at the top of the second round, or even if they trade up a few spots, and you run it out there and they're playing old veterans again, the fewer old veterans that they have compared to last season, this fan base is not going to tolerate that, right? People are already at their wits' end with, hey, we saw Kyle Lowry and Eric Gordon and Drummond, and most of those guys were just not good, right? And if they're going to lose, or they're going to be on a roller coaster, they're going to go on ups and downs. This city wants to see new blood. They want to see athletes. They want to see shooters. They want this team, if they're going to die another way. And so I do think that the team is aware of that, and I think that they are preparing accordingly as they have this position in the draft. I think as they go to Abu Dhabi and wherever else in the preseason, get ready for some new blood in these rotations.
You say that. You say die another way. But I feel like over the last decade, they've been very creative in the ways that they've died.
You aren't wrong there, for sure.
No, but to Kyle's point, too, about wanting to get more athletic, it's not just that I think all of us want to see that, because they were terrible in that department. They were old and small and creaky this past year. But that's the way the sport works now, man. The sport is a lot about athleticism. It's a lot about depth. it sure as hell is a lot about endurance, especially when you get to the playoffs. And I do think Daryl Morey has pointed that out, and he said he's going to improve that this offseason. Now, we'll see how he does it. I don't know by which mechanism he's really going to be able to do that, but he's got a big chance to do it here, right? And that is the one thing I will say for VJ. People can argue about, what can he do with the ball, all that stuff, is him telling executives that he wants to play point guard. Is that completely delusional? Fine. That guy is going to be an NBA level athlete. That guy is going to be able to run up and down the floor and play at the level that we saw a team like Indiana. I mean, guys, Indiana made the finals because they just were in better shape and deeper than
they just come at you in waves, dude. Like you get a break. It's like, oh man, Halliburton's off the floor, and then T.J. McConnell is picking up 80 feet from the basket. He's in your chest. He's picking off inbounds passes. Nembhard gets subbed out. Oh, hey, there's Aaron Nesmith. He's in your chest. He's hitting threes. He's going on these heaters at the end of playoff games against the Knicks. Like they come at you with so many different guys, right? And Oklahoma City, same thing. Cason Wallace, Alex Caruso, J-Dub, Shea, athletes, guys who will put it on the floor, guys who aren't. Lou Dort, another guy. You play Chet, and it's smaller ball, but he's 7'1" or whatever, and can space the floor. He comes off the floor. Here comes Hartenstein, big dude in your chest, offensive rebound. They just are deep, and they are tough, and they are athletic, and they can pass, and they just That's the way the NBA is heading, right? And so,
by the way, it's that way in the regular season too.
Yes, absolutely. And I think too, if you're on team trade down, right? Pick up more assets. If that's another pick, if it's to get a pick so you can flip it for more of a veteran type guy, a young veteran, somebody 24 to 27 in that age band. That's why trade down makes some sense, right? Because you can't just go through a season, as we just saw, with 3 stars and a hope and a dream with a bunch of 32-year-old, 34-year-old, 36-year-old guys. One of them or two of them gets hurt. Your season is toast. So you need guys who can play and fill in all kinds of roles.
And that's exactly what Morey talked about, right, Derek, at the end of the season, where he said when the guys went down, he didn't have enough to keep things going, and especially the young athletic players.
Stunningly, the Kyle Lowry, Eric Gordon, Reggie Jackson trio could not keep up with the pace of play.
But come on.
Fine. You guys just
we're
spent
not
5 minutes.
We're having a nice guy competition. It's basketball.
You guys just spent 5 minutes talking about how the pace of play has picked up in recent years. That ain't it.
No,
that ain't it.
No, it is not.
All right, I want to make sure we let everybody know that our PHLY Sixers Draft Special is brought to you by Rothman Orthopedics and TrueMark Financial. For Rothman Ortho, make sure you go to rothmanortho.com/PHLY to set up your appointment. And if you're looking to join TrueMark Financial, that is at TrueMark.com. We know the big boards already. We did those yesterday. Rich revealed his a little bit earlier, if I'm correct. Besides the 1 and 2, you had VJ, Tre, and was it Ace or Knipple that you had as the third
I had
one?
Knipple fifth.
Okay. All right, so let's get to the man of mystery, Kyle, and Derek and Rich.
I'm sure this will go over well.
Wow, there's the suit Devon was talking about.
Yeah, I can't
earlier.
do it. That's too much, even with the red. I understand the Scarlet Knights and all he wants to represent.
I'm not against it, though.
No.
I couldn't do
I'm
it.
against
I
it.
can't do 90% of these suits,
No.
but I'm not against it.
I'm against it.
I'm for these
I'm
guys.
against
I'm for these guys going with crazy suits. Why not?
Yeah,
Right?
why?
Come on. This is
I wear black T-shirts, and when
No.
I want to get adventurous, I wear dark heather
You
charcoal
only
T-shirts.
get one chance to dress like a crazy person at the draft. And I'm not saying they're dressing crazy, but it's make a statement. Be bold.
Yes.
Wear a
This is a 40
chain.
year
You know how you do that? With a regular suit, because a lot of them are going to do this. But hey, to
You
each
know what,
his
though?
own.
That looks so much better than, the Kevin Garnett Kobe era suits that were, 6
the big
sizes
baggy
too
ones?
big.
I saw
yeah.
Mike Miller sitting down after the draft, and his shoulder pads were like linebackerish in his jacket, man. So it was amazing.
But you're bringing up Ace, Devon. Look, the suit is part of
It's exactly
it's
him.
connected to his personality.
Yes, it is.
And as you see him, doing dribble moves and fake jump shots, what we have stressed throughout this process, right, is that this is a kid who has a personality people like. Right?
Yes.
His
Yes.
teammates like him. He keeps it light. And I think Steve Peichel, who we talked to, I think he said something along the lines of infectious personality might have been the term that he used. And it's why, like, it's a shame that the dialogue about him has been as divisive as it has been, because you get focused on these things that are not about Ace the person, and it's more about, like, people's preconceived notions of who he is or who he isn't. Which is why we've tried to focus more on, like, who is this guy as a basketball player?
Well, you
right?
did
Like, that's
until
the most
last
important
week
part.
when the news dropped. Yeah, at the end of it. But you know what's funny about that is because of the fact that he is who he is and all that. Even still, media day yesterday at the NBA draft, he's like, yeah, I'm just focused on basketball. At least in front of the camera, Derek, it didn't look like it fazed him at all.
Yeah.
At all.
No, to Kyle's point, I have very little concern about who Ace Bailey is. I have a lot of concern about the decisions he makes on the basketball court, and I've tried very hard to keep it to that. It was interesting to see public sentiment here in Philly turn when he canceled that workout, because in my mind, you should have had concerns, not maybe disqualifying concerns, but concerns with the way he played basketball. And now it's a loyalty thing, it's a he doesn't like us thing, it's all kinds of other things. When for the most part, I think he's just trying to engineer something that a lot of players have tried to do in the past, but it is he does seem like a good kid, and he's got a lot of personality.
So, Rich, you've won. I know you talked about him earlier today, but for the people, because by the way, thanks everybody for checking in. We are hitting some crazy numbers right now on the stream. So, with that, maybe they have not heard your take on Ace Bailey. Number one, the player. Number two, the latest, where things just changed last week when the schedule was supposed to be there, the setup. Kyle reported that the hotel, the dinners, the workouts, all that stuff was set for Thursday
all of it,
and
man.
Friday.
I hope they got some good use of those dinner
Yeah, man,
reservations.
they might as well send somebody there. But
Go to
with
Zahav with the whole
the whole staff.
I
Right.
doubt they're taking prospects to Zahav. That's a divisive meal for 18-year-old kid. I'd have to look into that one a little bit.
So your thoughts on the whole thing that has just really plays out surrounding Ace Bailey?
I mean, it's one of those things where I can understand why people think he would work, right? Or why they, not even that he would work, why they would take him at the number 3 pick, at the number 4, whatever, in some spot there.
And I was one of them. Right.
Well, let's talk about it right now. We already talked about it. He plays a better position than a lot of these guys. He's going to be able to play at 3. That's important to me. He can shoot the basketball. That is a very important part of modern NBA basketball. And then, like, the rest of the stuff in his game. Oh, also, too, as you guys mentioned, as a defender, like one-on-one defender, not feeling awesome about that, but he does some good stuff, particularly around the rim, some secondary rim protection, all those things. Like he did some decent stuff on defense. So there are reasons to think that, hey, maybe you don't feel that great about this crop of shooting guards. Say, hey, Ace he's both got a decently high floor, because if he just keeps his head on straight and just takes open threes, that's like the Michael Porter Jr. blueprint, right? He could be a pretty good player by doing that. And also, too, if he hits, maybe it's only like a 5-8% chance, something like that. But he obviously has a lot of skill if he's able to create better shots. But I agree with everything you guys said in terms of your criticisms. I don't like guys that don't create easy shots. That's a big issue to me.
Devon, did you see that Jeremiah Fears suit?
Yes, I did.
Oh my God,
it's my guy, but it's just too much.
No, see, I love that. If you are going to be a Jeremiah Fears type guard, that's the attitude you got to carry into the league.
It's my guy,
no
but
question.
I can't do it.
No question.
I can't do it.
My thing with the suits,
That's a lot, man.
I love it. I'm bumping him up the board. He just went several spots up the board.
Good.
We have 40 years of bad suits and crazy suits. Keep it going. Yeah, come on. What are they doing?
I mean, look, for the theater of it, we're watching it and all that stuff. Yeah, it's fun. But now, if you guys give me credit and say I dress all right, I can wear this stuff, I'm going to tell you I'm not wearing that.
Of all the people on this panel, I can't believe it's Devon being the one critical of the suits.
Because I'm like, you know what? I can do this differently here. I can maybe go, I'm like, I don't need that.
I think it hits a little too close to him. Devon probably dresses up more than all.
I would imagine.
Well, because we're all just sitting here like, man, I wish I could pull off anything like that. And Devon's like, I could, but I know better.
That's true. But I completely agree with the critiques that you guys have said about Ace.
But he's the only one that, again, I was number 1. Kyle was more number 2. Derek was out on him.
Yeah,
but
I was out always.
in the order. But we all agreed that he's the only one, when you talked about the starting position, none of these other guys can really contribute. He was the only one that you looked at and said, he might have a chance to start if he gets selected by the Sixers whenever he does. And
well, if he gets selected by the Sixers and is willing to accept a role, at least
and that's
to
what we
start,
talked
too,
about, yeah.
Which again, that also has not been good. Also, too, that look, I'm not going to begrudge somebody for trying to steer themselves to a certain situation.
I agree.
But if I'm evaluating you and I'm looking at this, I'm saying Jason Tatum, Kawhi Leonard, Jimmy Butler when you go far back. Like, if you are good, the team will figure out you're that good quickly. And then guess what? They'll rearrange the chairs and you'll be at the top of the food chain, top of the depth chart, all of those things. And I just generally like guys who like want to compete for that spot. And
100%.
That turned me off. Now, maybe it shouldn't, and I understand the idea that Daryl Morey, if you spit in his face, he's not going to care if he thinks you're the best guy. It did bother me a little bit, but then I think that the main point is that I don't like guys who don't pass. I don't like guys who don't create good shots. And I don't really see him changing from that idea, too.
No.
Like, I think...
But other than that...
Look, and those are the issues. I will fully buy into the fact that, like, hey,
why is the State Farm guy
this
on
guy
the
is
screen?
so over.
Because
Get him out of here, bro.
That's their sponsorship. You know, he's been.
I just gave them free promo for that,
at
too.
the Super Bowl and all that stuff. Yeah,
but anyway, everybody you pick is going to have projection here, right? There's going to be a weak spot where after you get past Dylan Harper, it's not an easy projection. You have to figure out the guy who's going to be able to
There's
overcome
a flaw
his
in every
weaknesses.
prospect.
I just don't like Ace's flaws as much as I think the other guys can overcome.
To your point, it is, it's about trying to engineer your way to the spot that you want,
I'm
okay with that. But the reasoning is, to showcase yourself. And, a lot of people are like, well, maybe it's about that second contract. I would love for someone to go back, find a top 5 pick, someone who they're clearly going to give time and touches to, regardless of whether you're on a good team, like theoretically good team like the Sixers, or
the theoretical is important on that one,
or someone like Charlotte. Regardless, I want to find a top 5 pick who, didn't get a 25% max and eventually did earn a higher max in the future, because a 25% max has such a low bar to clear to get that offered to you. You just have to show promise by the end of your rookie scale contract. And if you are the 3rd overall pick and you have that kind of talent and you don't show promise over that first 4 years, it's probably not the situation that you're in. It's probably that you didn't develop like you should have.
Mm-hmm. Part of my issue with it of not wanting to come to Philadelphia or at least work out with Philadelphia and all, Kyle, when we talk about his personality, and yes, he can go in there and maybe change the perception of Brooklyn or Charlotte or Washington or whatever organization and team it might be. But you could also do that in Philadelphia by helping out, with a playoff team potentially, where that also fits your personality of, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to make some noise on a playoff team and break through and be part of that rotation where there's an opportunity for me to do so. And then when it is time...
Yegor looks like a mortician, by the way.
Yeah, he does. and then when there is time...
He looks like Lurch.
He's already had those 2 years under his belt, 3 years under his belt, Joel and Paul George, whatever's going on there. But he's still here with Maxey and maybe even with McCain. And that also seemed to fit his personality.
I hear some claps for VJ.
Because they already feel like it, yeah. But that also fits his personality. I thought of, as Rich said, accepting that challenge too.
That's a great point, Devon, because I think that I could get behind that with Ace Bailey, right? If you want to be in a situation where you can be the guy, like to circle back to what Rich said about Reed Shepherd,
yeah,
you could go to someone like Jonathan Kuminga, like guys who get taken with high picks and they end up getting buried on good teams. Like, I understand the desire to be like, hey, I would like to be in a position where I have a runway in front of me. I have a real opportunity to come in and be a feature guy. Like, that's an instinct I certainly can wrap my mind around. I would rather have a guy who says, I see competition and I want to take that guy's head off, right? Like, and Ace is certainly a confident enough kid where you would think that's his mentality, right? Like, I see Paul George there and I want to learn from him, but the rest of these guys, get out of my way.
But
like,
I'm also going to go in there and
score.
On Paul George, I'm going to bust his you-know-what, too, right?
That's
in practice.
what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I get to play against this guy in practice and get better, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not asking him to be Cooper Flagg is like the cliche machine athlete, right? Like he gave an interview in the last day or so where he said something like, my mom told me if you're the best guy in the gym, you need to find a new gym. And it's like, this guy's already he's rolling out every PR quote
Very
that you
Jalen
could possibly.
Hurtsian.
Hey, and Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl, so he's on to something. But there's a disconnect for me, right? Like if you are that confident, if you are that guy, you talk about you have no flaws, you can hit all these tough shots because you work on those shots. That's great. Come in here and do it, and you will be a star, right? This is a diehard sports city. If you make it here, if you can deal with the fans and the media scrutiny and everything else, like you will be everywhere. You will get all the endorsement deals. You will get that max contract. That's what I didn't understand about this whole process.
I got no weaknesses and I got more than 2 strengths, big dog.
Come show it off in
Right?
Philadelphia then,
Right,
buddy.
Rich?
Come on.
Totally. And by the way, like the last few years of Sixers drafting, I think has showed that to us too. Like I am a big believer in like it can be Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain seem like the nicest kids ever. They are psychopath workers, right? And the Sixers correctly identified both times that those guys are going to get better because they really care. And do I know Ace Bailey is not going to be that player? No, I don't know that. And the Sixers, they're going to be the ones that have to figure that out. But when I hear that he's not even going to work out for them, he's not even going to try and compete for that spot, I'm not going to lie and say like it's kind of ringing some bells that I don't love in that aspect. Because by the way, after everyone, Kyle, you nailed this a couple weeks ago. You nailed this. The idea that after every single May flameout, all I got to hear is about how this team has a terrible culture, they're a bunch of losers, and all that stuff.
Then get me some culture, guys.
I think that's a little oversimplistic, but all right, we'll draft for it in this regard, right? And there are players who probably check both of those boxes. That's another reason I'm a big VJ Edgecombe fan in that regard. But if you think Ace Bailey is that guy, then take him too. So I'm not even saying it's not him, but just from the little information that we have, I'm not like feeling awesome about it.
Remember a couple years back when they asked DeAndre Ayton what his goal was, and he said to make it to the second contract? Give me the
real red flag.
A huge part of the draft, find the psychopath workers, push to the side the second contract guys.
Yo, that Traore suit.
I've seen a lot of bad suits here as you guys were talking.
Devon, our fashion consultant on PHLY, I got to ask you.
Yeah.
Few guys, Cedric Coward, Thomas Sorber, I'm probably forgetting one or two here, had the initial
The
chains
giant, on the
that
chains.
they came out with.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Look, I don't mind the more discreet one, but when you're doing that, you're not discreet. You're not looking to be discreet.
Okay.
I'm looking to be discreet if I'm doing that, and you guys know I like a little chain. You know what I'm saying? I like whatever or something, but I'm not doing that. By the
Derek's
way,
having a feast over there.
by
on
the way,
side.
Just getting some food for the table, that's all.
I also don't like the one with the chest out. I don't need taco meat on draft night.
Here,
Thank you.
put this in the center.
I appreciate that. I don't need that on draft night.
What'd
I'm
you
out.
think of the Tre Johnson shorts?
I don't like that's for sweatpants, man.
He looks like the lead singer from AC/DC with
my God.
that whole
Yeah, that's for sweatpants, man.
Angus Young, is that his name?
Well, no, he's the guitarist. What's the guy? Brian something. I don't know.
I can't remember.
I don't want that. That's for sweatpants, man. I don't need that where you have the cut off pants there right around the calves. I don't need that for my suit on draft night. All right, it doesn't knock Tre down my board, but still, man, you know what I mean. All right, we do have some. Derek, you got some food up here. You got some fries, some pretzel bites here. I had some fries. I saw that. Who had what up here? I think Nick had a cheeseburger, said it was really good, or a steak or something, said it was pretty good. Also, who else had? I think Ethan had a cheeseburger as well. I think it was pretty good. So make sure you come on out to, when you get here, we're packed upstairs, but if you're still getting here to hang out with us upstairs because you have already RSVP, make sure you come to 2639 The Boozy Mutt to hang out with us. They have great food here, the drinks. It's like a little bar up here, right, Derek, that we already have set up right outside here for everybody. Got the little bar.
There's a bar up here. We've got our podcast going so you can hear us. There's a screen with the draft on.
Yes.
You can go downstairs, hang out with all the dogs. It's a wonderful spot. A lot
Including
of good
my
food.
boy, Louie.
Including
Go
Louie
find
here,
Louie.
representing the show downstairs, or maybe even upstairs. I don't know if he came back upstairs, but it's presented by everything that we have going on here tonight for the NBA Draft Special, PHLY NBA Draft Special, Rothman Orthopedics, and TrueMark Financial hanging out with us here both tonight and tomorrow night for the second round as well. Derek Bodner, Rich Hoffman, Kyle Newbeck, I'm Devon Givens, Bree, President of Basketball Operations, producing the show here as we are now at 8 o'clock, fellas. And
Should we talk about our friends and partners as this one gets going?
we might as well get ready to jump in, and we'll do that. We'll take a quick pause. Bree gives a thumbs up. We'll come back. We'll talk about our friends and partners as we hang out with you and get ready for it all to start off with round one, pick one, with the Dallas Mavericks about to be on the clock right here on the PHLY Sixers NBA Draft Special. And I got to talk to you about my good people at Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, over 90 million users worldwide and 780,000 live streamed events each year. And you can do so. You can also maybe play some wagers there of who's going at what position here for the draft tonight. And early payout offers across the NBA and the NHL when they are back in action next season. But right now you do have the MLB going on. Major League Baseball is happening right now. So any games you like, the boys are back here. They're playing tonight. So, you know, pretty good series. They're back in first place in the East. Maybe you want to bet on the Phils, and you can do that at Bet365. If you are already if you're not a customer yet, new user, well, here's what we have. We can't say breaking news on the NBA draft night because that means something a little different. So we'll tell you about you signing up and getting a $150 bonus bets when you bet $5. That's win or lose. Sign up, use code PHLY365, deposit 10, place a bet for $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. Again, that's win or lose. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 plus and physically located in Pennsylvania. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And guys, now let's talk about our friends from Cherry Hill Mitsubishi. I said that better than Bill.
Mitsubishi.
Better than Bill.
Better than Bill. If you are looking for the most affordable 7-passenger SUV in America, CherryHillMitsubishi.com has you covered with the 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander. And they're celebrating Memorial Day savings all month long on their massive selection of budget-friendly and gas-sipping Mitsubishis. Here's a fact that shocked me, guys. Mitsubishi Motors is #1 in customer satisfaction with dealer services among mainstream brands and SUV owners. That's not me saying it either. That is J.D. Power. Combine that with the best warranty in the automotive business, 10 years and 100,000-mile powertrain, and 5 years, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper. Why settle for a lesser warranty and be on the hook for costly repairs down the road? So guys, here is the offer. Stop in today and tell them PHLY sent you and receive a $100 Restaurant.com gift card just for taking a test drive or completing a trade appraisal. Drive home in your new Mitsubishi today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at CherryHillMitsubishi.com.
And guys, just like your favorite team needs a home court advantage, your home needs a home floor advantage. And Empire Today can help you get it. Empire Today has flooring experts, dedicated flooring professionals who focus on flooring every single day. We've all been to some of those big box stores, and while they might have a flooring department, the person actually helping you with flooring may have been doing sinks yesterday and could be stocking light bulbs tomorrow. Empire Today lives and breathes flooring, and they will be with you every step of the way. Their flooring experts bring the showroom right to your home. You pick the right flooring and the right colors for your space so you can see how it looks with your furniture and in your house. You get precise measurements taken, and all of your questions are answered so there are no surprises. With Empire Today, you get clear, upfront, and all-inclusive pricing. Plus, you can schedule installation as soon as the next day. Schedule a free in-home estimate today because some things are just better at home. PHLY listeners can receive a $350 discount when using promo code PHLY. You heard that right, a $350 discount with code PHLY. Restrictions apply. Visit EmpireToday.com/PHLY for full details.
And guys, it's draft night. There will be a lot of things that stink. It might be a bad prospect. It might be Kendrick Perkins' draft comps.
Yes, it
but
will be.
You don't have to because of Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Mando's unique from any other
It's
deodorant.
hot out.
Because it's
Mando.
whole body. It's safe to use anywhere on your body. Your pits, those sensitive areas down there, your belly buttons. really down there in the nether regions, your feet even, wherever
basketball
you need to use
time.
it, Mando's got you. It was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed. Choose from scents like bourbon leather, cloverwoods, Mount Fuji, Pro Sport, clinically proven to control odor better than shower with soap alone. Mando Starter Pack is perfect for new customers. Comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, mini body wash, and deodorant wipes. It's free shipping. As a special offer for listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code PHLY at shopmando.com. Shopmando.com. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, boost your confidence head to toe. Mando. Now let's do some draft.
It's hot out there. You better use that
Now,
Mando.
look, Kyle, I know we all expect Cooper Flag to be number one.
The minus 50,000 draft odds? Did that give it away?
That Kendrick Perkins prediction you made, that's the biggest lock of the night.
Oh, listen.
I
We
need
are
to
going
know-
to see some stinky draft comps from Kendrick Perkins.
Moses Moody. Still trying to get that name right.
I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Kevon is not a Kendrick Perkins guy. I know that.
I am not. I am not. Welcome back to the PHLY Sixers NBA Drafts Special, broadcasting live from the Boozy Mutt, presented by Rothman Orthopedics and TrueMark Financial. Everybody out there hanging out with us on the second floor, can we hear some noise as we're getting ready to get started for round 2? I can't hear y'all out there.
There we go. That's
There we
more
go.
like it.
That's what we like. All of our diehard members here hanging out with us. We got capacity here with everybody at the Boozy Mutt. All right, Derek, let's look at some of the roster outlook before we get started with the Dallas Mavericks on the clock. Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, Jeremy McCain, they're all guaranteed. We know about the restriction, free agency for Quentin Grimes. Jeff Doughton. How about that? Jeff Doughton restricted free agency.
Jeff Doughton getting brought up tonight.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Hour and 6 in, and we got the Jeff Doughton. Boy, something went terribly wrong.
Is this right? Adem Bona and Ricky Council non-guaranteed, correct?
Yep.
All right. Kelly Oubre, Eric Gordon, and Andre Drummond have yet, Kyle, to pick up their player options, but they do have player options.
I would say this. I expect Drummond and Oubre to pick them up. I think there's a good chance Gordon opts out and still comes back.
Okay.
It's a little bit of
Do we want to get into really nerdy cap minutia here?
No,
We're
we
going to
don't,
save that
but
for another
no,
day.
That's another day.
All right.
Maybe
team
hour
options. Team options. Edwards, Jared Butler, and Lonnie Walker. That's the team options. We expect Justin Edwards to be back. Yabusele, Kyle Lowry, and Jalen Hood-Schifino, unrestricted free agents. And Alex Reese is the only two-way right now for the Philadelphia 76ers. So
Are they going to go the whole 5 minutes for Cooper Flag? Like, come on.
You know they are.
You knew they were making this pick the second
the jersey is already
ended.
printed out. Exactly.
Come on.
Yes. This
But
jersey is already printed
this
out.
irritates me every year. ESPN needs to do their 5-minute highlight package so there's an understanding that, hey, we're going to take the whole 5 minutes to make this pick. Come on. Move it along here, fellas.
I mean, at least Nico Harrison has to watch this montage of the after effects
The
of his
Luka?
crappy trade. Yeah.
You know it's on their TV. Exactly.
Look at that! Look at that
Exactly.
salute. That's a mission accomplished if I've ever seen one right there from Nico Harrison.
All right. So
My goodness.
the roster outlook is what it is. Again, 1-2 ways, some restrictions, of course, there. Tonight, how much would the number 3 overall pick factor into the cap overall?
Yeah, well, the number 3 overall pick, I think the cap hit is right around 10 million, 10 or 11. I forget exactly what it is.
10 plus.
10
I know it's
plus.
10 plus.
These guys get paid early now.
They do. They do. It turns out the rising cap rises all contracts. No, it is. I mean, look, it's a significant cap hit. And I think really if you want to talk about any impact, because I don't think it's going to impact Quentin Grimes, in part because you have his bird rights. You can go over the cap to resign him. You don't have to use an exception. And he's just a much higher priority. The impact is going to be on Gershon Yabusele. I think Gershon Yabusele became
The pick is in. Who could it be?
uncertain the moment the Sixers kept their pick in that lottery. I'm not saying he's gone, but like that taxpayer is the absolute top that you can pay him. And even still, it's going to be tough to fit everything under that second apron.
And Kyle, you did right that there was some interest from some other teams, some out west.
Minnesota,
San Antonio.
New York, San Antonio are the 3 teams. San Antonio's been the one that there's been some smoke out there for Yabu for a long time. Do we want to talk about Cooper Flag since it looks like he is about to become
Well, I was
the
still
number
trying
1
to,
overall pick?
I
You
was trying
wanted
to
to talk about,
I was trying to
Lonnie
just
Walker.
let everybody
Yeah.
know
Come on,
who is
man.
on the roster as we get ready to
All
add
right,
that
fair
3rd overall
enough,
pick.
Fair enough.
But let's get the Cooper Flag.
I mean, like, look, he's a prospect that is being talked about as I hate people overuse the word generational, right?
No, he is.
You can't be generational if Victor Wembanyama was taken 2 years ago, right? But if you're talking about American prospects, he's the best college basketball prospect, at least since Zion. And I think I'd probably go as far back as Anthony Davis in 2012. Like, he is an absolute two-way monster, like once-in-a-decade type guy. You saw it on the floor at Duke, and frankly, he got even better throughout the season, despite being one of the single youngest players in this draft class, had reclassified to get into this draft class, and just number one with a bullet, man. Like, I cannot say enough about the defense, the competitiveness, the offensive flexibility, the willingness to do whatever it takes to win. We were out there in Las Vegas last summer, fellas, when he was at that Team USA camp, and boy, was there a lot of buzz. Like, dude, this guy's going against genuine all-NBA, Olympian-type players and holding his own. He is one of the rare rookies that is going to come in day one and I think make a big impact.
And that select team was full of pros, not college players. They were full of pros. He was the only one on that team.
I think he's one of the safest prospects we've ever seen. Like, he just doesn't have any weaknesses. His weakness is his on-ball creation stuff, but his numbers were excellent.
Well, and he improved so much over the course of the year, too.
Shot it great from the three-point line. Shot it great from the free throw line. He does not really have any weaknesses. I think, obviously, Wemby has been the best. Our friend Sam, who was on the show, Sam Vicini, a couple weeks ago, he actually did an exercise. The best prospects of the last decade. Victor is obviously number one. I mean, come on. Like, Victor is just different than
He's an alien.
Any other player you've ever seen. I don't think I've seen anything in his 2 NBA seasons to knock us off that. But I think Cooper Flagg is closer to Victor than he is to Zion. I mean, Zion, I get that he was a big prospect, but in retrospect, there were a lot of ways that could have went wrong. Frankly, there have been a lot of ways that has gone wrong for him. I just think, I think he is plug and play. He's going to be good right away. We talked about how most rookies aren't good. I would be surprised if he's not good right away. And I don't like that Nico Harrison gets to
I don't like that.
get the redo.
Yeah,
See,
it's dirty.
My disappointment on lottery night, I had mostly gotten over. But now that we're talking about Cooper Flagg again, I'm a little bit annoyed.
Well, talk about him a little bit more as the prospect going to Dallas and how what he will look like fitting in there.
No, I mean, he really is. He is probably the most complete prospect that I've scouted. Not necessarily the best, but the most complete prospect. The way he was, because we talked about a lot early in the season where his weakness is that on-ball creation. He got, once conference play came, he got so much better.
The people wanted Ace. They did not get him.
Cooper Flagg is the pick. Is the pick. Stunner.
All right, so now an important 5 minutes start where this is the last, well, maybe not the last, but this is the window that if you want them to make a push for Dylan Harper, this is it. It's gut check time. How much are you willing to put on the table for this kid?
Listen, I kept asking you guys, and I agree with you, but I had to ask the question that do you include Jared McCain? We all agreed no, but it was just more of what are they? They're going to hold everybody hostage in this spot because they are holding the keys.
I just think it was brought. I think it was Rich said it earlier. I think San Antonio is just not a big trade team in general. They never have been. They trust their development. They trust their scouting. And I think you want to talk about a found money pick. Like, this is a team that did not need this pick to be very good moving into the future. You cannot do anything other than take Harper here unless there is some just insane opportunity out there for a trade. And even then, like, I just think you could get Dylan Harper and Wemby as the core of your franchise for 15 years. Absolute no-brainer.
So I agree with you, and I think we all know they're going to do the right thing here. They're going to take Dylan Harper. I will push back. I'm kind of sick of hearing about what a great front office and what a great organization San Antonio's. You know what they're great at? They're great at winning
Having a lucky horseshoe shoved up
in
their
the right
butt.
year. That's what they're great at. They've done it 85 times. And as Derek, as his shoulders were slumped on lottery night, they're in the go zone for this draft, and it stopped with them. I'm a little sick of them getting lucky. I'm almost as sick of them as Dallas, frankly. Like, if you win the Wemby lottery, should you even get a lottery pick for the next 10 years? I don't know. Anyway, they're going to be well set up. I don't think they're going to fall into the De'Aaron Fox, Stephen Castle. Stephen Castle, who's okay. I actually think he's kind of overrated.
Yes.
I thought it was a little bit of an MCW Rookie of the Year award for him. He's a good defensive player.
He's better than that.
He's better than that. But
He may not have. This year, he won the Rookie of the Year because of the way that it played out. He's way better than that. Dude, he's not going to be boxing in 7 years in a celebrity boxing event.
You know what? I agree with that.
Yes.
I think that's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
he's
he's
a 10+ year pro.
Look, I said his Rookie of the Year was similar. To
Okay,
MC's. I'm not saying his career is
I disagree with that too. Just because he was good. I thought he was good.
What,
This
his
is one of
40%
the worst.
shooting? Was that good?
We knew that he wasn't a shooter coming in. It was more about the defensive stuff, being able to guard and also just do some things. He's athletic on that team, and he didn't have to be the guy because yes, Wemby is there and some of the others, but projected out, could be a really good player.
To stick up for Rich, this was one of the worst rookie classes we've seen in a decade.
I think
so.
Jared
I think that's comparable.
But that doesn't even compare to MCW. That was
All right.
Come on.
A little too much MCW
Come
talk.
on.
And by a little too much, I mean a lot too much.
Come on.
Anyway, I don't think they're going to fall into that trap. I think they are.
How
going
good
to,
is Harper?
Yeah, I think he's really good. I mean, I think
San Antonio, do something crazy.
The
Do it for the culture.
the ability to get to the rim was insane. Part of the reason I'm not a huge fan of Ace Bailey. Dylan Harper played on the same team, and it was the exact opposite.
It was the exact same context, and yet Dylan found ways
He was
to
playing
get
with
to
the
the
same
rim.
bums, and he was getting to the rim.
And he was making passes, and he was scoring inside. Absolutely.
Anyway, I think that he is in a tier by himself. He's not Cooper Flagg. He's not can't miss because we'll see about his jump shot and how teams will be able to deal with that. But I think he's clearly the second pick of this draft for sure.
I think the fact that he played in that environment at Rutgers, where a lot has been said about, hey, the spacing impacted Ace Bailey and his shot selection and his playmaking, and Dylan Harper doesn't have the shot making, right? He is not a good pull-up shooter right now. That is the major question in swing skill. And the fact that he still over and over and over again got to the rim, finished at the rim, play made from drawing in the defense says a whole hell of a lot about this kid's driving and slashing talent. With NBA spacing, with his, I think the thing that really jumps out for me, his balance, right? Like he reminds me of a running back, right? Where they talk about your pad level, the pad level you put. Like he just does not get knocked off his spots. He's the guy who initiates contact, gets to the line, and makes things happen.
All right, let me see. Let's just go with this one. MBD with a super chat here quickly. MBD saying, just here to say, I appreciate you guys and Bree. And we want to say thank you to MBD, as always, for sending the super chat. I saw that there were a few others. We'll get to those a little bit later as we await the pick is in for, by the way, look at the jersey already. See, this is why you said, why are you taking so long? The jersey is already ready. He's wearing number 32.
Just have him start walking to the stage the second the show starts. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, he's 32, but he couldn't wear 2 because Derek Lively wears number 2 for the Dallas Mavericks. So there you go. Yeah, I'm the numbers guy.
You could buy it. You could buy it.
You could absolutely buy it. He's got enough money to do so. But yeah. All right, let's keep it moving here. Pick is in now for the San Antonio Spurs. We're awaiting the commissioner. What's taking so long, Kyle? Are they considering any trade back opportunities
They're
here?
waiting for Kendrick Perkins to come up with a draft comp. Stephen A. Smith has to finish a game of solitaire before they are allowed to continue with the broadcast.
Is he on there? I didn't even notice.
I have no idea.
I didn't even notice.
He might be on like the second screen stream for all I know.
Yeah, I
Hardest
had
working
noticed.
man at ESPN.
Cool. That'll work. That'll work. Another one on my list.
We don't have to talk about which list that is.
I do want to say this, though. AllPHLY.com, if you're following along and you want to read about the picks, Derek's and Will Gottlieb from CHGO, they put it together at allphly.com. Need to be a diehard member to have access to the draft guide. Make sure you go sign up for our intro offer of $36 as Dylan Harper. Here's his name called. Ruining.
Sixers are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that. Where's Ron? I need to see where his dad is.
I like that. The one thing I have really liked seeing from Ace during this 3-day window, him and Dylan are really tight and super excited for one another. That part I really love.
There's Ron.
There's Dad.
Oh yeah.
There he is. There he is. There's Dad.
No, that was nice. Ace clapping for him. I understand that might seem like a low bar to some people, but he looked genuinely happy.
Oh, yeah.
To see his buddy get drafted and as they go high-five each other now. Yep.
Oh, they get some daps in. There we go. Good content right there.
It is good content
Some
right
social
there.
media persons there with like 3 cell phones and a GoPro, just making sure they get all of that.
All right, so, well, now we talked a ton about Dylan Harper. Sixers are on the clock. How long are they on the clock here, Rich? Are they on the clock or are they on the clock to maybe make a move here?
I think it's been speculated that they will be, as our buddy Zach Berman says, sticking and picking in the number 3 spot. I think that's probably the likeliest scenario.
And the likeliest scenario for you would be they take VJ Edgecombe?
I would be a little bit surprised if VJ.
I think even if it is for the sake of moving, that would be my guess.
I would love a trade. That'd be fun. I mean, that'd be fun. I'm not saying it would be the right thing, but it would be good content for sure.
This, as many people have said 100 times, is the catalyst for how the rest of this round is going to shake out, and it's. Philadelphia is always the main character in some ways, right? But they are really the main character.
Now, Shams did, Derek, say that it looks like they are, as the guy said, sticking and picking, and they're going to go here with VJ. Any chance? There is a chance, of course. We don't know who they're selecting yet, but any chance it is Tre or Knipple here at this spot? Even though we say we wouldn't necessarily take him there, I would take Johnson there. But what do you think?
I think it's the overwhelming odds, I think, are VJ. I would never rule anything out, especially with the way Daryl Morey plays it and how closely he keeps everything guarded. But it does seem like every little tiny bit of smoke has been about VJ. He fits, I think, what they're looking for, like Kyle and Rich were talking about with the hard workers in Maxey and McCain. He fits an analytical model, which generally really like VJ. And he fits having that kind of star upside because of the athleticism. If NBA spacing gives him more opportunities, if he improves that handle, there really is a lot of room for him to grow. So, I think he's the overwhelming favorite at 3.
I always love the guys who put the hats on over big hair, and they're sitting like a foot above their head.
Because they're required to wear the hat, and they don't have much of a choice.
Also, as someone who has never had big hair, I also am jealous of that.
Yeah, but VJ is definitely the leader in the clubhouse. But I think what I said on Anthony's show this morning is I give the Sixers a lot of credit for muddying the waters and keeping options open here in terms of people don't for sure know what they're going to do. There's informed speculation. A lot of people who think it will be VJ, but they have held their cards about as well as you could, especially in a draft where, again, they're the main character. They're where it starts. They are the key to this whole thing. I would not be shocked if they run it all the way down here and just take an extra minute or two.
I would be shocked if they didn't run it all the way down. Absolutely stunned.
So forgive me if I'm on my phone over here.
You do that. You do that. You figure that out with the intel. By the way, on the television in front of us, Dylan Harper with his brother Ron Harper Jr., who's with the Detroit Pistons in their organization, and Mom, who also played ball. She coached at Don Brosco, his high school in Jersey, and she's still coaching, if I'm not mistaken. Dad was at the table. We saw Ron Harper Sr. there as well.
Good football school, Don Bosco.
Don Bosco?
Dylan Harper, is that where he went?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he went there. Yep. So, all right, man. Well, listen, we got about just 2 minutes, a little under 2 minutes here on the clock. Oh, man, they're going to Perk. They're going to Perk. 2 minutes here on the clock.
He's looking to cook right now.
Yeah, he is, man. I don't know what that is, but...
The one thing I will say about the Sixers, I agree with what Kyle said about they did a pretty good job of keeping their intentions to themselves. They didn't really need to keep their intentions to themselves because as people are just tweeting like crazy right now, the draft begins right now. I think everybody kind of knew that the Sixers were going to be the first team that really had a decision to make, that it was pretty cut and dry for both Dallas and San Antonio. And I think they've done a good job. I mean, I feel like they've done a pretty good job since, what was that, when Matisse Thybulle...
I think it's VJ.
Kyle Neubeck is saying...
I think it's VJ.
That he thinks it is VJ.
I do not know that for sure, and I don't know that they're keeping him, but I believe that's who it is.
Okay.
Keep going. What I thought. Yeah, or whatever. I mean, I think we'll... if they do make the pick, Kyle, is this a situation where, if they make the pick, maybe, I don't want to bring up any bad memories, but maybe hold on for.
I said it all day today. I'm waiting at least 25 minutes before I make any declarations about who is the long-term Sixer.
And I told you, what would I say? That night, I think it was like 12
VJ
minutes.
Edgecombe is the pick, by the way.
Yeah. All right. Kyle
There it
Neubeck
is.
is reporting that VJ Edgecombe is the selection here at pick
I'm
number
told
3.
that they are keeping it too. There's no trade.
No trade.
And Derek says no trade. So it looks like, let's let everybody know, the man is all smiles right now in front of us on the television. And it appears to be VJ Edgecombe is your newest Philadelphia 76er. Kyle Neubeck with the reporting there. Derek also following it up. Not a trade. VJ Edgecombe will now be a member of the Philadelphia 76ers. He said, Rich, the other day, I guess they like Bohemians a little bit. Buddy Hield, a year and a half ago, and now this guy. Now look,
I think Eric Gordon was on that team too.
Eric Gordon too. Yeah. So when Kyle brought up the fact that Cooper Flagg was on that select team, he was on the national team and played really well with those pros that we bring up. DeAndre Ayton, who you brought up, he was on that team as well. So he was surrounded by a lot of pros and got a lot of really, really good buzz back from that.
People who are big VJ proponents will point to that. Now, it's not a huge sample size, but the fact that he was 18 years old and he was playing in Olympic qualifiers, like the idea, it's about as far removed from the McDonald's All-American game as you get. Like that is serious basketball against grown men, and he handled himself very well. Obviously, was playing with some NBA players. And, maybe you should get acquainted with those highlights, Sixers fans.
I guess so. The commissioner is on the clock. Let's see. All right. We're live, so we still have to talk. There's no audio, so we still have to talk.
There you go.
VJ. There it is.
So now that there's some certainty here, let me echo some stuff that we've said already and that you guys are getting into. I think Philadelphia will absolutely love this kid as a person. Every single thing we hear about him, he is a rock star of a person, right? We heard it from Baylor coach Scott Drew. I've talked with people that had him on the Bahamas staff that said, look, he's coming into an environment where these are grown men, right? There are NBA players on this team. This kid's a teenager playing up, and he's coming into practice every day like he's shot out of a cannon, right? Mm-hmm. Ultra hard worker. His game has grown a ton over the last few years. Went from basically an off-the-radar recruit to a top 5 guy in his class. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't happen without a lot of sweat equity. But more importantly, it's work that's purposeful, right? Guys can work hard and might not work on the right things, might not work on things that are meaningful to them as a college prospect, as an NBA player. And so everything you hear about this kid is that he's willing to come in and challenge people. He'll go into a meeting, upperclassmen in college, and if you're screwing up, we had the whole thing last year with Maxey calling out Joel Embiid for being late. VJ Edgecombe is not going to be shy about what he thinks is wrong, what he thinks the team needs to do better. He is very serious about his prep. He played with Carmelo Anthony's son in high school. Yep. And obviously Carmelo, a future Hall of Famer, has passed on a lot of things to his son about how to be a basketball player, how to potentially be a pro. And he has said, I learned as much from VJ as I'm learning from my dad, right? About how to be a professional, how to study film, what to do in terms of game prep, all that stuff. This is a kid that is easy to root for, and he's a hell of a basketball player on top of that.
All right. What do you think, man?
No, I mean, look, I think he's both a combination of a relatively safe bet, but also someone who I think has significant untapped potential. We have talked a lot about, what do you look like in a different context? And which one of these guys has the best chance of having outlier development? And I think there's a case to be made for VJ in both of those. I think when he gets to NBA spacing, I think he's going to be a more effective, shot creator off of the bounce. I think Rich has been talking a lot about this, and he's 100% true, that being able to get up and down the floor, and not only that, but being able to help and recover on defense is such a huge part in today's game. And also, he's just an absolute maniac off the court who works constantly. And I do think, some of the improvement he showed late in the season, because he came out and he was really struggling with his shot early on. Over the last 17 games, he averaged 17 points, shot 46% from the field and 36% from three-point range. He was making way more of his shots, most of those off the catch. He does have to improve as a pull-up jump shooter. He does have to improve with his offhand. But if he is able to make that, because Kyle's right, he wasn't a high-level recruit. He started off in the Bahamas, spent 2 years in Florida, then came up to New York to play. He wasn't a high-level recruit until his last 2 years. The progress he has made over the last couple of years, combined with his incredible athletic tools and his work ethic, I think should give Sixers fans a lot of hope.
Rich.
So I'm actually going to read from our Die Hard draft guide, written by Will Gottlieb from CHGO, and I don't know who the other guy was. But so let's just dig into the player.
And he
that
was
we're getting.
third on there, big boy, right?
He was third.
Okay.
And by the way, we now have a story on VJ Edgecombe, a new story on VJ Edgecombe live at allphly.com.
Let's take people behind the curtain on that, by the way. How many words were written?
I had 6,500 words written on, and they are still there if I need them at some point, on 6 different prospects and trade down scenarios.
6,500 words. How many got used, do you think?
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Anyway,
That's for another time.
That's what you get for needing to publish right away. Anyway, VJ Edgecombe's strengths, athleticism. Probably the best run and jump athlete in the class. Like Derek said, I think that's super important because the NBA, athleticism, endurance, all that stuff really matters. Like he just mentioned the closing out and stuff like that. Again, that's not the most important part of this, but you watch the Oklahoma City Thunder, they win because they close out and they're on a string defensively. Mm-hmm. That's a big deal. Super explosive finisher. I think he's going to be dynamite in transition. As a defender, elite athleticism combined with good awareness put him in position to create plays at the point of attack and in help. Will create transition opportunities, and he had an excellent block rate and an excellent steal rate. And then off-ball scoring, right? He only shot 34% on threes, but that got better as the season went on. Usually the big flag is when a guy beats up against the bad teams at the beginning of the year.
Christian and whoever.
So he played in a tough conference, and he got better as that went along.
Buddy Hield there to celebrate with him.
Good to see.
Former Sixer and current Golden State Warrior. I'm sorry to cut you off.
His Bahamas guy, as Derek mentioned, should be dynamic attacking closeouts and scoring against the tilted defense. Okay. Areas for improvement, shot creation. That pick and roll ball handling. Sounds like he wants to get there, but he's not there yet.
Yep.
It only accounted for 21.5% of his offense. Isolation only accounted for 4.9% of his possessions, and his passing creations. 106 assists in 33 games. Not a crazy assist rate for his usage rate. And Derek mentions that his swing skills are his floor spacing, and I think he's going to be able to shoot it off the catch.
Yes.
It's really going to be, can you shoot off the dribble? That is a huge element of when you run a pick and roll for this guy, can you force the defense to go over the screen? If that's the case, he's got that athleticism. He can get downhill. His scoring, he should be a pretty high floor player with the defense, with the athleticism, with the off-ball shooting. That is a big one. And then the last thing, his finishing needs a little bit of work. Only 45% from the field on non-dunk layups at the rim. I know that was pretty long, but I wanted to get everybody a snapshot of here is the guy that the Sixers are drafting. And we're also podcasting for 4 hours, so you
I was
might as
going to
well read
say,
all.
we're doing 10 hours of podcasting over these 2 days. You can talk as much as you want, buddy. It's encouraged.
Anyway, so that seems to be pretty well laid out, where some of the scoring, some of the stuff with the ball in his hands, that's going to determine how high of a ceiling he is as an NBA player.
Yeah, so for me, just watching how he plays, all of that stuff that you just laid out there, I'm excited to see him with the spacing now in the NBA after talking to Scott Drew. Of course, he's going to talk up his guy, but when you do get the feedback that you do about the way that he works, the way that he wants to improve, the way that he wants to get better, the mindset, and just the mentality of all the working. And I thought it was important when we found out that he worked out and that Tyrese Maxey was the one that flew in from wherever he was and came back to Philadelphia to meet with him. And if there's one thing that we know about Tyrese Maxey, it's always the 1% better. Justin Edwards followed through, make sure he worked out with him. Whatever you want to say about Ricky Council, at least worked to try to make sure that he stayed into the league, right? Of following along with Tyrese Maxey, you know who to go to try to connect yourself with and try to get better. They have at least established an early relationship, and this is a guy that he's going to be in the backcourt with. and try to figure out how to play off of him, play those minutes next to him. Is he going to be on the ball sometimes where Maxey can, as we've talked about, where he's maybe at his best, off the ball and scoring? Is this where
hey, by the way,
it's going to happen?
Con Knipple at 4.
Okay, all right.
That's someone that we've connected to them, I think, a lot throughout this late part of the process.
So when you talk about waiting that 15, 20 minutes also, you never know.
Something to keep an eye on.
But for it, I bring that up because that is important. If he is going to be the one that's the sponge and trying to absorb all the knowledge that he can possibly get from these veteran players on the team, he fits. And when we brought up the fact that Ace Bailey could be one that come in, will he accept that role? This kid is going to accept that role of, I'm going to fit in. I want to bust through that door, but I also know that I have to take my steps to get there, and I'm going to do all those other winning intangible things of the 50-50 ball, get that loose ball, the tips, the deflections, and all to get out in the open floor. And it's going to be one that's maybe takes some time, but it's going to be fun to watch. I've also, when we've talked about him in the past, his shooting, you guys said he's going to make the shots on the open looks. The form is there. The mechanics look really good. It's the stuff of, can I do it off the bounce? And what does that mean? 1-2 dribble, bang, pull up, or 1-2. If you make enough two on the catch and shoot, hey man, they're gonna be flying by you, and you can put that ball on the floor and you can make a highlight at the rim. I noticed that he is also, because of his representation, he's working out with the guard whisperer, as they call him. And the guard whisperer has a pretty good reputation. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and a ton of other players in this draft that he has a few with his class, with his representation. But the guard whisperer really has to get him with the 1-2 dribble pull up and all of that stuff to make sure that he becomes that complete package overall. But a good pick for the Sixers here at 3.
Hey, can I really quick? Derek and I specifically on this show for a month and a half took bullet after bullet after bullet after bullet from people who said VJ will never get taken over Ace Bailey. Con Knipple, there's not a chance in hell this guy will get taken over Ace Bailey. Guess what, motherfuckers? Sometimes we know what we're talking about. When I sat here and told you these are Ace Bailey is a divisive prospect not everybody loves, guess what? It turned out to be true. They made bets on different people. Now, that's not to say there won't be some trades and that somebody's not going to be happy with Ace Bailey. I just wanted to offer a little bit of a I told you so on these guys, because we told you from day one, from the lottery onward, that this was a possibility. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I got a little tired of people coming in every day pretending like Derek and I were just pulling things out of thin air that this was not true. Anyway.
Rich, I'll ask you this. What's his go-to move?
We actually had a pumper super chat earlier today.
I'm selling all debts. The Lannisters.
Thank you, Jules.
The Lannisters send their regards.
Because of that, since Brian Pumper is the biggest Ace Bailey guy, he wants to know, what is VJ's go-to move? You explained it a little bit on the 3 p.m. show. Explain his go-to move.
His go-to move is passing the ball to a better player right now. He's got to develop
making that extra pass, huh?
A go-to move. Hopefully, it's dunking in transition. That is his go-to move right now. Now, I do think he's going to play right away this year.
Yes, I do too.
And the big reason is because, look, it doesn't seem like there's a ton of time for him, because you look at the Sixers depth chart. Tyrese Maxey, obviously, franchise player. Jared McCain sure looked like a franchise player. Didn't play a lot last year, but sure looked like he was getting there. Quentin Grimes, who they're going to re-sign, again, he did it a little bit in Mickey Mouse March, but man, he looked like somebody who could play pretty well. I mean, man, some of the stuff he was doing off the dribble was extremely impressive.
Oh, yeah.
But you heard it at the postseason press conference. Daryl Morey said, we are not athletic enough. We're not fast enough. Look, VJ Edgecombe might not know
the flying Knipple brothers on TV in front of us, by the way.
Makes it sound like they're like Melendez, like, trying to go over the Grand Canyon or something like that.
But yeah, he is an athlete to fill that role that Daryl Morey spoke about.
Well,
he is a crazy athlete.
And I kind of wondered. I was like, well, that sounds good. It seems like Daryl has correctly diagnosed what the NBA is up to now. That said, like, he doesn't have a lot of assets to make a move and improve the Sixers in that regard. This is probably the biggest one. Now, we'll see if VJ was the right pick, but he certainly was the most athletic pick they could have made there. Like, his run and jump, his speed, he's going to be a transition demon right away. So I do think Daryl Morey, both noticing that, and Nick Nurse, like, again, I wasn't crazy about Nick Nurse this past year, but when he was good in Toronto, he had guys flying all over the court and doing weird stuff on the defensive end. You think, I don't know how well VJ's going to be able to pick up NBA defense right away, because sometimes rookies, it takes a little bit of time, but I'm sure Nick Nurse will coach him up enough and say, I'd rather have that guy's wheels and that guy's athletic tools. We'll teach him how to do it.
Here's one of the things that this pick really unlocks, right? It's multiple guard lineups that also aren't taking a lot of stuff off the floor, right? VJ and Quentin Grimes as a pairing, right? That's a lot of athleticism. It's not maybe the pure shot-making talent, but you start with that base, right? You can tinker with some things. And I think the thing that people have maybe skipped over a little bit is that VJ fits with all of them. Maybe they can't get all these guys on the floor at the same time, right? Although Nick Nurse might challenge that and put some four-guard looks on the table. But when you can throw out a Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Quentin Grimes look, put a power forward or put Paul George on the floor, do some interesting things. You can get small and stay athletic. You can get out in transition, right? Like, one of the things we've seen over the years is that they've just been a slow team, right? Like, James Harden and Joel Embiid, it was like watching the Ice Age happen in like a one of those like stop motion videos where they accelerate the camera at the end. The time-lapse videos is what I'm thinking of. Now, you go to a bench unit, you put in a Dembona, you have Tyrese Maxey, you got VJ Edgecombe, you force a turnover, those boys are out, right? Yep. VJ and a Dem can get to the rim. You have a guy flaring out for a transition three. Like, this team is going to have the opportunity and the athletes to run.
What's the rotation? I mean, how does he fit in with the other three guards should Quentin Grimes in fact come back?
Oh, Ace Bailey.
I was
to Utah.
At 5?
You gonna be happy with that?
He doesn't look all that thrilled. Although he might not have heard yet, so I don't want to read too much
he
into
heard, but go ahead.
Get ready to learn Mormon, buddy.
It was kind of funny that he was talking about a lot of the, it seems like he really wanted to play for the Charlottes, the Washingtons, the Brooklyn. Like, Utah, in fairness, is a team that doesn't have a lot, but
and he's going to get good coaching.
I
and
didn't
all
see
that
them
stuff.
listed. Yeah, that guy seems like he's a pretty good coach. Oh, wow. Listen to the crowd.
All right. Prediction time. Real snap reaction. Is he staying there, or is this a leverage play by Ainge to trade back?
I could see Ainge doing either,
which
is why it's a good question.
I think he stays.
I think this is a leverage play.
Okay.
Oh, look who it is. My boy Louie is back again. I guess he's an Ace Bailey fan. Lulu.
See all those.
Nobody can even see it. Louie, you can't go over there, bud. There you go. He's a little bowling ball of chaos.
I mean, the thing is,
we're pretty lucky he didn't knock over.
Oh, we are very lucky.
So we haven't heard of. There hasn't been any. The Utah Jazz are keeping Ace Bailey per Jonathan Givony.
Hey, there you go.
I actually had. I took Ace with the 5th pick in our latest mock draft. With Will and I did, and big part of the reasoning
we love
was
a nice little backpack.
I mean, look, that's what the last 20 minutes has all been about. And a big part of the reasoning was I think Danny Ainge just might not give a bleep. We've talked time and time again that this is something that is not all that uncommon. The prime example is Steph Curry, who in his camp, tried to get out of going to Golden State because it had Monte Ellis. That partnership ended up working out okay. I clearly don't want to compare Ace Bailey to Steph Curry, otherwise I wouldn't have had him 6th on my big board. But the general principle of, all right, he's trying to do what's best for his career. His representatives are trying to do what's best for his career. That's fine. I have to do what's best for my team. And once you get drafted, once you're on an NBA contract, once you're in a clubhouse, your priorities shift. And I think he's betting that Ace is going to buy in. It might not have been his preferred destination, but he's got talent. We can work with that, and we think we can get him to buy in. And I think that's probably the right call.
I think they pretty desperately need to upgrade at guard now.
Yes.
They need somebody who... Like, I was interested in Isaiah Collier last year as an upside swing in the range that the Sixers were in, potentially, but had an up-and-down rookie year, is not like a true table setter type of guy. And it just feels like if you put Ace in that situation and just say, go figure it out, right? Like, I would be in the backcourt market if I were them.
So a positive for him is their coach is good, and their coach,
Very good
Their
coach.
coach draws up like good
Yes.
stuff too.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking of like Markkinen. Whenever I watch him play, I'm like, man, that's a nice play that they set him
Yeah,
up for.
Will
Not like-
Hardy's super good.
Not like Laurie is like a bad player or anything, but sometimes I'm like, man, the coach really gave him that look there and got him in a good spot. So if he buys into that, that'd be great. But again, those are like the plays I'm talking about are like running off back screens, slip into the basket.
Yeah.
It's not like back down fadeaway jumpers, which it seems like he wants to take. So interesting spot for him. Danny Ainge, again, probably, taking the upside play there. I would have taken Tre Johnson over him there. But, again, I think that's a reasonable range for him to go.
Yeah, and with, Keontae George there and Collier you mentioned, I don't know. Maybe they do have to go in a different direction there
I will say this.
for guards.
I cannot imagine this was the outcome that his agent and Ace were trying to manufacture.
You mean the guy who really wanted to be on the East Coast going to Utah? Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
probably not his preferred
And,
We
destination.
all heard that. Yeah.
I'm not going
And
to
they
hate
can-
on him for that.
They can say whatever they want afterward, but that stuff was all very clear.
Yeah.
Where the general area he wanted to be in and the teams he kind of wanted to play for.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge and his son stepped in and said, "Enjoy Provo, buddy."
I do also want to be clear because there's a bunch of people in chat right now saying like, "Oh no, he would have gone third if he didn't pull this workout stuff." Daryl Morey does not give a darn about being uncomfortable. He does. If he thought Ace Bailey was a future star, a workout is not going to
Correct.
change his opinion. This is an evaluation. He thought VJ Edgecombe had the better future and the more reliable future than Ace Bailey. Period.
You can say whatever you want about Daryl, whether it's his entire tenure as an NBA executive, running the Sixers, all that. The one thing you can say with absolute certainty is that he is going to go for star upside, right? He is taking the guy that he believes, for whatever reason, if it's athleticism and tools, if it's the work ethic background, if it's advanced stats, it's more likely a combination of all those things. He is not getting scared off because some guy that Ace Bailey grew up around in Georgia is running his pre-draft process
Yeah,
saying,
right.
we're going to try to steer him somewhere. If Daryl Morey and the front office had the conviction that Ace Bailey was going to be the third best player in this class, or even the best player in this class, they would have taken him. That is one thing I feel 100% certainty about. I just don't know how you could look at his career and think otherwise.
Yeah.
That's all he cares about.
And I think if there's one thing, I think we have a general understanding of how Daryl Morey views building a team and views pursuing talent. He's not passing on Ace because he was worried about a workout.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's not realistic.
We think Washington goes Fears here, by the way.
Well, you've been saying that's
They've been
the
connected
spot.
for a long time.
I have
Yeah.
heard tons of stuff about Fears in Washington. So unless this is a trade, I don't know. Maybe they say they're running down the clock here. I guess that would be the only thing I think about otherwise. But they've been connected to
Based
Fears
on what you
heavily.
said, I'll say Fears.
Yeah.
Um,
And we look.
For
All
them.
of us, I think, really like Jeremiah Fears. Was not
Yes.
a fit here in Philadelphia with their current personnel, but really young and a really productive kid in a tough spot. Quite frankly, he had to do a hell of a lot for that Oklahoma team.
Yep. Philadelphia 76ers at pick number 3 select VJ Edgecombe from Baylor. He's your newest Philadelphia member of your Sixers. So, Derek, I was asking you how does he fit into the guard rotation with Maxey, McCain, and Grimes? Should he be the one to come back? How does he fit into that rotation?
Yeah, I mean, I think early on you would start Maxey and Grimes because I think that gives you the best combination of offense and defense. And with the way Grimes shot the ball towards the end of the season, you don't really give up anything with floor spacing. What happens long term, who knows? But I think what's really intriguing about VJ is he can play with any of your 3 mainstay guards. And, obviously if you're going to have 3 players like that, especially 3 who are established, like Maxey and Grimes, and with what McCain showed, it's going to be tough.
Trey at 6.
Okay. It's going to be tough to try to get minutes for all of them long term, and you're worried about that. That being said, especially if Brooklyn keeps spending their cap space on trades like this, I'm pretty confident you're going to get Quentin Grimes back on a contract that's not only going to be tradable, but it's going to be positive value. Mm-hmm. So if you get to the point, let's say in a year or 2, or even in 6 months, where you don't feel like you can play one of Max or McCain, and then Grimes and VJ. Like if VJ or Grimes can't defend threes, I think you can trade Grimes for positive value. So it just makes sense to bring him back almost no matter what. But I do think there's a lot like what. With the way VJ measured at the combine, again, 6'5", 6'7.5" wingspan, and I think he has a frame that's going to fill out. It might not fill out right away, but in 2 or 3 years, I think there's a chance he could defend maybe not all threes, but a good chunk of threes. And if that's the case, then I have no problems at all having all 4 of them long term.
He has identical measurements to Drew Holiday. So
very close to Derek White too.
The big thing with Drew, though, and the reason I'd be reluctant to say he can be a Drew-style defender, Drew is extremely strong. Like his core strength is unbelievable. Now, granted, we're talking about Drew Holiday with 10-plus years of Tre Johnson to Washington, by the way, which
get to watch him for 4 games.
I'm a little bit surprised by that, but love the pick there. VJ is going to have to get stronger to guard those threes, right? That's not just about like, hey, he's got the big biceps and all that. It's Drew is somebody that when you go at his chest and you try to attack him, he doesn't move. And so that's going to be something that takes time for VJ. But we've seen Drew in high leverage games guarding centers, like maybe not as like a full-time thing, but he's guarded Joel Embiid as they're helping off of other players to try to slow him down. So I'm not saying that VJ will be that eventually on defense, but Drew is certainly a player that he has cited throughout this pre-draft process and interviews. Like, I look to Drew Holiday as a guy that I pattern how I play and who I want to be after. And so, the Drew Holidays, the Derek Whites, the guys who play both sides of the ball and impact the game in different ways, that's what the mentality that he's coming in with.
How do you like to fit, Rich, as we all discussed that part?
I think he fits. I mean, again, there's a lot of guards that are technically in front of him right now, but I think his skill set is complementary, right? Like, I think you could throw him in a game early on and say, just go get a bunch of rebounds, man. Just go make some stuff happen. As we said, like, I think he's going to be able to shoot it right away. And is there a spot in a year or so when Quentin Grimes might become expendable on what Derek said is going to be a plus value contract? Because people in the middle class of the NBA, like, those players are getting screwed now too. So that'll be an easy contract to move. But I'm just happy that they took the guy with the highest character and like the best background score out of anybody. Like, it's just, we've had so much weird stuff happen to the Sixers, and that's not to say that VJ Edgecombe is going to work out. I don't think anything weird is going to happen to him, though. Like,
but exactly, you're right,
buddy. I'm knocking on like 6 pieces of wood here. We can't. We can't say those things about anybody in Philadelphia.
If something weird happens to him, it will not be his fault, right? It will not be something that he can control. And, I do think it just follows the line of Tyrese Maxey, Jared McCain, these guys that just work really hard and are going to max out whatever skill level they have. He's a little bit different, right? Those guys are smaller guards. They didn't have the athleticism, particularly McCain did not have the athleticism that VJ had coming in, but a great athlete that's like a great kid who works really hard. I think that's a great pick.
Yeah, so just going to the Washington pick again, Kyle did let us know that Tre Johnson to the Washington Wizards, and that's going to be an interesting one. Remember, they pulled off the trade, Derek, of adding C.J. McCollum and Kelly Olynyk, moving out Jordan Poole, and I forgot who the other one was in that one. But moving out, it does not matter.
Sadiq Bey went to New Orleans. Which, by the way,
that fit, though.
Troy Weaver draft pick and a guy that Troy Weaver was an advisor for in Washington for a year. So Troy Weaver's fingerprints all over the start of this this tenure here in New Orleans.
And Weaves is up next. Yeah, right. Yeah, Weaves is up next here. So, I mean, but Tre Johnson, Washington with CJ gets to learn from a lot of good guys. But now it goes with the Bob Carrington, Keyshawn George, and A.J. Johnson from last year's draft. Now you add another one here with Tre Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not worried about C.J. I think that's a short-term thing. That was a shorter-term contract. Bub, I don't think is necessarily a great fit. Like, I don't think Bub has quite the size or the length to really defend next to Tre. Tre's going to have to improve as a defender in a big way. But I think at this point, you're going for talent. And like we've all said, we all had Tre in our top 4. I think he's got certainly the shooting diversity to potentially be a really great player. And I think what sold it for me when I moved Tre up my board it's hearing everybody, and it's not just one or two people, it's everybody you talk to rave about him and his off-court work ethic and the work that he puts in. He sounds a lot like a maniac in the way that CJ or VJ does, and a lot like the way that McCain does, and you just trust those guys to improve, and you combine that with a 6'10 wingspan. I like the pick here.
All right, right now on the clock, the New Orleans Pelicans, and with Ace Bailey now off the clock, going to the Utah Jazz. Look like he's going to stay there.
Do you think he will make an appearance on the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, or what are those sponsorship deals looking like for him out in Utah? That he apparently were such an important part of the draft process.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are there any Utah-based companies that he could get involved with?
We need to ask Vernon Maxwell about that, since he has such a,
I have no idea what's going on.
There's some big cheers going on in the other room, so I don't know what is happening.
So where do you go here? If you're the Pelicans, Joe Dumars and Weaves the first pick, you go Fears?
Fears is certainly in play. I think Malawach
is something that's been connected, yeah.
Trying to think if there's anybody else.
Well, their point guard was CJ. They bring in Jordan Poole. Of course, you have Zion Williamson there and Trey Murphy with Herb Jones as well.
Mike Scotto says
I could
Jeremiah
see Fears. Makes sense.
And Mike Scotto was on top of the Trey pick. He's on a roll tonight.
Okay. All right. So I do like that if that's the call.
Especially because, he's got the runway this year, young fella. You're going to go out there and get as many touches as you want.
And I'll tell
Ingram
you what,
out of there, Murray's out of there for injury reasons.
That practice with Alvarado dogging him, you know what I mean, for all practice, he'll be ready.
Also, Trey Murphy is a good guy to have alongside him, right? Like a wing shooter with some size, some athleticism, so some of the defensive concerns you can cover up. You love Messi as a potential pick-and-roll partner with him is something that I really like down there in New Orleans. The Zion part of this equation is just, what's going to happen. I'll repeat what I said the other day on one of our shows, one of our many shows we've done. I would not be shocked if Zion still gets moved, despite the fact that there's a little bit of too much, we're definitely committed to him. And with the way this top of this draft is breaking, nobody really sliding so far. I wonder what Brooklyn's thinking. Brooklyn feels like a team that, hey, maybe they consider a consolidation trade for a vet rather than sticking and picking him. They're a very interesting team to watch here the rest of the
So after their trade, they have 8, 19, 22, 26, and 27 all in tonight's first round.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Pelicans pick is in. The commissioner is calling out the name, and that is Jeremiah Fears, Oklahoma. All right.
Don't like the fit?
Do not.
Come on.
Do not.
I like a crimson.
He's wearing his college colors.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Maybe I don't like the material of it, whereas, that's just me. Just me.
So I know you poured cold water on it in regards to the Sixers, but, this was a top 10 where I think a lot of people were like, expect some fireworks, expect some
that
movement.
was everybody. I mean, you talk about Jake Fisher, Kevin O'Connor, Jonathan Gavoni, who all of us are like, there was a lot of smoke out there. Like, hey, this is going to be an active top of the draft.
A lot of sticking and picking
and
going
just
on right now.
Not a whole lot happening. And honestly, a lot of times that's what it does end up happening, right? When you prepare for chaos, you get to the moment and it's like, nothing happens. And then there are the moments when it's really quiet, and then 16 trades happen. So who knows?
I mean, and you mentioned Brooklyn, they're the ones, they have 5 picks in this draft right now. In the top, 35, something like that?
Yep.
No, 27.
Huh?
27.
Top 5 in the top
Devon
27.
just ran through them.
He ran it.
And then they have a 6 with an early second, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so 6 in the top 35. They were the prime team, right, to consolidate and move up. But I do think, Brooklyn's on a tough run this year, man, where, nobody really wants late first-round picks, right? They'd rather just take their swing at the top of the ladder.
But here's a proposal I have for you. I tweeted this yesterday. I don't think this team would ultimately do it, but I think there's some reasons they maybe should. I would go to Phoenix at 10, and I would say I'll give you, 3 of these late firsts because they're a team they're in cap hell. They don't really have a lot of They have basically no picks coming in the years to come, right? They need guys on cost-controlled contracts, right? And so you go to them at 10 and you say, hey, maybe you don't love anybody's upside here at 10. What if we just gave you the opportunity to take 3 guys that maybe you don't love but you like, and we slide up the board as a rebuilding team, pick at 8 and 10, and try to get 2 of our building blocks? Like, I think there's something there that you could appeal to both teams, but it is tough to trade out of a top 10 pick when you're in the spot that Phoenix is in as well.
What did you think of that KD trade?
Oh, I mean, Houston made out like bandits. And now that's based on, I just don't think Jalen Green is very good. He's not somebody I'd want to build around, especially when it means that you have $157 million tied up in shooting guards. But yeah, I think for Houston, who was dying for some offensive firepower,
just felt like the perfect team for him to get.
Perfect guy, and they still kept enough ammunition that if they want to flip Jabari Smith and Tari Eason and some of these other guys and go get like a real deal guard, a creator on the perimeter, like that's still there for them. So I'm keeping an eye on them, certainly at least up until this year's trade deadline.
All right, I want to reset things here and let everybody know that our NBA Draft Special here brought to you by Rothman Orthopedics and TrueMark Financial Credit Union. You can visit for Rothman, rothmanortho.com, to make sure that you fix anything that needs to be corrected. You know, banged up, running around, playing some basketball.
Rick, get down!
Spraining the ankle, whatever it might be. rothmanortho.com. And for TrueMark, that's TrueMark.com to go and activate that green light account for the youngin in your life, and making sure that you do that. On the clock right now is, in fact, Brooklyn, as Kyle talked about. So Brooklyn on the clock, the first of their 5 picks in the first round. 8, 19, 22, 26, and 27 for the Brooklyn Nets. Could there be some movement? It has been quiet. There's been not a lot of movement here in this draft.
I mean, there better be some movement, especially when you got 5 first-round picks. You can't roster 5 rookies. They have to consolidate or trade for a future.
Wait, hold on. They can't? Who do they have that they can't roster a bunch of rookies?
That's true, but
generally, I agree. But
you don't want to completely buy into a mediocre draft class. Like, I don't know. I think you got to spread some of this out.
I mostly agree with you, Derek. I just think if there's any team that can just say F it and take a bunch of young guys and hope somebody breaks out, maybe it's them.
Now, what I do think, I agree, and I said this on the PHNX show earlier today, I think Phoenix should look to trade that pick. And I don't know if necessarily Brooklyn is great, because what do they have, like 19, 22, 23, 20s? It doesn't matter.
If only Devon had listed all
19,
these
26,
5 minutes
27.
ago.
Look.
22.
You can't expect
your
me to
back,
listen.
dude.
Thank you, man.
I think that's moving back a little too far, so if they don't want to do
agree.
that, I'll get that.
Look at this over the draft.
I don't know who it is yet.
I'm not going to say.
All right, cool. All right, so, but go ahead, finish your
I was
point.
going to say, I think
This
they're
will
a
be
team
a
that
whoa
needs to try
when
to
you
get.
see.
You would be.
If this
You guys
is
are
true.
both going to be surprised.
Whoa,
All
I
right,
saw
so
it.
I'll be the last one, and I'll wait. But they're excited about it.
Man.
Oh my God.
So we will see how high somebody went. Well, maybe they shouldn't have in this particular spot. But I mean, look, man. They had the most money in free agency, and you guys talked about it earlier, where with the deal and all of that, maybe Terrence Mann supposed to come back? That's not until July 5th that they can actually really announce their trade. They still do have free agency money. They have to spend some of it, and who are they going to spend that money on? All of these picks aren't going to equal, push their cap space that far up, so they got to spend some money somewhere.
Totally. By the way, I think, and in part because of the guy they just picked, who I think is going to need a lot of work.
He needs a runway.
If they're going to put the ball in his hands, I think they're not going to mess around next year. They're going to be bad next year because they messed around a little too much this year.
Cam Boozer, come on down.
With their coach, I think they're going to look at the top of the draft next year, which is why also, too, I'd be surprised if they signed somebody like Quentin Grimes, too. I think they're going to use that cap space. They're going to add extra assets. They're going to do the old Sam Hinkie move because really they screwed around a little too much this year, man.
Yep.
They had some decent players. They were well coached, and they were just a little bit too good. They didn't get the lottery luck, all of that stuff as well. You mentioned Terrence Mann, by the way. Mm-hmm. I was laughing last night that his contract's so bad that he basically requires a first-round pick. Remember when he was untouchable?
Yep.
In the James
Harden trade
negotiations?
Yep.
And on that contract, a year later, or 2 years later, basically, he's completely, he's dead money, basically, yeah.
Wow. Yes, and he also had to take his tweet down of excitement.
I'm just waiting for Devon to see this pic because he still hasn't yet.
Let me.
This is unbelievable.
Listen, I've been doing this. I can zone out. Like even when Rick is walking in front of the camera, I can zone out.
Pro. Meanwhile, I'm
intently
good. Staring at my phone.
All right, let's see. Could they have taken him somewhere? Wow.
Could be Jaeger.
Jeez. They have 19, 22, 26,
they might have been
and
able
27.
To get him at 19.
Well, here's the craziest part.
They said, screw it, we like it.
There have been a lot of reports about, OKC might try to move into the top 10. There are some other teams that have been connected to, hey, we really want to try to get up higher in the lottery. I don't think anybody was moving up, at least that I'm aware of, for Yegor. This is crazy.
Little Prokhorov coming back
now here's what I would say.
Just making some calls.
When you watched him early in the year at BYU, and he was shooting the ball well, he looked like a guy who could be, top 3, top 5 type of candidate because at his size, with his passing vision, and Derek has talked about it.
He's great.
He might be the single best passer in this class. It's like him, Yakachonis, and Traore. They'd be the short list. And when you get a passer at that height, that can do a lot of things. But boy, he looked stinky for most of the conference play.
So he came out, he was on fire for the first 4 games, and he came crashing down.
So I remember, like you said, all shows run together. I remember asking you guys towards the end of one of the shows where I asked you who may drop and ultimately turn out to be you'll be surprised, and they should turn out to be a pretty good pro. And he was my guy, but I didn't think you would go. I thought it was because I asked him dropping, not being selected here.
No, in 3 or 4 years, if he figures out his shot, there's a chance. He is a shot away from being a really unique player. That shot is a massive question.
Give him the pill and let him run the team right away.
And you can't, it's one thing to have a question mark of a shot when you're a 4 or a 5. You can't be a lead initiator with a question mark of a shot.
Hey, by the way, shout out to friend of the program, Kevin Young. He just got a guy picked top 10 in the draft.
Yeah.
He's going to have another one, too.
He's got a guy who might go top 3, if not number 1 next year. He's got that Mormon cash flowing through BYU. That's why
they gave him that new contract extension.
They are going to start getting some big recruits in there. If that's a blueprint, right? I'm just saying, keep an eye. He's a smart basketball guy, too.
And we were talking about normal guys that we thought were in the top 10 maybe busting in and saying, all right, Fears jumps up a little bit higher, maybe Derek Queen. It's Igor Demin. Wow. All right, folks, let's take a quick pause here. 3 minutes on the clock for the Toronto Raptors at 9. They have a lot of guys that they can choose from, and we'll see what they do. We take a quick pause. We come back. This is the PHLY Sixers NBA Draft Special, live from the Boozy Mutt, presented by Rothman Orthopedics and TrueMark Financial Credit Union. When we get back, we'll talk about the number 9 pick. We'll get into all of that and scratch our heads a little bit more about what Brooklyn did there at pick number 8 right here on the PHLY Sixers podcast. Got to tell you about the Parks Casino, folks. Got to tell you about my folks. Whether your favorite team is winning or not, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks online casino app. I have it on my phone. You should too. Check out the brand new casino games like Huff and More Puff. That's right, you heard me correct. And Fireblaze Sky Queen, a Bet Parks exclusive. The only app I ever use to play all my favorite casino games in the palm of my hand, and that is at Parks Casino Online. Play blackjack, roulette, craps, poker, baccarat, and hot online slots like Cash Eruption, 88 Fortunes, and Cleopatra online slots. Play hot online slot based on your favorite streaming shows, Walking Dead, Squid Game, Breaking Bad, and Peaky Blinders. All your favorite classic casino games from wherever you are. Go to betparks.com and download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. And new users, you get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. You get that back. You listen, when you do it, though, when you start the bet, must be 21 in NPA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for Bet Parks. You love to play. You love to play to win. You bet. Bet Parks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So you're saying that guy who made that $500 bet that they would take Ace, if he goes back on that in the next 24 hours,
Good to go.
His teacher got game in here.
Get the money
Teacher
back.
got game. They put an APB out on him.
All right, I don't really know how to transition from that. So, guys, let's talk about our friends at Pico next.
Actually, me and Kyle should do this one with
Okay.
with our good friends from Pico. Kyle,
Man.
we gotta talk about the good friends
I gotta
from
make
Pico.
sure I got power at home right now. So I'm
Exactly.
not sure I'm in the mood to talk about. No, I'm just kidding.
And so, yeah, I
Can't
did.
wait to get home to my air conditioning.
I
Devon.
walked into the house yesterday after we got done the show, and it felt like a sauna, man.
Listen, this heat wave has been no joke, Devon.
So what I did was I got like 10 bags of ice before they melted, and made sure that I made an ice bath just to cool off.
Why didn't you just turn the air conditioning on?
Well, I was trying to be energy efficient. Go green, like go birds, right?
Or instead of bringing ice bags home, Devon, you could just check out Pico's energy-saving rebates. They've got deals on Energy Star cooling equipment that actually work, and they cut down your bills.
So you're saying like no more ice and back off the
Not
ice?
unless it's an ice-cold beer like the kind we get here at the Boozy Mutt.
All right, I got it. That makes a ton of sense.
So just head to pico.com/ways to save. They've got tips for everything: heating, cooling, lighting, you name it.
All right. Let me go to Rothman Orthopedics and talk about my knee injuries, my Achilles, all that stuff. You get back to doing what you love, especially in the summer, whether it's biking by the Schuylkill, chasing your kids through the sprinkler, or finally tackling that hiking trail. It's tough when your body simply doesn't cooperate. That's where Rothman Orthopedics comes in. Maybe you're running across down Kelly Drive, you didn't stretch like you were supposed to, and now something is a little off and you have to get that checked out. The knee, the ankle, shoulder maybe. You need to get it checked out. So you have to go to one of our plenty available locations to get looked at. That's Rothman, and proudly serving dozens of communities across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Florida with 30-plus convenient offices, urgent cares, and walk-in centers. Whether you're running on the beach, swimming in golf clubs, whatever it may be, if the pain is slowing you down this season, take the first step. Head to rothmanortho.com/PHLY and schedule your appointment today. That's Rothman Orthopedics, your summer, your mobility, their mission.
And guys, we already talked about our good friends at TrueMark Financial, but let me just remind you again. Summer's here. The kids are out of school. They're hanging with friends. They might even pick up a summer job. It's the perfect time to open up a Greenlight debit card and use their money app.
Yes.
You set them up and teach them real-world money skills. If you're a TrueMark Financial member, you can get a free Greenlight account for your kids or teens. Simple way to manage their money, whether it's from a job allowance or birthday cash. They get their own debit card, set savings goals, track spending, learn how to budget, all while you stay in the loop from your phone. You're still in control, but they get to learn how money really works in everyday life. Really valuable lessons as kids grow up and just learn to handle their money. So head over to truemark.com/greenlight to get all the details. Sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set your kids up for financial success. Speaking of financial success, Devon,
The draft picks.
number 9 to the Toronto Raptors.
Your boy.
My guy, Colin Murray Boyles out of South Carolina.
Makes a lot of sense there. By the way, welcome back to the NBA Draft Special, courtesy of PHLY here live from the Boozy Mutt, presented by Rothman Orthopedics and TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Colin Murray Boyles, we have a credit union for him, man. That's a lot of scratch he has now to put in his bank account. A top 10 pick, wasn't highly rated coming out of high school, and turned himself into a top 10 pick here. This is really good when we've talked about it before, projected out for him as a prospect, the defensive profile that they've put together, or we've at least seen in the past from Masai Ujiri with some of the players that he has that have that defensive profile. If his shot catches up, this is a really good player, a really good prospect.
Yeah, now listen, I have in the past been called, and these are exact quotes, a notorious Masai Ujiri hater, but I got to give it up to him on this one. This is it fits their profile, right? Like athletic guy, defensive-minded, really big advanced stats guy because he fills up the box score. I think more than anything else, though, can't shoot. But who cares? He does everything else. I don't care about the rest of it.
Yeah.
I just view him as a player that is so good at so many things. Now, I don't think this is a good context for him. I think they have a lot of guys who are like, you squint a little bit and they can shoot. Like, I don't like him next to Scotty Barnes. I don't like him next to Brandon Ingram, Emmanuel Quickly. I don't really love him as the guard in all of this,
RJ
right?
Barrett.
But R.J. Barrett's another
I honestly don't think those two are long for Toronto, so maybe that is where.
And that's the thing.
Bad contracts though,
But
both of them.
They better be willing to pay up.
Hey, but I just believe that this kid is smart enough and is a good enough defender that he's going to make it and he's going to be an impact player at this level. So we'll see.
How do you like the prospect there, Rich?
You guys have said this a lot. I really like him. Some of the defensive tape on him is just wild. Like
It's outrageous.
Like his ability to just hedge on a pick and roll, rotate to the corner when the ball gets kicked out there, block somebody at the rim. It would have been. I mean, he is like a terrific player. Now, I will say, like when you guys mentioned him in terms of the Sixers, you're like, they're not drafting him up here. You got to trade down. So, as somebody in this 9-10 range, he would have. If the Sixers would have had the 9th or 10th pick, obviously they could not have had the 9th or 10th pick in this draft. But let's just say
Could have had Brooklyn's 8th.
Yeah, we could have.
They weren't taking Igor Demon.
Yeah, he would be somebody who I was really interested in. Like, look, the shooting I think is going to be a very difficult thing to work around for him in the NBA. We talk about how all of these prospects, some of them have question marks, some of them have things you're just going to have to bet on improve. If he improves there, he'll be a steal. But like some of the defense, some of like the connective passing that he made as well. I think he has a chance to be a really solid, like I wouldn't even say role player, like super role player almost. I think he has a chance to have a really long career in the NBA. But because of that shooting concern, can't draft him in the top 5. Toronto, not a great spot, but also I do think like at that point in the draft, there's not a lot of guys I'd rather take over him.
I don't mind the spot, even though the personnel is there, just because I really don't think, again, a lot of them are going to be there when it's him finally turning out to be the player that they're drafting him to be. The Brandon Ingram part, of course, you're going to have somebody that's a scorer. So a lot of times you have to sacrifice because they are not, passing the basketball. So with that, and then the Scotty Barnes piece of it.
We missed it. Apparently CMB did not have a pleasant reaction to being drafted by Toronto, at least an initial reaction.
There's multiple people on Twitter saying
he may have dropped an F-bomb. So he might have looked at that roster context and said,
maybe he did. So let me wipe away everything I said.
Maybe he just doesn't want to go to Kent. I don't know.
Maybe he doesn't. Yeah, maybe he doesn't. But he will have an opportunity to play. Yeah. We'll say that. He will have an opportunity to play.
For sure.
Again, I mean, the coaching, they have their situation, which is a new coach. He's going to be able to play and make some mistakes there in Toronto, and we'll see. They're not winning. No. And so it's all about what he's going to look like later on down the line, and we'll see how that looks.
So if you're Phoenix, who would you pick here?
Everybody keeps we keep talking about Carter Bryant. I don't know that
they have so many shooting guards on that
take
roster.
Malowacz.
Exactly.
Malowacz feels like an easy pick for
It's
them
either
here.
for me, Malowacz or Yakuchonis, because of the fact that they have those, as you said, 15 shooting guards, and they have no point guards on the team. You need a point guard, and he may not be ready, but even still, they do need front court help as well. So I would say Malowacz.
I think it's going to be the pick if I had to guess.
Yeah, Malowacz is there. And who's there? Nick Richards? They traded for Nick Richards?
Yeah. They have basically no front court talent right now. And look, this will not be the ideal context for Malowacz, right? He would benefit from having some more structure there on offense because right now he is a pure play finisher. He is not a guy that can do much in DHOs. He's not a playmaker. He can't take guys off the dribble. I guess you put him on the floor with Booker. And Booker gets downhill and he can set him up and do some things. But, I don't know. Defensively, I get it, right? He's going to be a very good defender right away. And that's what you're primarily drafting him for. The hope is that he's so new to the sport, has already gotten so much better, and has shown the touch indicators, right? We've seen him shoot more in international play.
Yep.
Pretty good free throw shooter, albeit on low volume. The hope, I think, eventually is he can be a lockdown rim defender with a little switchability, and he can space the floor.
We got a trade.
Oh.
So maybe this is telling us maybe a little bit of where things are going.
Wait, what?
That does not make any sense to me.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
All right, so read it out.
So, according to Shams Charania, Mark Williams of the Charlotte Hornets, who they tried to trade to the Lakers midseason, that got voided, to the Phoenix Suns for the number 29 pick tonight and a 2029 first-round pick, which they don't have
that
picks
pick.
to trade. What? I'm not understanding that one. Now,
I wonder if they go guard here.
well, so what I would say is
No, they still have the pick.
if
They didn't trade this pick, they traded 29.
yeah, they traded a late.
No, right. No, I'm saying
Oh,
just
you're saying-
because
oh,
they
I
got a
it. 'Cause they
center
got a
back.
center, yeah,
They
yeah.
got a center back in it
see
now.
what you're saying.
That's 3 centers.
That feels.
I wonder if Malawach is just a value pick here that maybe now they're going to move him. I don't know. We're going to have to
question.
wait, give it some time, and
That feels kind of late for Mark Williams.
I mean, I guess I don't know what the medical looks like with him, right? That was the whole reason that the Lakers ultimately backed out of that trade.
And that trade was what, 2 first-round picks? I get it, they were Lakers picks, so you kind of wonder if they were going to be great. But
And look, Phoenix definitely has a type when they're looking at bigs, right?
Yeah.
Because these are 2 just humongous rim protector types. Now, I think Williams is a little bit overrated as a defender. I think his value is more he's the offensive guy, right? Like I think he's a great screen and roll guy. So they do ultimately Malawach is the pick,
what a bizarre roster.
but I'm keeping an eye
Like
on
the
that.
15 shooting guards.
They have
Right.
15 shooting guards and they have 2 centers that they spent
You're
real
like
assets
gotta
on.
play.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a trade that
Yeah.
materializes there after that Williams trade. Because otherwise, I'm just kind of.
That's a weird
perplexed.
one for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Look at he's. Somebody actually said earlier, I saw on Twitter as I was looking at some other stuff. None of these guys cry anymore. Well, look at Common Malawach up there, just tears streaming down his face. He's so happy about being drafted. Like,
Good for him.
I want to add, like, talked about him as a player.
He's going to Matt Ishbia's organization. He's still that happy.
Have heard nothing but outstanding things about this kid. Like, just seems like a coachable kid, a hard worker, like really just pleasant guy in the locker room. So I really like him.
Enjoyed watching him play. Obviously had the very tough national semifinal against Houston with the,
No
with the 0
rebounds.
rebounds. That was tough. But like you said, I mean, he very good play finisher. Now, the one thing with him is that, and I say this about all the Duke guys this year, that's as pro-ready of an offense as I've ever seen. Now, look, they all take credit for it. Con Knipple takes credit for it. Cooper Flagg takes a ton of credit for it.
Yep.
Who was the what's the shooter's name? I'm blanking on his name. He was like Tyrese Proctor. He takes credit for it. But Malawach, like he did some great stuff as a roll man. Looked like the classic. Set the screen, throw it up from above the cylinder. He'll go get it. So good for him. Seems like a great kid. Yeah, that's a very weird roster. Though.
It is. Somebody has to be moved. Someone has to be moved here.
Well, especially because, like, so part of the thing with taking Malawach is you want to play him a lot,
Yes.
right? Like, you draft him, and I don't just mean because, hey, you use the top 10 pick on him. He's a pretty raw player. He
Started
they
at
have it on the
13,
broadcast.
right.
He only started playing basketball 5-6 years ago. So he's got to work through some stuff, right? There are some just like, basketball instinct things that he would not have had the playing time to work through. He only played like 20 to 21 minutes a game at Duke.
Yeah.
And so this is a kid who needs as many reps as you can get him. And that's what makes the Mark Williams thing really weird to me. Like, I would be trying to play him a ton.
So Sham said that the 2029 first that Phoenix had, and this is why we didn't realize they had a first, because it's one of these ridiculous firsts. It's the least favorable of Cleveland, Utah, and Minnesota. So one of those teams is going to be good. That's going to stink. And I mean, I will say that the medicals must be bad on him.
On Mark Williams.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sham says at the end that the Hornets net 2 first rounders. They net 2 pretty stinky first rounders. We know one of them's the 29th pick in this draft, and then the next one is probably going to be pretty bad. Yeah. So the medicals, maybe the Lakers have been vindicated a little bit based on vetoing that trade.
And maybe they say, so here's the other thing that as we're processing this, I'm thinking about. I wonder if, you look at Malawach having only played 20 to 21 minutes a game. Maybe they say, hey, in the short term, we'll bring him along a little slowly. And maybe Mark Williams his value holds enough that if it's the Lakers, I doubt, because they already turned down one trade, but one of these other big, needy teams gets later in the season, you turn around and you say, hey, look, Mark Williams has looked pretty good playing off of Devin Booker and Jalen Green and some of these guys. I think that might be some of the logic.
Because the
as
Lakers
well.
are definitely going to address it this offseason. It's just a matter of do they need to address it again, or someone else needs to address that position as the season goes along and hits the trade deadline.
You think they're not going to run Rui Hachimura out there at center again?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
That hurt them a little bit, I think, in the playoffs. Nice to have LeBron and Luka, but not having any sort of size down there really hurt them. Speaking of weird teams, I was a little surprised by that Portland-Boston trade.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I get if you like Drew Holiday.
I love Drew Holiday.
And you say, I want to, we want. They were pretty damn good, honestly, second half of the season last year, Portland, like a frisky young team. And I get, like, you want to get a guy who's defensive-minded, brings along Scoot Henderson, like, helps you out in certain ways. Simons is on an expiring, like, maybe, but Drew's deal is he's on a bad deal at this point. He looked pretty bad for stretches of last season. And I don't know why you're the team giving up extra stuff to make that happen. Like, that's what I didn't get. If you just did a Simons for Holiday swap, I still don't love it because of the age difference and whatnot. But, like, I can wrap my mind around it. Even if it's just second-round picks, I don't get why they were the ones who were throwing picks on there.
Well, and also where Portland is, right? They're, the 12th best team in the Western Conference? I understand they played better in the second half of last season. You got to be careful with that. You got to be catching fire while you're trying really hard in the second half of the season. Obviously, everybody's got a lot of great character on that team. I wouldn't build my team around that and imagine that, after killing it in March and April, that next October when everybody has reset the deck, that you're going to continue to kill it. Drew's contract is not very good. He was basically a part-time player this year for Boston.
I thought they were trying to preserve him too, even though he was a little banged up. I thought they extended games
and
just
he didn't
because.
Really have it.
He didn't have it.
By the way, that's not Drew Holiday has been playing awesome basketball for a long time. Also, Drew Holiday, I think so highly of him. Like, he gives you so many benefits besides playing on the court. Like, great teammate. If you got a bunch of young guys like Phoenix, he'll teach them how to play,
100%.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
It just seemed like a weird team. And I guess that was a trade, too, where you have Portland. I'm a little surprised with the Western Conference and how loaded it is. They did it. But you see in Boston, they take a major step back, and they are another team that is just taking a massive step back in the East, man. And it's getting to the point where, I'm looking at the Eastern Conference hierarchy, and
listen, I already had it in our notes for later on to talk about that, and that is, this guy's banged up, man. You got an opportunity here.
I am I am more down on the Sixers than most people, and I am not getting ahead of myself. Mm-hmm. At some point, the East becomes so bad, you kind of think why wouldn't they be okay in this terrible conference?
A proposed trade here, the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh.
All right, so let's see here. Portland, so Memphis traded into what, 16? 16.
So they're moving
with
up
the Orlando Desmond Bain.
Moving up 5 spots.
With the Desmond Bain selection. Wow.
I will tell you, I really like this.
I know
kid.
you do.
We talked about it yesterday, or at least people saw. I had him 8th on my draft board for the Sixers. And the concern is that he has not played a high level of competition basically ever. He's a late bloomer. He's been pretty candid. He's like, I wasn't very good coming out of high school.
And didn't he play 7 games?
Last year, he transfers to Washington State and had a season-ending shoulder injury after 6 games. But he feels like an absolute lock to be a great shooter, 40% type shooter. Beautiful mechanics, is in that 38 to 40-ish range.
Yeah.
His entire college career, he's got a great frame, right? I'll pull up my notes. I want to say he's got a 7-foot, 2.5-inch wingspan at a 6'6", 6'7" height, and he's 215. The people who have seen him in person have talked about he's got big, broad shoulders, so he's probably going to put on weight as well. I also think he's a guy who beats closeouts. He's a good connected passer, off-ball mover, just a great team basketball player. And so Memphis, if we'll see what the trade details are here. I think Memphis losing Desmond Bain and picking up the extra stuff. You get this guy, And I think this is a pretty seamless, like he plays next to John Morant and just fires away and defends. He's going to be a really good basketball player.
Well, I like it. Good story.
And by the
Was
way,
transferring to, by the way, he was supposed to transfer. What was he going to Duke, right?
Duke, yes.
Yes.
If you watch some of the lower level, so prior to him being at Washington State, he was at Eastern Washington. I think he was at Willamette, I want to say, prior to that. My memory is escaping me right now. And while he is thought of as more of a he's going to get up threes type guy, when he has played against smaller guys, there are some stretches where he just puts dudes in the dumpster, like mid-post, going through people. Like, look at that wingspan.
Yeah.
He's got huge hands, too, which when you look at some of the guys who have been outlier developmental guys, Kawhi being one of them, massive hands that allows him to, make defensive plays and do whatnot. Really like this kid. And if people want to learn some more about him, really thoughtful kid in interviews,
Yes.
too. Like, seems like he's kind of on the right path. So, really like that from Memphis.
So Sham says the Grizzlies are sending the 16 to 28 first-round pick to Orlando and via Orlando and 2 seconds to Portland
So
for
essentially
Cedric
two of
Howard.
the first that they got from the Bain trade and a couple seconds.
Yep. So that's their 2-guard of the future to run along with those guys.
They're certainly thinking future, right? I think they looked at the Western Conference, and I believe the guy's name is Zach Kleiman, who's the GM there, was like, I don't want anything to do with this right
We
now.
need Derek to get in here, by the way, for the next pick because – and honestly, I think Devon might have ended up higher on this player than Derek was. He's coming up
for
next.
Chicago?
For Chicago.
Okay. All right. Very curious to see how this one.
We might be saying wee.
Well,
If you wanted a hint.
I got it now. Derek can still talk about that one a little bit more than I. Yeah, he bailed out on us. Had some fries. Said, you know what, those guys will pack up my computer and stuff and do that. So Cedric Howard in the proposed trade with the Portland Trailblazers and the Memphis Grizzlies will be heading to Memphis to run with, we think, John Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. going forward. Wow.
What do you think of? Because I know you had them pretty close. What do you think of Coward versus Carter Bryant as somebody who hasn't watched a ton of those two?
Carter Bryant is tough because you like him for a lot of the same reasons as Coward. I'm not as in on his shot, I don't think. Like, he was a low-volume shooter and just a low-volume offensive player. Now, what you like about Carter Bryant is he's not just a tools guy, he's a high-motor tools guy defensively, right? And I think one of the things that's interesting about him as an athlete and as a defensive piece, he can get over screens and fight through screens, and he creates turnovers, but he also slides his feet well, right? So he's got like kind of all this stuff. You can ask him to do some point of attack defense. You can have him as more of a roamer and passing lanes where he's just, big and athletic and can create turnovers. He's good in scramble situations. Like, he could be a genuine 1-4 defender, I think, pretty early. But he also is just a guy, I don't know that he's going to create offense. Like, I don't know that you can ever give him the ball and say, hey, go get something. Now, people have shown some clips of him in high school and the occasional flashes at Arizona. But, like, when you're that big and athletic in high school, of course there are going to be some flashes. So that would be my concern there. You combine that with, we'll see if he's a shooter. That's why Coward is a higher conviction bet for me. But I do think Carter Bryant is a fairly safe NBA role player. I just don't know how high the upside is.
Makes sense. Have you guys been surprised at the recent fall of Derek Queen?
Nope.
Not really.
He was a guy when I first started listening to you. I don't want to say we were considering him with the Sixers pick, but he was at least on the short list of names. Certainly he was on a list that did not involve like the last 3 or 4 guys.
Another trade, by the way.
And there's
but
another
we'll
trade
circle back on that.
right now. Why have you not been surprised? Is it just because of the weird fit for him and the fact that he's a big guy that you don't really know who he's going to play defense, and for big guys, defense is important, or is there something else there?
I think the problem with Derek Queen and the reason a lot of teams are just kind of spooked by him is that you don't know if he's going to defend at all, right? Like, and it's a multifaceted problem. So on the one hand, he doesn't have the true center size. He also doesn't have the true center tools, right? So, like, he can't make up for what he lacks in terms of the height and the wingspan with a crazy vert or just, like, outlier agility so he could defend in space. And then you add on top of that, like, one of the big reasons I was scared of him, you just don't know if he's going to buy in defensively, right? There have been questions about his conditioning. You see on the tape, there are just these stretches where he doesn't commit in the way that he needs to defensively for a guy that is a little bit stuck between positions. Now, on the other side of it, Derek Queen, monster offensive player, right? Like, guys who are his height and his size, who can navigate through traffic, who have his side-to-side, like, tight window navigation, are really rare. Like, you just don't see a lot of guys like that. I've said it many times. I think he has probably the third best handle in the class, which is insane to say for a guy his size. But he gets to his spots. And like, the thing that I highlighted a lot, and you don't overvalue it, but you don't miss it, is that every time this kid played a big game this year, whether it's, big opponent, a big matchup with another lottery guy, he was like a shark smelling blood. Like, they played Rutgers, and Ace Bailey is under the weather for that game, and he made Ace Bailey look like a little kid, like, just looked like a child next to him. And he is older. He is older than Ace Bailey, so that's understanding. But he plays against Danny Wolf, another potential first-round guy, scores 30 points. He plays Florida. Granted, did not have a perfect game defensively. I think he ended up with, 27 points in that game? He hits that star shot buzzer beater against Colorado
to his
State.
left, going to across his body.
There's something to be said for, and it's one of the, I said it the other day, if there's a guy that I would be worried about ranking too low, that you just ignored, like, there was something hiding in plain sight, he is at or near the top of the list. Because at the end of the day, we can point to the measurables. We can say, hey, the combine was bad, this and that was bad. That dude has killed people his entire career, and maybe he just continues to do so.
So, Rich, when we did our first mock draft, I think I had him at 14 because of the way our board fell, and I had him at 14 to the Spurs. And at the time, people were like, "What if you allow the San Antonio Spurs to get Dylan Harper and Derek Queen, shame on the NBA." But they've done all the measurements. They've done everything, and he's continuing to fall. And players like Cedric Howard are moving up. Noah Sengwe here, pick number 12 to the Chicago Bulls, have moved in front of him now. And it has to do with the defense. It has to do with the fact that you don't know how it ultimately plays out. He's a big man, but what kind of big man is he? And Kyle used the example of, can he be out there in Şengün when it all comes down to it? Maybe, but you know what he has to do too? He has to get his body right. He's so young. He's such a young guy. He's going to have to get his body right to play in this league. And while he can't score, a lot of that, he may be able to drive past some of the slower defenders maybe in front of him and all of that. But, man, he's a talented kid, but those are the things that are knocks on him. He's a big man, but what kind of big man is he, and do you want to have him, in your organization?
The trade that we referenced as we were doing this is for Derek Queen. It is the Atlanta Hawks are trading number 13 for the number 23, which New Orleans just picked up from the Pacers, and an unprotected 2026 first, which, by the way, is the most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee. That is an outrageous trade. Or at least, if it would have been the 23rd pick and some other future first, okay. But trading that specific pick, next year's class, with some outrageous talent at the top of the class, and it's both the Pelicans and the Bucks you get the most favorable out of. That is a monster bet on Derek Queen by the Pelicans.
That is maybe one of the worst trades we've ever seen. Like,
wow.
Unprotected picks 1 year from now in an awesome draft.
That is
are
crazy.
Gold.
They must really
Dumars and Weaver, man. What did I say? You always try to talk to the guys who are just taking over an organization.
Troy Weaver, I think, just drafts guys from the DMV.
Hey, we liked it.
I know Derek Queen is from Baltimore, but I really think Troy Weaver's, it's fine.
And he is from the DMV.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
And
they took Fears earlier, who we liked. This is, wow.
Now, here's an interesting subplot. Is there a path to get Giannis to Milwaukee by trading the Bucks their full control of their big
Giannis to where?
To Atlanta.
To Atlanta. Ooh.
Atlanta just effectively got control of next year's first-round pick for the Bucks back.
Take their pick back.
If you're Atlanta and you look at the Eastern Conference and you say, look, we've been kind of stuck in the middle here for a while. We just got control of a hyper-valuable pick. We have Trae Young. We got Jalen Johnson. But we need a real deal star. And if we get a guy like Giannis, I'd pick up the phone.
You supposed to? Yeah. Wow.
I'd think about it. Why not?
That's interesting.
You have Trae Young and Giannis and some other stuff around it.
Porzingis?
I'm just saying. I take a long, hard look at that and make Milwaukee tell you no. Because the important thing there is they can give them control of their pick back. That's really appealing. I don't know.
That is very interesting.
Milwaukee seems like they're not moving Giannis and they're just kind of holding on for dear life over the next couple years. But
what do you think the odds of New Orleans? And again, now they've made 2 lottery picks, right? They took, who'd they take earlier? Fears and Derek Queen. So with Fears and Derek Queen to this mismatch, I mean, they do have a lot of talent on that team. Unfortunately, they get hurt all the time, and it doesn't really fit that well together. And you talk about guys like DeJounte Murray, who are probably not going to play for a lot of this year. I mean, what are the odds of the Pelicans making the playoffs?
Pretty low.
50%?
No, I say lower. I would say lower than that. Maybe 35.
Okay, 35.
40.
So let's go with roughly a round number and say they have a 2/3 chance of being in the lottery. You have a 2/3 chance with an unprotected pick from them? That's like a trade. That's insane. I mean, we laugh about Weave all the time. That's crazy. I like. By the way, they probably thought San Antonio was going to take Queen. They thought, because if you look at San Antonio, that's a good team for Queen to play for. And it's like, all right, we'll throw him out for 10 minutes a game with Wemby. It's a nice fit. We'll put the ball in his hands. Maybe have him run some big pick and roll with Wemby. Wemby can cover up for all of his defensive issues. But man, that's a pretty penny to jump then for Derek Queen.
All right, talk about him being there in New Orleans, because they did Misi last year. They didn't take Maluach.
That's a bad fit with Zion.
They didn't take Maluach, and they decided to go here with Queen.
This, to me, adds a little more steam to my belief that Zion might get out of there, because between the Misi, Queen, Zion combo, there's not one reliable shooter in the mix, right? I think Queen is at least a mid-range and in guy.
Yeah.
But Zion needs guys to spread the floor. And Derek Queen wants that. Part of the reason we discussed him for Philadelphia was, hey, you can play him potentially with Joel Embiid, and Joel can step out and space the floor a little bit, give him room to operate, but also protect him on the other end. Now, Misi, I think, will be a good defender, rim protector over time, but he is a rim player. He is a play finisher. He is not a guy that's giving Queen space to operate. I guess if you're trying to squint and look at it and say, here's how it works, he is a big athletic target for Queen, and if you use Queen as an initiator, you might get some interesting, quick, big passing along the baseline, the interior stuff, but you also want to run the offense through your point guard. So, I don't know, man. It feels like there are pieces that are not in place yet that we're going to have to wait and see how
But
this
again,
plays
you got
out.
a new front office, so they're trying to put their brand of basketball together.
I'm keeping an eye on Trey Murphy, by the way.
As always.
After this.
As always.
They traded they're not good.
You can't
and they traded an unprotected pick for the 13th pick in the draft. That pick is valuable, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
Now, look, maybe, as I just said, Derek Queen is just an ass kicker, and it ends up being worth it. But I find it hard to believe that you needed to give up a completely unprotected pick on top of another first.
I kind of feel bad for Derek Queen because, like you said, I can see an outcome where he's very good, right? He's very good with the ball in his hands, and he's huge, and that's rare, right? And that's something you don't see all that often. But now he's going to be viewed through this lens of like, oh yeah, they traded a ton for him out of nowhere. Like, he could have just been the 13th pick in the draft, and everybody would have said, yeah, sure, yeah, not bad or whatever.
100%.
No, he's not just the 13th pick in the draft. He's the guy that Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver were like, we're going all in for. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. All right, back to the Sixers quickly here. They put out their post on the social media. They got their guy. And Jay Wright, Hall of Famer, of course, a two-time national champion, says, loves the pick. Talent, competitiveness, character, and he loves the pick for the Philadelphia 76ers. Not just, of course, coaching against he didn't get a chance to coach against him, but he did a lot of college basketball
Probably
for CBS.
called one of his games.
So he probably saw quite a few games of this particular player in VJ Edgecombe to put that out there. It's not. I mean, Jay Wright is not going to snap on the Sixers if he felt like so. Of course, he's going to support the local team, but he put that out there. And Jay Wright is Jay Wright. Again, he saw him at CBS watching those games and calling those in-studio games with what he was doing. Hall of Famer, talking about the player.
Pretty good judge of competitiveness and character, I would say, too, Jay Wright. I think that's what he kind of built his Hall of Fame career on.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, like, he didn't have to tweet that. You know, he could have just went about his night. You know, it's not like it's in his contract at Villanova, whatever he's doing now. Hey, you gotta comment on the Sixers first round.
Right. Again, he's gonna do it because he's Jay Wright. But that's the pick. All right, so the pick is in for the San Antonio Spurs. I have not seen it. Have you seen it already? Oh, okay. Rich, have you seen it? Where should they go if you haven't seen it? A lot of players left on the board now. They're just falling.
Carter Bryant's still there?
Yeah.
He is.
I think that's somebody who. They've done well with 3-and-D wings over their career. Now, what's his name? During the finals, you forget that Chip England, their famous shooting doctor, is now actually in Oklahoma City. He's been there for a few years.
Yep.
I think that's a guy. Yakuchonis would be an interesting one.
That'd be an interesting one.
Right?
He's on the slide a little bit. There are people who
interesting.
thought he could go as high as maybe 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Actually, while we're on the subject, I wonder if Boston. There's some rumors that they were trying to trade up and get him.
Ballpark put that
There it
out
is.
there. Yeah.
The further, Devon, I'm with you on the,
come
the
on.
suit with no shirt on underneath. I can't do it.
Yeah. We know you're young and muscular. It's cool.
Fashion police.
I guess he's too young for the taco meat, but I don't need to see the chest. Come on, man.
He seems like a good kid, though.
He does.
I've watched some interviews of his. And the background on him seems really solid.
Also, with some of the stuff we were watching, you talk about, we both watched the Following the Guard Whisperer, also working out with the Guard Whisperer to.
Maybe he's the wing whisperer.
Yeah, maybe. But no, we always say, you just talked about it earlier, Rich, of, all right, I'm tired of the front office, the overrated, and all this luck. Well, they lucked into two pretty good players here, two good character guys, and now he goes to a spot where, again, not a lot is going to be asked of him offensively. You just go in there and play defense, run around, make some things happen.
It's so easy with Wemby, though. And obviously,
Yeah.
Wemby, he's going to have to stay healthy, all that stuff. But, man, he just makes team building so much easier just to have a guy who is the best defensive player in the league when he plays, but also, I think is going to be able to shoot threes and space the floor, put the ball in his hands. You can do all that stuff. So you really can go after everybody. I think him and Dylan Harper are going to be dynamite.
Yep.
We'll see if this kid gets any time really for them this year.
Not a lot.
But they've done a good job. Look, you're right. I think we're giving them a little too much credit on their development because their development, it's like the last one is Kawhi Leonard, which was a great one. Don't get me wrong. But it's been a little while since they've developed a star-level player kind of out of nowhere that we didn't know was in the draft already. This kid.
But at least coming in and doing things like that, man, where he doesn't have to score and worry about that this early.
There's a lot of offense on that team.
Yeah, exactly. Because right now he's going to be playing behind Harrison Barnes is there, Sochan is there right now as well, and so he's definitely going to be behind those. Then you have Vassell and Keldon Johnson, who are still on that basketball team right now as well. But the fit in general, this is a good spot. It's a really good spot. Vinny, you out of here? Vinny's out of here.
To bring it back,
I did text you, Vince, but you didn't. I did text you.
To bring it back to the theme of the last 20 minutes, like San Antonio, they also play in the Western Conference too.
They do.
Yeah, they didn't make the playoffs last year either too. They're probably going to make the playoffs this year.
Yeah,
The guy can stay healthy.
All right, while we're at it, Bree, let's tell some people about the sale that we have going on right now, the $36 intro sale, make your move sale, the intro sale to become a diehard member. You could have come out and hang out with us as a diehard member here at the Boozy Mutt, 2639 Poplar Street. And if you are a diehard member, maybe you are not yet and you want to sign up, now's the time. Running now through July 4th, we have our $36 intro offer to become a diehard member. Sign up, please, and take advantage of that great sale. What you will do is get the drop right away as VJ Edgecombe was picked, the news story from Kyle Neubeck at allphly.com, talking about the newest Sixer as they draft the player, VJ Edgecombe, at pick number 3. You, again, can follow along, like Rich said he has been doing during the show, with the ultimate draft guide, the All-City draft guide put together from our very own Derek Bodner and CHGO's Will Gottlieb. So sign up, $36 for the 4 years, the intro offer for a full year to become a diehard member and become part of our community, where we had a packed house tonight here at the Boozy Mutt. And it's great to see so many people.
Oh, yeah.
While we couldn't really have a chance to go hang out and talk with them, Derek's doing that for us right now while he's off set.
What is he doing? I hope he's alive.
He's been gone for a
He
while.
said he was gonna go talk
supposed
to
be
the people.
big draft guy.
He said he was going to go talk to the people so we can finish doing the show. And exactly.
Must be nice.
So he's doing that, talking to the diehards out there, and it's great to see everybody turn out. So you can do the same with a $36 intro offer, and make sure you read all the stories at allphly.com on the Sixers. The Flyers draft is coming up on Friday and Saturday, so Charlie O'Connor is getting you set for that. We still have a day 2 with pick number 35, and I know Derek and Kyle have some words at allphly.com for that. And also, when you do, you get a free shirt when you sign up. And then you can go look at the merch store and buy some other things that you may like there on the store, because I heard through the little birdie, right, Kyle, that we have some new stuff for the summer dropping. Right, Rich?
Oh.
Got some new stuff for the summer. New heat.
I did see that birdie.
Yeah, some new apparel heat that might be dropping soon, so get ready for that. Sign up, allphly.com to become a diehard member. $36 intro offer.
Should we talk a little bit more about the newest Sixer, by the way?
VJ.
Yeah.
Did he say some things?
Yeah. So here's something that has obviously come up with VJ, right? He's a hyper athlete. He's this, he's that. But one of the big, thank you to our wonderful head of production, Julia, for bringing me a beverage over. One of the things that's come up is that he is this great athlete. He gets to the rim, all that. But he has been a poor finisher up to this point. And so a lot of people look at that and say, well, if this guy's athleticism and all that is his whole thing, that's a pretty big red flag. And I would say it's certainly not something that's a non-issue or a non-concern. What I would say is that if you go back in the archives and you look at some of these guards who are more
Yeah, that's fine.
hyper athletes that are still figuring the rest of this stuff out, there are guys that at this same stage of their development were in the same bucket, right? Donovan Mitchell struggled a little bit at the rim when he was a young college player. Asar Thompson, who's bigger and is more of a true wing, was a terrible finisher at the rim before he got to the NBA, and now he's just like, he's dunking everything because he's getting into space, he's playing off the ball, and he's doing all of that. And so that would be one way that I would say there's probably more hope there than maybe people think when you look at, this is just what it says on Synergy statistical database, or this is what I see in the tape. But I would say, the big thing that ties all of it together is his handle, right? I think more than the shot. I buy the shot. He was a good high school shooter. He's got good free throw indicators. He had a good close to the season as a shooter. I think more than the shot is the inside the arc stuff, and it all starts with the handle. I think his pickup points on his drives are a little bit too far out. I think that's a problem. Someone described it to me as he has a third step problem, which I think is right. dynamic first step is getting by guys, and then he goes to, go up and dunk or try to go up for a layup, and he's too far out. Like, he trusts himself a little bit too much.
With that athleticism.
And against elite rim protectors or just against, like, big athletes and teams that are locked in defensively, it can be a little bit of, hey, I'm just, pinballing into there. And right now, he's not strong enough to consistently finish through that contact. The hope would be that all of that is cleaned up, right? You trust the handle a little bit more, you get deeper into the paint. You read rim protectors a little bit better, and you finish around them instead of jumping into somebody and getting bounced off of them. And mostly, I think he also has to add in a pull-up game, right? Like the big thing that we have talked about throughout the process, he isn't a pull-up shooter right now. Like, it's not a humongous part of his game. And that's okay when you're playing next to Maxey and you're playing next to McCain and you're playing next to Grimes, but you don't take a kid third overall thinking, I don't ever think he's going to be a pull-up shooter, right? Like, that's something that he's going to have to get in the gym. And first, it can just be, Devon, we talk about it with Tyrese. It can be that 1-2 dribble pull-up, step in, mid-range. It doesn't have to be VJ Edgecombe steps out, runs a pick and roll, and is taking a 27-foot three-point jumper. But eventually, those are the steps he's going to have to take. So I'm sure that he's aware of that. I'm sure the team is aware of that. But I think a lot of his issues are going to be connected to that, because once he draws guys out to him as a shooter, especially as a pull-up shooter, the rest of it just gets a whole heck of a lot easier.
And the thing that we always lay out for him is that he's going to work. So if he works and that stuff comes to play, then that would be fantastic for him to be able to add that part to his game and put in that work to do that. Listen, man, the mid-range game, we know about the analytics and all that stuff, but if that's where it begins, if that's where the infancy of his development is, of taking that 1-2 pull-up, then it knocks down, then good. It's not a bad shot. You do that. And then you'll just have that confidence of being able to do it the next time and the next time, especially when you're stepping out at the three-point line, you can most certainly do so there. But if it starts on the interior where it makes that 17, 18-footer, then absolutely, go for it, because the development is with the development. He's so young in doing so that other stuff will be there where he'll have positive impacts on the game in that way. But if they're going to do that and work with it, look, Rico Hines, again, we bring him up all the time. He's hired for a reason, because it seems like he connects with those players and he finds ways to get them done. The player development is going to be key here for him, because of the other stuff that he already does, and now you bring in the offensive part of it. We don't get on him about the defense. He's going to be the one that, when you saw Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry extending it out 75, 80 feet away from the basket, or Kelly Oubre in the playoffs against Jalen Brunson doing it, he's going to do that in some of the time he's out there. DeAnthony Melton did it when he was here. That stuff is going to be fine. It has to be that pull-up, that offensive pull-up game where he can incorporate that into the arsenal for him. That will make it easier for everybody else that's around him when he does that. So I think he'll put in the work, and we'll see what it looks like. We'll first get a chance to see that in Summer League, where how's that going to play out? And, man, if he doesn't, you know how it's going to go. We saw it with Jared McCain last summer. Didn't have a good game, people are going to call him out. It's going to take some time. So we just want to caution people to make sure that they know that it's not going to be an overnight thing where that shot starts to fall in the way that we're talking about. So try to be patient.
Of it right now. It is an absolute certainty that Ace Bailey will have at least one 25 to 30 point game in Summer League.
No doubt.
VJ, I would highly doubt, is getting close to that number in a Summer League game. And I would caution you against thinking that Summer League basketball matters at all. I'm just telling you.
Again,
I am. There is an absolute certainty that exact thing will happen.
Yes. Furkan Korkmaz had a 40-point Summer League game
against the Celtics.
Jared McCain sucked last year. Summer League is not basketball.
So
it's pickup game.
But please watch our shows from Las Vegas.
Oh no, Summer League's great because we get to talk to people, we get to watch them practice. Honestly, if you would have gone back and read what we talked about, or listened to what we talked about and read what we wrote coming out of Summer League, I remember us being positive on Jared McCain because of watching him go through practice, because of watching how he responded to coaching, even though he shot like 25% from the field in Summer League. There are things to take from Summer League. It's just not what happens on the basketball court.
All right, and before we get you updated on where we are with the picks, this Oklahoma City Thunder made a pick. The Memphis Grizzlies are on the clock right now in the proposed trade, so it's the Portland Trailblazers right now on the clock. We do want to tell you that this is the NBA Draft Special here for us on the PHLY Sixers show, and we are brought to you by tonight Rothman Orthopedics and TrueMark Financial Credit Union. We are live from the Boozy Mutt, and let me tell you about a couple of specials. We know about the happy hour that is going on throughout the week. Let me tell you how it goes throughout the week, Monday through Friday, 4 to 6, Monday through Friday for the happy hour, and then on Saturday, Sunday, 8 to 9. Happy hour here at the Boozy Mutt. The great owners here, Allison and Sam, do a great job here. Great spot. The only dog bar in the city, so it's not duplicated because you can't right now because they're the only one, and they're killing it right now. You don't need a dog to visit either. You can come in, hang out, get some great food. Derek got some fries right now. Rich has some pretzel bites. I saw some of the other team with some cheesesteaks and burgers and some wraps. And Rick was here earlier. I saw Rick. He had a burger.
Rich, or is that rude to take the last one?
Kyle wants the pretzel bite right there as well. See how the pretzel bites are really good? You got to come on down to the Boozy Mutt. And on Tuesdays, yesterday, it happened. Trivia from 7 to 9 here at the Boozy Mutt. So come on through.
Whoa!
Hang out. Happy hour 4 to 6, Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Wait till you see who Portland's
8 to 9,
taking.
Saturday and Sunday. And this is a great spot.
Wow.
Once again, 2639
Holy cow!
Poplar Street here in the area. Come on, hang out. We still got a lot of people out there.
Sorry, I'm doing my best Bill Simmons impression up here with
Whoa!
whoa!
And we still got a lot of people here hanging out, and we appreciate it. And they did. Kitchen is closed. If you want food, it's closing soon. Kitchen is closed. Everybody out there, the kitchen is closing soon. If you want to go ahead. And
I like how we've got like 1,100 people on the stream, and we're talking to the few remainers out there who are 3 hours in
Well,
the
they got to
show.
eat.
Yeah.
They have to
Derek,
eat.
I need
So-
you to text Mike Schmitz and say, "What are you cooking, brother?" Because holy cow!
So I'll wait for that one.
Oh, signs are falling.
Can we talk about first Sorber to OKC? OKC picking up another big, and Jalen Williams maybe. See you later. The other J Will, J-Dub, or J Will, whatever they call him.
He is not J-Dub.
He's J Will.
He's J Will.
He's J Will. So another big for them, Thomas Sorber. We liked him as a player, and
Yeah.
Rich get richer.
I think I had him like 12th or something. like that.
He was right at the end of the lottery
Yeah.
for me. So this is exactly
I think
where I
I
probably would have
actually
taken him.
mocked him to OKC.
Okay.
He's just he's a fundamentally sound, smart basketball player with incredible physical tools, and just feels like a Presti kind of pick.
Yeah, I struggle to think that he will not return the value of that pick. Like I just think he fits perfect.
I think there is a legitimate chance, and I say this in part because I had my big board ranked where I think he was the first big man I took. I think I took him ahead of both Malawatch and Queen. I think there's a real legitimate chance he ends up being the best big man in this draft.
And can he do that in that spot, knowing that he's going to be behind those two for a while with Chet?
I'm just waiting for Devon to see this pick. You are going to fall
Yeah,
out of
because
your chair.
They've been kind enough to not tell me when they see it. I just want to see it on. You know how I am.
Yeah.
I want to see it on television and react in that way. It's basically part of the show now. You guys react in the moment. I'm like, wait a second, because I was shocked at the one earlier with Demon. So yeah, you know.
This is more shocking.
Billis' best available?
Yeah, and
he's not on.
He's not on there.
This is absolutely more shocking than Yegor. At least Yegor was like an early season name and all that, and you see the.
All right,
Wait
Portland
for this
Trailblazers taking Walter Clayton
I
Jr.
could give you 20 guesses, you wouldn't get it.
All right, I just guessed one, and that's my
Brother,
only guess.
Just you wait.
Let's see what we have here. Wow! Oh my gosh!
Yang.
Oh!
Oh man, he's sitting in the stands.
What is going on?
He wasn't in the green room. He's hanging out with the homies in the crowd.
My man was a second-round pick, but we were talking about him at 35. What is going on, Chris?
Look at him
What
walking
is
down
happening?
the aisle. He's huge.
By the way, this
Portland.
is to a Portland team that
That just
already
took
has
Klingon.
Klingon, who was really good as a rookie for a big.
What?
That is wild.
Wow.
Anyway, going back to Sorber, because one of the things that
Golly.
we've talked about a lot with OKC is how
What
well
the-
positioned they are to be like, all right, we have our core three that's very expensive, but we have enough draft picks where the supplemental guys, we can then cycle through them because we draft them, we develop them, and then you let people walk when they're too expensive. You know, with Hartenstein, like, he's expensive.
Yep.
You develop this kid for a year, you see where you're at, and maybe he can take over, and you can, you know, walk away from some of that salary cap hell because you've used this pick and developed them.
I mean, they have 15 players already under contract for next year, even before Sorber.
And they have another pick coming too, right?
Yeah. So
Yep, 25 somewhere, 24, 25.
in some cases, I don't know if that's like a great spot for him to develop. Like he'll get a shot at some point if he's good enough. But that obviously is a super loaded team. I actually watched him play a lot in high school. He's from Archbishop Ryan.
Yes, he is. Yep.
Around here, there was a good story. I think Gina wrote it in the Inquirer, Gina Mizell, about his mother and really all the sacrifices that she made. He's from Trenton, New Jersey, and he played at Archbishop Ryan. And it's funny, when I watched him play in high school, he was way bigger than everybody in high school, so he's like, you know, he's posting up like 4 guards trying to like, you know, surround him or whatever. Watching him at Georgetown, he was very good right away. He was not considered to be a one-and-done kid when he first got there, but he made the decision for the NBA, right? And he was that good enough. I believe did he break his foot later in the year or did something to his foot later in the year, but he was very good for Ed Cooley and Georgetown right away. So that's a good story.
Only like 6'9", so like undersized for a traditional
Long arms,
center.
though, right?
But like, yeah, like a 7'6" wingspan. Like he is center size,
Yeah.
just short head.
It's a good thing we have headsets on because my brain would be leaking out of my ears at the Yang pick there. At
I mean,
16.
that might make good podcasts. We are a video podcast, so if you can make that happen.
Wow.
Yeah,
man,
you need to
that
check
came
in with
out of
Schmitz,
nowhere.
man, to see what's going on.
Now listen.
Wow.
He is an advanced stats darling. He came in, had absolute monster measurements at the combine, right? And you look at some of the tape and some big time passing highlights. There's all kinds of stuff, but wow. I thought he'd be like, hey, someone's going to take the flyer on him late first, early second. Like
16.
The size is enough. The size and the skill is enough that you just say, hey, screw it. But man, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, he was in the stands. That's my goodness.
Now, here's the good thing about this pick. If you're talking about Sixers perspective or anybody else that's on the board, when you get surprise picks like this, you look at guys like a Neat Clifford, a Rasheer Fleming, Drake Powell. There are a lot of guys that Jace Richardson, Newell, I think, is probably the big name that's on the board. Or wait, is Yakachonis off the?
Yakachonis is still on the board.
Still there?
So there are guys that are good, like pretty solid prospects that are sliding. The further they move down, the more attractive that makes that range the Sixers are in from 30 to 35. So a surprise pick like this is a good thing to see if you're Philadelphia, unless, of course, you were hoping for Yang Gang to be at 35.
He was in that range,
and come
man.
to Philadelphia.
He was in that range. Minnesota is now on the clock. The pick is in. We were waiting to find out from the commissioner who that might be. But wow.
They should take Yakachonis. Take it to the bank.
Mike Conley's getting older. Rob Dillingham last year.
Yeah, I guess the Dillingham thing makes
And they traded back. No, they traded in at pick number 8 from the Spurs. The Spurs had him at 4 and 8, and they selected
Very
him.
lightly protected future pick to San Antonio for Rob Dillingham.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So you know what? A surprise at 17 too?
Oh, my God.
Oh man, let's see.
Not at the Yang level. But,
right.
But also, you'll see when it comes up.
Kalkbrenner?
It's going to be interesting based on who they have.
Oh!
Surprised he got agreement with it.
So, here's the interesting thing about this. We talked the other day on the show, and I think it's not exactly like breaking news type reporting, but it's pretty well known that they want to move Gobert.
Yep.
And this is a pick that lends some credence to the idea that they may not be in the Rudy Gobert business for all that much longer. The question would be, who are you getting to take Rudy Gobert on that big-time contract?
Didn't start playing ball until 2021. That's what that said. Wow. Yeah, and look, Naz Reid, they're trying to make sure they try to bring him back. At least it looks like. Julius Randle, same thing. And you're going to need somebody there at that center position. Wow.
Here's what I would say.
Okay.
I'm typically, with bigs, I'm a tools guy, right? Like I trend away from the queens and I guess not Sorber. He's got a huge wingspan. But the queen type players, I tend to fade. And this kid is a absolute tools monster, right? Like he measured in recently with just like absolutely insane physical measurements. New to the sport, crazy tools. If you teach him how to play basketball, he can be a big time guy. But pretty big bet at pick 17.
I mean, you know what that sounds like? I don't know when he was drafted, what the year was. It
Young
sounds a lot
Rudy
like Rudy
Gobert.
Gobert to me.
Exactly. Trying to get the new edition.
So I guess he wasn't on the national team. He wasn't on the French national team at all.
There's been some wild picks, man. Some wild picks and some wild, like I think the second I said, man, the top 10 has been pretty chalky, pretty boring. Man, these middle 10 picks, there's been some goofy stuff happening.
But well, look, we've talked about it a lot that once you get past that first 9, maybe depending on where you are, the first 10. It's a lot of the same kind of. It's just who you like. A lot of the how you value these guys and how you rate these players are pretty much
that always is
similar,
how it
very
tends
similar
to be too, right? Like, and the other part, once you get past the range of the draft, where people are more about, hey, this is the best player available. Mm-hmm. I think once you get back into this part of the draft, the post lottery, the final 10 picks from 20 to 30. Then you look a little more at, how does this guy fit alongside, whatever we have in place. Now, that was not what happened these last 2 picks. I think both Yang and Beringer, those are not clean and clear fits with who was already there. I do think it's good that we've seen a run on bigs here, right? Like maybe the Sixers end up going big or front court at 35 or they were to potentially move up, but the more you get some 4 types, some like 3-4 guys push down the board, that's pretty advantageous.
Yeah, big spot. So Washington is on the clock, and there's some really good names left over, starting with Yakuchonis. Rasheed Fleming, when you asked if I see Jay Billis's big board, he's very high on Jake Billis's big board, and you see some really good names still hanging around right now at the top of the draft currently that have not been selected. So Washington is in the spot. This is a place where we've talked about it, where maybe the Sixers early on, before, of course, they selected, maybe they could look into a spot where they could trade with Washington, 6 and 18. That was brought up a few times, and especially one with when we had who was talking about 6 and 18 that we had on a little bit earlier as a guest. Who was? Oh. Sam Vecini was talking about it at 6 and 18. So here's a spot where they took Tre Johnson a little bit earlier. Where do they go here with some of the talent that is still left on the board when you look at them?
It's not a bad Yakuchonis spot, I don't think.
No, because look, if you put 2 big shot-making guards out there, right, like that has some appeal. Now, Sarr is interesting, right, because I think you kind of want another big next to him, maybe. Like there were rumors early on that, hey, maybe they'll consider Malawach or maybe they consider one of the other bigs, and that Sarr, with the way he plays, might end up working out better if he's got some help in the front court. But I don't know. It is an interesting spot here. I think at some point Yakuchonis is just too good a value to pass on. I get that I've been down on him for a little while after the way he ended the season, but this feels like a little bit of an overreaction to how the second half of his season went.
I mean, when he started, he was being mocked, 6th, 7th in the
Oh,
draft.
he was at 1.45. Like, he was way up there.
He was way up there. So at some point, I think, it's worth the value. Like, obviously, it's a little concerning that he can't really create an advantage off the dribble. But, if you put him in a decent environment and get him to run pick and rolls, maybe set him a screen first before you get into the pick and roll, he's a dynamic passer for sure. I actually think you mentioned Sarr. This is random. I actually am buying stock on him. I just think the type of player he is, he's not going to be a star. Don't get me wrong. Like, he's not going to be some star player, but a guy who can protect the rim, and I think he's going to shoot threes at some point too. I actually think he's like a decent fit. Now, look, he was playing for Washington last year. It wasn't like a great environment. He had Jordan Poole, who just got traded to the smartest team of the night, the Pelicans too. What did they do?
Hey, by the way, friend of the show, recent guest, Sam Vecini. I'm just seeing his tweet from earlier. He said, we might need to have the league take over the New Orleans basketball franchise again. And boy, Derek, do you want to weigh in on that? Did you see the trade that they made?
I actually did not. I was out mingling with some of our guests here, but
So-
I briefly saw it, but I don't have all the details.
They traded for 13 to take Derek Queen.
Yep.
They traded 23
Okay.
and an unprotected 2026 first that is the best of Milwaukee and New Orleans.
Ooh.
Unprotected.
Yeah.
For
no,
Derek Queen.
that's wild. That is almost 100% going to be better than the pick that they just used.
So good job by Atlanta, by the way. That is an absolute heist of a deal. If we did not drill that home enough during the 10 minutes we talked about it without Derek, that was a crazy trade.
Peter Dinwiddie, he's done miracles on me. Of course it went out after I said that.
I don't think it's Yakachonis
So
at this pick. by the
Asa
way.
Newell is still available. Yakachonis, Fleming,
Neek,
Nick Clifford is available.
Nolan Traore.
Yep. And they took Tre Johnson earlier, so outside of Yakachonis,
And that was a
he's rated really high.
2026 pick. That's next year.
Yes. And again,
Sorry, I am very slowly processing all of this. That's wild.
we were in the middle of a completely different topic when it happened and circled back and then read the details and we're like, is that right? There's no way. There's no way.
All right, so the Wizards. All right, so I said,
I think this is actually going to be a trade with Utah, by the way.
okay.
If they were staying here, I actually like Traore here next to Tre Johnson as like a more of a pure playmaker next to the.
You don't want to know this one?
Well, they have the long camera on Walter Clayton Jr., so I'm wondering if they're just kind of giving it away here. And if
I
it's
think
Utah,
you might be, your spidey senses might be onto something, Devon.
so they want a guy that's a winner. Show what he could do on the big stage after taking Ace Bailey. George and those others really haven't panned out the way that they may have hoped.
Right.
But this is a different kind of guy. This is more like a
Much more polished player. Than
But he's also in that mode of what Jordan Clarkson is in the league as a scorer. So, all right, so
Ace Bailey gets another guy who is a more polished player, but is a shoot first kind of.
Yes,
guard.
he is.
Now, I will say, I really like Walter Clayton Jr.
So do
I think he's a guy who will be a long-term pro. I think the second half and really like the final 2/3 of the season he had at Florida were really impressive.
Incredible.
And maybe it's a bit of an overreaction to the tournament run and all that, but like I think
he put himself there.
he put himself there.
He did.
You hear good things about him. Like I like him a good bit. I didn't like him for the Sixers, obviously, because they don't need smaller guards. But if they keep Walker Kessler, our guy Vince's guy, and then have Markkanen and Bailey, like they got some size, and so you can probably get away with having some small guards in the rotation.
Yeah, 6'4" wingspan. We have notably not been super big on small guards. That colored a lot of our reaction to Jared last year.
I like buckets. Go score.
I like buckets.
Fill it up.
I like buckets from guys who can
Fill it
ride
up.
all the roller coasters.
I'm like, yo, man, you're taller than me. He go. Look at that. Score that.
But like
older player too. That's part of the issue is that.
And I do think, to Kyle's point, I think Utah is a good place to try to hide him.
But when you also say older player, Danny Ainge or Austin Ainge coming in, they're identifying a certain type of player here with the older player person. Again on a big stage where he started at Iona.
Yeah.
Had to move on and get to this spot with Florida.
He's very much the modern college basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
Start at the lower school, get the NIL money from the bigger school, and that was, I don't know what he made NIL this year, but that was the best money spent in college basketball because he was the best guy in the NCAA tournament.
And at
the
height,
shot making was unbelievable.
So what is he, Derek? 6'2" with no shoes, so about 6'3 and a half, 6'4", going out there. He's. Do they think he can play some on ball there as a point guard? Also,
I mean, he's got to. Yeah. Like I think if you're not going to give him the ball, I don't really see the vision for trading for him.
Did you see a lot of that in Florida?
No, but that's a little bit of a different situation, right? Like I think he's got to have the ball at least a little bit. We shall see. Apparently, the price on that, according to friend of the show, Jake Fisher, Utah is sending pick 21, 43, and 2 future seconds to Washington. So not a crazy haul to move down 3 spots for Washington.
Moved up and got the guy that they liked. All right, let's take this is our last pause here, Bree. We're going to take our final pause. We got some super chats in there that I'm sure we'll have to catch up to as well. But we will take our final pause here of the night. Say hello to some of our sponsors here that have made sure they made it possible for us to hang out with you here. And we're going to do so right here on the PHLY NBA Draft Special on the Sixers PHLY show. All right, I got to tell you about the good people at GLAT HAIR. I told you don't go over to Turkey unless you want to go play basketball. But you don't have to go over to Turkey.
With Furkan.
With Furkan, he can show you around. You can go right to Bala Kenwood with our good people at GLAT HAIR by Morgenstern Medical. Your hairline's been slipping and you're thinking about doing something about it. Listen up, hair transplants aren't just cosmetic. They're real surgery. And again, if you're considering flying overseas to save a buck, think again. You don't have to do it. At GLAT HAIR by Morgenstern Medical, you're getting care from board-certified surgeons with over 30 years of experience. They follow strict U.S. safety standards and deliver results that actually last. And here's the best part. You can text them a photo of your hair right now, and their team will take a look and let you know what options make sense for you. No pressure, just expert insight. Skip the travel, skip the risk. Get real care from a trusted local team. Text your photo or call 610-980-4000 or visit glathairmm.com. That's GLAT HAIR by Morgenstern Medical. Let's get that hairline back in the game.
Now let's hear from our friends at Monarch Money. Guys, I know some of you have trouble tracking where your money goes, but that's okay.
Me too.
I'm one of those people, and Monarch Money are going to be the people that are going to help you with it. Your finances can be messy and confusing, but Monarch Money helps you act like your personal CFO, giving you full visibility and control so you can stop earning and start growing. Guys, it is more than your average budgeting app. Monarch Money is a complete financial command center for your accounts, investments, and goals. So don't just manage your money. Start building wealth with 50% off your first year for our listeners. And guys, if you were looking to save up for something, whether it's, a vacation or, you're trying to save up for a present for a family member or whatever it is, you can start managing your finances to build the life that you actually want. Monarch makes managing money simple, even for busy lives. You can track your spending, savings, and investments effortlessly so you can focus on what matters most, making your biggest life goals a reality. Financial stress is one of the top reasons that relationships fall apart, and Monarch makes those money conversations easier. So guys, get control of your overall finances with Monarch Money. Use code PHLY at monarchmoney.com in your browser for half off your first year. That is 50% off your first year at monarchmoney.com with code PHLY.
And for the past 30 years, Golden Nugget Jewelers has operated out of the very same location in the heart of Philadelphia. Customers from across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and even Baltimore and New York City have come to Golden Nugget Jewelers to find that perfect engagement ring or wedding band. Their staff is highly trained and dedicated to providing personalized shopping experience. Golden Nugget Jewelers has a vast selection of engagement rings and wedding bands, along with high-end watches, fashion jewelry, and sparkling diamond necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and more. And you receive a final cleaning and a written appraisal with every engagement ring purchase. Golden Nugget Jewelers has been family-owned and operated business since 1987, right there on Chestnut and 8th in downtown Philadelphia. You deserve an expert and the best price. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Visit goldnuggetjewelry.com today to learn more.
Guys, you also, come on, you know the moment. The one where you realize you left your favorite sunglasses at the beach, on the roof of your car, at a gas station, 3 states away. We've all been there. You lose sunglasses, something happens to them, but then you find Shady Rays. They change the game. These sunglasses are made for real life. They're good looking, polarized, durable, and they're also not stupidly expensive. Here's the wild part. If you lose or break them, even on day one, Shady Rays will send you a brand new pair. There's no guilt trip, just replacements. So now you can wear your sunglasses anywhere without fear, without thinking, man, I really got to keep a close eye on them. You could be on a hike, you could be at a concert, on a boat in the summertime, having a fun party, whatever it is.
Working in Las Vegas.
Hey, now we're talking, Devon. You could be at the craps table late night at the Mirage. Who knows? Shady Rays is eyewear that has your back. We've teamed up with Shady Rays to bring you an exclusive offer. Head to shadyrays.com and use code PHLY for 35% off of polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people.
Welcome back to the PHLY Sixers and NBA Draft special here on a Wednesday night. Round number 1. Presented by Rothman Orthopedics and TrueMark Financial Credit Union. That's at RothmanOrtho.com if you need to set an appointment there. And TrueMark.com, as Rich was telling you about saving your money, that's the place for you to go. As Kyle says, what? That's because Brooklyn at number 19 on the clock took a point guard. Another guard.
After taking Yegor.
There's got to be a trade. This is absolutely got to be a trade.
Nolan Traore is the selection.
They took 2 players who can't shoot and need the ball in their hands and are primarily playmakers.
I'm telling you, they're trying to be bad next year.
I really like Traore, right? Like, he was pretty high on Derek and I Sixers big boards.
I had him higher than Jaeger.
Yeah, like, I think he's a pretty good bet for, a pro prospect. I'm not seeing the vision from Sean Marks unless there's something bigger going on here that we have not caught on to yet, because these are 2 players that just seem like a nonsensical fit together.
Yeah. It would be one thing if they were both great shooters.
Or one of them was.
It would certainly help. Both of them being huge question marks. Yeah, I don't get it. And I actually think Traore's shooting, I'm more optimistic about it than I think a lot of people.
I agree.
But, there's diminished. I will say, I've always said, too much ball handling, too much decision making, never worry about. But there is a point where there's diminishing returns if you don't have the ball in your hands, so you have to be good at the ancillary off-ball stuff.
Yeah.
And if both of them struggle with the off-ball stuff, that's when it gets concerning.
Yeah. So, listen, maybe you're just saying we couldn't combine all these picks that we had. We took a big swing on Yegor. If it doesn't work out, we're taking another swing on another, potential leader of the offense, point guard type. I don't know. And I know there was a lot made of Yegor's workout that he did around the combine, where there were some stories that came out like, oh my God, he's hitting every shot, right? And we've all seen some empty gym propaganda before, so I don't think any of us see a great workout from a guy who's a non-shooter in games or a poor shooter in games and say, well, I believe he's going to shoot now, but maybe that's where Brooklyn's at. Maybe they just think Yegor is going to shoot, and so from that perspective, you get 2 high-level playmakers, and at least one of them you trust to shoot. I guess that would be part of the vision if I had to guess.
So to move off that a little bit, I do think it's pretty ironic that once we leave the beat, you guys are still on it, but you have podcasting duties tonight, and we're not holed up at Camden, that Daryl Morey speaks at a good hour tonight.
I'm going to have some strong words for Daryl about that one, but that'll be a story for another day.
Wow. All right. Well, I can't wait to hear
Did he say anything already? Or?
Oh, yeah, he spoke.
He already
He did his whole press conference.
Oh, okay.
There were a lot of fans who were mad online. They thought he should have been working the phones. I don't really care about that as much because I assume he knows what the phones are doing. The thing that I'm taking away is, man, the amount of times I was there until 1:30 at night.
Oh, Sam was the worst at that. First year, Sam, I think, came out at legitimately 1:30.
Was that PCOM, right?
Yeah, and then he's like, we're just going to do it the next day from now on.
But yeah, he spoke about Edgecombe. A little Joel Embiid mini update, I think, was in there as well. So we heard from Daryl Morey. I think we'll let you guys watch the whole press availability. And you guys
that'll be something for tomorrow.
So I do want to say that here at the Boozy Mutt, again, great place, great host for us, and it's been fantastic. The kitchen closes at 11, right, Jules? The kitchen closes at 11, so if anybody wants to get a
bar
food
closes
order,
at 11.
The bar closes at 11. I'm sorry, bar closes at 11. So if anybody wants to get your drinks, you got to get those before 11 for them to close as well. The kitchen's already closed, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
I think you already announced it.
I did, but we've been on the air for 3 hours, and you know.
Starting to get loopy. This is
All,
hour 3
all
and a half.
gas, no brakes, baby.
We'll wait until tomorrow.
Yeah, me and you in the morning, right?
No. You and Kyle.
Well, we got to do the morning, or me and Kyle in the morning.
Not in the morning. The
No.
afternoon.
3 o'clock.
I thought me and you got a text about the morning.
Oh, we do have to do the morning. You're
See?
right.
Oh, darn.
See, I remember that part.
Rich and I
That's
are not
remote,
morning
though,
gang.
right? That's remote.
That's remote.
Yeah.
So me and Derek may be on Anthony's show in the morning, very early in the 9 o'clock hour.
In fact, I don't know if I respond to that. I should probably go do that.
Respond
now.
for both of
brother.
us. Then me and Kyle will be with you at 3 p.m. To do the show, as Derek and Rich did that today, those duties today. So Kyle and I will be with you at 3 o'clock tomorrow on Thursday as we get ready for the second round. And then Rich, you're back with us tomorrow for the second round?
Sure.
All right, so Rich is with us in studio tomorrow as we will be together with Bree at the studio for round number 2 of the draft. Are they going to be picking it too, or are they going to move in the back end here at the first round? Guys falling a little bit? I don't know.
We'll see.
We shall see. Miami is on the clock right now. Walter Clayton was a name that has been mocked to them a lot. So now you have
my
some
spidey
players.
senses are tingling. I
I'm-
think I know
I'm-
who the pick's
I'm
gonna
going-
be.
So you mean you have Twitter?
Yeah.
I'm going.
Maybe.
I'm trying to look at what they have since you guys have the your spidey senses are already tingling, and you already know. I'm going guard here.
You're getting warm.
Okay. And I'll just-
Preferably, they just need good basketball
Yeah,
players because
so
they're
I-
in kind of a
Yeah.
no man's land.
So
at the
I'll go
moment.
guard there, and they'll try to pull him, as they call it, heat culture, and see how it all works out. But I'm going to go guard here and see how it plays out. But I'll wait. I'll wait and find out on that one as I go guard.
All right, who's the funniest player they could take here? Who's the least heat culture guy?
Let me see who's left.
It's got to be some sort of bozo.
It's some guy who's just like a. I feel like there aren't a lot of
I don't
bozos.
see how
many
many
bozos.
bozos there. These are guys that I could see making some sense there. Jace Richardson is still available. Who else?
Hey, Derek, while Devon is scrolling through these
Liam
things,
McNeely is
so
also available.
I was just about to ask Derek, you are not a Liam McNeely
No.
guy. If he's on the board at
Makes sense.
35, is the value enough
value.
there
Very good.
that
So-
you would sign up for it?
On my big board, I put him at 31. So if I'm just strictly following my big board, I should say yes. I think he is going to drive me nuts, though. I cannot stand watching him play basketball.
What do you not like?
Why?
I just don't think he's going to be able to do anything off the dribble. Like, not even getting to his spots. I just think he struggles really bad finishing through contact, and I don't think that's going to get any better. Like, has both a little bit of a problem of the ace where, like, on his drives, he gets bumped really, really, really easily, but he just doesn't finish through contact all that well. So if his shot doesn't I think his shot will. Like, I think that was just a weird, fluky season.
He's a good shooter.
But if it doesn't, like, it's very scary for him.
Yeah, well, what I would say is I think he probably had to do too much on the ball.
Yeah, I agree.
During his college season, and that took away from his shooting. And I think if you bring him to Philadelphia specifically, you say, we don't give a darn if you just stand in the corner and bomb away, right? And so, especially when you take VJ with this pick, right, and you're saying, hey, we believe in the shot, but maybe it's at least a short-term question mark. I wouldn't mind if they just said, we're going to draft a shooter or somebody we really believe in. Like, I would say, Derek, some of these guys, like Thoreau, who I really like as a prospect, but once you draft a guy like VJ rather than like a Khan, I don't think you can take that swing.
Adu isn't a shooting question mark. He's a non-shooter.
He is a non-shooter.
Yeah.
And
No.
he would still be good value at 35 based on how I have evaluated him, but
And one of my big things is, like, I think we overreact to small sample size shooting variance, especially with college prospects, especially with freshmen. So I should be like, yes, you should take a gamble on McNeely. I just didn't enjoy watching him play.
But you
And
also
that's not the way you should draft. I understand that, but
But you also talk about good size at that position.
Yep.
Shooting around the players that are already on this team. And when we knocked a lot of the things that, let's say, the smaller Jared McCain last year, different spot, certainly a different 16 versus 35. Aren't we thinking along the same lines, though, of where you had the issue there, and a lot of that was he couldn't play next to Maxey. This time you got a 6'7", 6'8" guy who can, you hope, can knock down the shot. Wouldn't that make sense?
You need both his position and skill set.
Gavoni looks like he's dressed up for a presidential debate. He's got the blue suit, red tie combo. He's ready to capture the hearts of America with that look.
He's still looking pretty fresh for.
Hey, listen, he's been on it. And by the way, I got a push notification from ESPN, and I know that this had been out there previously, but from Jonathan Gavoni, that Ace Bailey preferred not to go to Utah. Breaking news.
That took a lot of reading between the lines there.
Breaking news. Ace Bailey did not want to end up on the Utah Jazz.
Oh, Washington, so close.
Confirmed.
So close, yet so far. going to Utah now for that guy. All right, Washington now on the clock, though.
Let me ask you about a couple guys who, I know pretty well because I watched them play a lot, one nationally and one locally. Jace Richardson and Rasheer Fleming, two very different players. Jace Richardson, his numbers at Michigan State were tremendous. He was incredibly efficient, played under control. It seems like his biggest issue was that he measured at 6 foot?
6 foot and some change. I don't remember. He's
without
taller,
shoes.
Yeah, without shoes. Yeah. So he's probably 6'2"-ish, with a decent wingspan for his size. I love him as a player, but the small guard thing is just, the bar to clear is so high, and there are very few fits around the league where I'm they can insulate him. Orlando was one before they traded for Bane, and now I don't know that they're a suitor at this point.
And especially for someone like him, who's really a strength of him is that he really knows what he's doing. He doesn't make mistakes. He's got a lot of really great role player attributes, but it's hard to be a role player when you're too small.
Yep.
It's so crazy with the way the league has worked now. For so long it was all right, do you have the biggest center? How big are your wings? It's really how short your guards are now, because it's it doesn't even matter how good you are at defense. They're going to hunt you if you're little, and in Jace Richardson's case, that will be an issue. It's funny. I feel like a lot of people, with the other guy I asked, it felt like the opinion on Rasheer Fleming was pretty all over the place.
Really wide range coming into the night. I thought his range started around 20, so I wouldn't be surprised if he sneaks in at the end of the first.
I was surprised Jay Billis had him as high as he did, though, based on some of the things that we've seen from other national people.
But to Rich's point, I do think, Devon, it's just reflective of the divide, right? There are some people who see him as that's a wing, right? This is a real 3-4 hybrid. I think there are other people who say he's basically a stretch four. He's not someone that you want putting the ball on the deck and doing things that you need from a wing. And it's why I think we've been pretty high on him for Philadelphia relative to a lot of the consensus, because if he just comes here, if you end up drafting him at 35 or something.
Oh, that'd be,
And he just rebounds, hits standstill threes,
cuts
off the ball, run the floor. That's a home run of a pick for me at 35, even if I do agree there are certainly some concerns with him.
Especially even at the beginning of the process, where it looked like, even though the range is really wide, it looked like he was going to be in that 20 range, or early 20s, maybe back into the teens. And for whatever reason, the range has widened, where it's now talking about possible second round for him. But it's again the stuff that I talked to you guys about yesterday, getting some of the intel back on him about how good of a guy he is, great teammate, they love him, and he plays really, really hard and is going to be in the league for a very long time. You're talking about a 6'9" player like that who can just go out there and fit in, and we've seen it in that mold and that body that you see in today's game.
His measurables and athleticism, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
What you're considering as a depth wing, a guy maybe who, if everything breaks right, can break into your starting lineup as the true 3-and-D guy. Just, can he get there as a shooter? Is it?
He was billed as a pretty good shooter at St. Joe's. But you saw it as the season went on, and especially in tournament play, and when you got to the NCAA. They didn't get to the talking about the NIT.
They weirdly didn't win a lot.
He couldn't hit those open shots. There were too many of those 5 points, 7 points, where you had Xavier Brown, of course, doing his scoring, but 5 points, 7 points, single-digit scoring type of nights, and he had some really good looks, 2 for 9, 2 for 11. But he couldn't put the ball in the basket, and that was the last thing a lot of people saw. So I'm very curious to see if he goes tonight versus tomorrow. But again, surprised that he was that high on Billis's board based on what we have been talking about. Sam Vecini talked about how he didn't like him as much as a lot of other people. But
I think
good player.
Sam fell in the camp that Fleming is more of a big or closer in skill set to a big than a wing, and that makes it.
Was Bobby Portis his
Yes.
comp?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Which, like, look, if he's Bobby Portis
That's a long
and he defends better than Bobby Portis, because Bobby is, we'll say, has a checkered history there. Has had some moments. I think that's a good NBA player. Like, that's certainly a rotation guy. So I don't know. We'll see where he ends up. And Utah's pick is in. It is Will Riley out of Illinois, or that's for Washington.
For Washington,
right? That's where they swapped. So that's Tre Johnson and Will Riley are the picks
That's some
there.
shooting there, man.
Yeah, so, and the shooting was a little theoretical for him this year, right? Like, kind of a streaky guy right now. I said it on our show the other day. One of the things I like about him is despite being skinny, he is a willing attacker. He will go to the rim. Now, he might not finish when he gets there all the time because he'll bounce off of people, but I respect the way that he plays for a guy with his frame. We'll ultimately see how it all ends up. Look at that. You see that picture?
Grew from 5'9" to 6'6" during the pandemic. Well, like, what's the time frame?
I was going to
on
say,
that?
what is the time frame with that?
Aren't we still in the pandemic? No.
Kinda.
Let's not go there.
Kinda. You went with the blue suit, though.
It's the 4-hour mark of the pod. Start ruffling some feathers.
Hey,
Oh, man. So Washington with Tre Johnson and Will Riley. Yeah, just young guys can shoot the basketball, 6'6" and 6'7". So they're just adding some more height to their backcourt, to their wing, as they try to figure out what direction they're going.
yeah, as a talent bet, I like Will Riley.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that.
Let me ask you a question, because you mentioned, Kyle, earlier that the ball handling needs to get better for VJ. Is there any, like, outlier ball handling development that you remember? It's a weird thing to develop.
Well, Paul George is the
big
big example, but he's a real wing, right? So it is a little bit different. I think certainly Oladipo was a guy that the ball handling improved, and that's a big part of the reason that people throw around the Oladipo comp for VJ. I'd have to think.
You know who's another big
longer
one?
about it.
Just in the NBA, not the same position. Joel.
Certainly, yeah. I do think if you're a VJ skeptic, I don't, off the top of my head, there are not a ton of examples, and I would say ball handling is not normally like a consistent improvement skill. Like I think guys don't improve a ton at ball handling. They don't improve a ton in terms of the feel and the passing stuff. I actually think we didn't really talk at all at any point about VJ's playmaking, right? Like, I don't think he's coming in and is someone that's like, oh yeah, he's a run the offense type of playmaker. But I do think he helps in the passing department on a team that had very little feel on the floor last year. Like, if you go through some of his tape, like, and the BYU game was outstanding on every level if you go back and watch that one. But he made some passes against zone in that game where it's a lob over the top of a zone where it's like a moon ball pass and it falls right into the hands of his big for an easy dunk. He's got really good touch on entry passes, which if Joel Embiid is healthy, we've said many times and we've seen many times, that matters, right? Like, guys who can just get the ball to him and get the ball to someone on the interior don't just grow on trees, unfortunately.
Tobias just missing him.
It's just not a skill that lots of guys are good at.
Shout out 12.
I think VJ does have the bounce pass into a rolling big in his bag from the perimeter, right? If you're skeptical about him as a passer, I think the big thing that he's got to figure out is he has not dealt with pressure well. When teams have put two on the ball and hard hedged and got into his chest, that's when he's made some mistakes and committed some turnovers. And so that's another area of weakness that he's going to have to improve. But I feel like we've only touched on the negatives on offense tonight. We haven't talked a whole lot about, other than saying we buy the shot. So, Derek, where do you see the upside for VJ on the offensive end of the floor? Like, where does that come from?
Well, I think early in his career, it is going to come largely off ball, in part because I think that is by far the most projectable shot, is that catch and shoot shot. And if ball handling is one of his biggest limitations, being able to attack a closeout is going to be easier than trying to attack off of a ball screen. So I think early on, it's going to come a lot of that second side attacking the closeout kind of stuff. And when he gets into that spot, I do think he's certainly a capable passer, but I think he's probably got a little bit of creativity there that he can unlock as well. When he gets to the rim, I think he's still got a little bit of work to do. Not even so much from his touch or his body control, but his approach. Like, he seems like he, frankly, just leaves his feet a little bit early, which I get. In my younger days when I was trying to dunk on everyone, like, you get a little excited. But I think
very comparable athleticism between
100%. 100%. You just didn't know me before all my knee injuries that Rothman fixed up, but I'm just not quite where I was before, and that's okay. I don't blame Rothman. I actually didn't go to Rothman, so I don't want to even.
Hey, by the way, VJ already making some bold proclamations. He did a radio interview after getting drafted and says he thinks the Sixers are a finals team.
Okay.
So.
Not lacking confidence.
He is ducking no smoke coming into the league. Love that.
All right, Atlanta is on the clock, and this is the proposed trade with the Brooklyn Nets, with the three-team trade that had Terrence Mann going to Brooklyn from Atlanta, George Niang to Boston, and Kristaps Porzingis to the Atlanta Hawks. So, once again, the Brooklyn Nets back on the clock. Let's see if they draft another point guard. Who's the guy who played with the Sengwe, the Israeli guy? Ben Saraf?
Yeah.
Add another guard to the collection.
Yeah. So
I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know. I don't know.
I won't spoil it. It's someone
thank
I
you.
actually like.
Okay, cool. All right, that's good. But it is to Brooklyn.
I don't know if I like them there.
And not to
team,
Atlanta. Okay, so we'll see how this one.
Well, it's a pick that I don't like because it's a pick that I was hoping would fall.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that too.
Now we're really spoiling things.
Well, a lot of these guys have already fallen, so I'm a little surprised to see some of the names out there on the board, left on the board. But they've already gone
what
guard.
Brooklyn is doing. Like, what? I don't understand how this is supposed to fit.
And are they going to keep 5 first-round picks, like you said? What
if
are they?
Any team can do it.
Yeah, if any team can do it.
Here, if we're
and they're trying to get AJ
full,
next year.
I was about to say, if they're going full Galaxy brain, they're like, hey, let's draft 2 point guards. Next, they're going to take 3 more centers. Maybe they'll just build a completely insane team and try to really full commit to the tank.
Phoenix, but young.
All right, let's see how this one.
I don't know what's going on. It is funny to see
a lot of guys there name-wise, man.
To see their war room after they make a weird pick.
Like the NFL, and they're just
Here's a quick question for you guys. I know he's not a great fit. Would you entertain a trade up for Newell here and try to get into the back of the first for a kid who's certainly talented, but I think has some real question marks at the next level?
He's definitely a 4.
Well, that's a position they could use.
I was going to say.
They can use that position. Yeah. All right, your guy going a
But I mean, like, what are you giving up? Like the Clippers pick?
Oh
God.
Absolutely not.
No.
Like a future seconds?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're moving up 12 spots with the.
Well, not 12 spots. I mean, if he's there.
Oh, you don't mean like right here?
27 with Brooklyn, 26 with Brooklyn.
Yeah, because like in the Utah-Washington trade, it was you move 3 spots back, you trade 43 and 2 future seconds, right? So if that's what the cost is for a 3-spot drop, admittedly higher, and you have a better first to offer, I would at least consider it.
Well, especially because the 2 guys I have clearly higher rated than him are Neek and Jace, and you just can't take another guard. There's only so many minutes you can give to guards, so they wouldn't.
That would be funny if they traded back in and took like Jace or Neek Clifford. Would be very funny. I really like Neek, but I don't think this is the time to be taking him, unfortunately.
And the only other guy I really have ahead of Newell is Danny Wolf.
Hey. Listen.
What's the oof for?
No, I mean, Danny Wolf, man, he's got some stuff.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he does.
Not even a bad oof, just like, oof.
Okay, I was
He's
curious.
got some,
I put out the request for people to watch the Danny Wolf highlights.
they're pretty good.
During the Big Board show, and I want to say it was either our good pal Jay the Jungle or one of our regular listeners DM'd us or messaged us in the Discord and was like, man, you aren't lying. Now they need to trade up from 35 and get this kid. So, I don't know. Jay Billis doesn't appear to be a... yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Jay Billis doesn't appear to be a Danny Wolf guy. It doesn't look like he's in his best available. So, oh no, he's number 7 on best available. Sorry for casting aspersions on you,
Danny Wolf, I mean,
Jay Billis.
It's funny that like a lot of these guys, it's like Walter Clayton too. Like these guys start out at schools like Iona, Yale.
Right.
He did some good stuff for Michigan last year. They were a decent team though.
All right.
Interesting. All right.
Losing some steam up here, fellas.
It's been a marathon.
I need these picks to... No one needs to
The
sit
5
around
minutes
for these
is not-
picks that long.
If it would take like just a second round pick to move up from 35 and get Wolf for Newell, yeah, I'd absolutely entertain that.
I just think, like, whether it's Wolf and you say, I'll bet that he shoots. Even Newell, like, I think Newell, while he is definitely not a shooter right now, he's got okay mechanics, right? Like, I don't think it's not like he has a fundamentally broken shot. He didn't take a lot, he didn't make a lot, but when he did take them, he looks okay. So he's a good athlete, high motor player, good offensive rebounder. Like, I would not mind at least giving it some consideration here.
But that's more 27, 28, somewhere in that range.
It just depends on the cost, right? Like, I just think it would be too expensive to move 12 spots. But that could be wrong because with all the guys that went back to school, this just might not be a super valuable part of this draft. And so teams might be willing to accept a lower trade offer because they don't want to give out the guaranteed salary to someone. And that would also be, that's the mark against it for the Sixers, right? As we're talking about, will they keep Yabu, or where are they going to be at with relation to the aprons? If you add another first-round salary, it's going to get a lot tighter. So that's why I think it's unrealistic, but at least consider it.
All right, let me ask, Rich, you talked about Kevin Durant earlier with that trade with Houston. You've also discussed the Drew Holiday trade. We've talked a little bit about the Atlanta, Brooklyn, and Boston deal. What do you make of, from all sides, with Porzingis in Atlanta, how that may help or hurt, especially with them making that move earlier and not taking another center? It's because they have a Kongwu and Kristaps Porzingis, at least for right now. And then you look at Terrence Mann to Brooklyn, now adding Drake Powell, plus the 2 guards that they have, and Niang to Boston. We knew that they were going to make some moves because they had to shed some salary. You and Derek talked a little bit about it earlier on the 3 p.m. show, but what do you make of that deal?
I mean, my main takeaway in watching this, because I've been waiting for a few years for Boston to tear it apart, because I knew financially that this was going to become untenable for them. They were going to have to shed some of these guys, get rid of these guys, and I thought it was going to be probably a little bit more painful than this because people just don't want to take on big money. And trading Porzingis, like when I first saw this, I said, because I knew that they were going to have to trade Porzingis for a smaller salary. So I saw it was Porzingis for Niang, and I was like, ooh, that's going to really serve their purpose, right? Like that's like $22 million.
Right.
So there were a lot of people who praised them for that because they found Brooklyn, who was the one team who really could absorb extra salary and make it tenable for them to just trade for a guy with lesser salary. But I also was like, man, what are we doing here with this new CBA? Like, people are praising Brad Stevens for trading Kristaps Porzingis, who did not have a great year last year and was injured, was sick for the playoffs, kind of stunk in the playoffs, but is still like a very unique player, a legit talent. And man, like, I love George, so I don't want to like crap on George right now. He's one of my favorite guys I've ever covered. He cracks me up. I think it's
friend of the show.
I think it's
brief appearance on the show after a post game.
I think it's I do remember that. I think it's awesome that he gets to go back to Boston, even though I don't like Boston sports fans. George is from there. I'm sure he'll have fun with his friends if he still gets to remain for them. But the fact that people are praising Brad Stevens for trading Porzingis for George is like, what are we doing with this CBA, man? Like,
it is a little bit.
Like, what are we doing? Like, it just does not make any sort of sense except for the fact that they need to get out of the second apron. So my main takeaway on that...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
My main takeaway on that was, number one, the CBA is a little stupid, but at least it's stupid in screwing with Boston, so that's like maybe it's actually a good thing. Now, as far as Porzingis in Atlanta, I mean, I'm sure they're like looking at the rest of the Eastern Conference and are like, you know, we get Porzingis. That's a nice fit with Tre Young. You know, maybe I was reading something about they might try and play him and Okongwu together. That'd be interesting. But obviously, Porzingis, like when he's healthy, he's like a very valuable player, like a guy who can protect the rim and also shoot 30-footers and kind of create driving lanes for Tre Young that really maybe have not been there over the past few years. Tre Young's getting a little bit older too, so he probably needs a little bit more of those driving lanes. So I think it's a pretty good trade for them. And then
by the way,
Yep.
the dream is dead.
Asa Newell.
Yeah, well, he was mocked to them a little bit earlier at 13.
At 13, so great
he stays
piece of
home.
business.
Yeah, stays home there, 23, from Georgia.
Playing behind Derek Queen.
Well,
Well, he's going to Atlanta.
No, he's going to
I
Atlanta.
was going to Atlanta.
Going to Atlanta.
That's part of the trade. Okay.
Yeah, so excellent job by Atlanta to get a guy that they were firmly considering at 13 and getting, once again, it can't be overstated, an unprotected 2026 that could be the best of Milwaukee or New Orleans, both of which have players that are out for the season, or at least DeJounte will probably come back at some point late for New Orleans, but out because of an Achilles tear.
Well, and that 23rd pick, isn't that the one they got from Indy?
No, this was part of the trade. Yeah, they traded what they got from Indy.
Yeah.
There was a crazy trade similar to that in the NFL this year when Atlanta traded their obviously every pick in football is unprotected, but they traded their first round pick for like I forget who it was. It was a guy in the 20s who was an edge rusher.
I remember that.
It was like insane. I mean, this is even crazier because this never happens in basketball. So Asa Newell going to Atlanta. Yeah, I mean, I think they're probably right to think that they have a chance to compete this year, right?
You talked about it earlier with the East. Yeah.
It's just these guys are dropping like flies, man. Halliburton, Tatum. We'll see what Cleveland, who had a super embarrassing second-round exit. I mean, they got completely punked in that series. I do think they might look at this and say, like, we might as well bring these guys back, right?
Oh, 100%.
Got to try it again. And then, you have teams like the Knicks will be good again, but they're probably not going to add too much to their team in this offseason. And then the Magic now have Bane, too. So, like, I don't think any of those teams are terrifying to anybody, especially. So, for Atlanta, it seems like a decent move. And it's Brooklyn. It's what we were talking about earlier, where they seem gung-ho on using their salary cap space to just say, hey, look, we'll take your unwanted money, but you got to give us a first-round pick. It's a very similar thing. Sam Hinkie used to do this circa 2014, 2015, not unlike what he's doing. As we talked about earlier, it's a good thing for the Sixers and Quentin Grimes because they're the boogeyman when it comes to cap space, and could they give him a big offer? But yeah, I mean, I think it's frankly a trade that made sense for all different sides, right? The Celtics needed to get out of that second apron, which is crazy, and I don't love it, but they accomplished that by making this trade. Atlanta's the team that says, hey, we actually got a chance to be more competitive than we thought we'd be. Also, too, they're out a few picks still from that DeJounte Murray trade, too.
I believe the Thunder are trading this pick to Sacramento, by the way.
Sacramento, the report was they were really desperately trying to get into the first round.
So whoever the Thunder take here, I believe will end up with the Kings.
I mean, it seems like with Sam Presti, he's just going to keep spinning this thing down the road. Like we said, they have 15 guys from their NBA champions under contract. There's really nobody who's obvious. There's no obvious cuts on that team. I'm sure they'll make way for Thomas Sorbo or somebody. But yeah, I mean, they're just going to keep spinning these into the future, I think.
Yeah, like Presti has come under fire at times from people because it's like, the thing I've seen is like he has a fetish for first-round picks or whatever, right? And, like there has been, at least in the last year or so, year and a half, there's been an urgency like, hey, you have the horses to go out and compete. Why aren't you pushing a couple of these first-round picks in? And, like, Presti has been pretty consistent. What we want is to be great for a long time and not just have, maybe 1, 2, in a perfect world, 3 shots at it. And that's part of this strategy, right? As some of these guys age and some of them get too expensive, their hope is that they'll have so many of these picks and such a good clearly good developmental culture that they built there over years and years in Oklahoma City, that they'll turn it over. So I'm not shocked that they're saying, hey, if Sacramento will give us something and we can use that down the road, let's just keep spinning it back.
A couple people tweeted out, Neat Clifford is going to be the pick going to
Oh, look
Sacramento.
at that. You spoiled it for Devon.
What are you doing? We're
Thanks.
24 picks in. You haven't picked up. He doesn't want this spoiled yet.
Thanks a lot, Rich.
All right, Neat Clifford to the Sacramento
late,
Kings.
man.
We want to stick around for a little bit longer, only because there are some names that are starting to drop, and we don't know.
Now, can I offer an alternative? You know, the moment we go off the air, Daryl's trading back into the first
That's
round
what I'm
pick.
saying, right?
We should go off the air at 11, so that then we
Who
guarantee.
said we're going off the air?
No, I'm saying if we do that, then Daryl will trade up and get another pick. We'll be up doing an emergency pod like 10 minutes later.
From our phones, in our cars.
So for all of the fans, maybe we should just end this.
I hear you.
Coming from the guy who took like 45 minutes off the show, you're
I was
working until
talking
midnight.
to our people.
You're working till midnight.
I was talking
buddy.
to our people.
Yeah, well, now he wants to end the show
I-
early so he can talk to our people.
I'm just saying we would be
I'm
doing
sure.
Sixers fans a solid, is all I'm saying.
We do got to get to some super chats, right? Do we?
Oh, yeah, it's probably a good time to
Yeah.
get
Yeah,
to
we have
some
a-
of these, but I don't know
Also,
how
I did an hour
mechanic-
show earlier, so you can shut up.
I was up doing a show at 10 in the morning, so I don't want to hear
Well,
it.
and I'll be doing one at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Perfect. I'll be doing a show at 3.
All right, so let's get to
Round and round
Sean's
we go.
Sanj then here, saying, is VJ's Olympic tape a better indication of his NBA game? Felt like it was better than his college film.
I think probably, just because the spacing is so much better.
Yeah, that's certainly the bet you're making, right? And we've talked about it some. VJ's context was not all that great at Baylor, right? It's been talked about more with Rutgers and for Tre at Texas, but a lot of times when he's the off guard and he's uninvolved, and it's not because he doesn't want to be, it's because that's how the offense was run. And there are times when they're playing two bigs and not a lot of shooting, and that certainly was cramping VJ's style inside the arc.
I didn't see a ton of his tape. Was the Bahamas, were they running a lot of it through Buddy?
They ran a lot through him, quite frankly.
No, he had the ball more for the Bahamas.
And I think,
That's crazy.
I think if
There are like 4 NBA guys on that team.
yeah, and that's why for people who are betting on the star upside, it's like the guy basically ran point.
Yeah.
And ran it really well. Had multiple 20-point games, and he set people up. And like, if there's belief he can be an on-ball guy, it's coming from there.
All right, want to let everybody know that our show here at the Boozy Mutt, great spot, 2639 Poplar Street. Fantastic place, great food, great atmosphere. The dogs are running around downstairs. We're running around downstairs, and it's been fantastic here. Our show tonight has been presented by Rothman Orthopedics and TrueMark Financial. Visit RothmanOrtho.com to set up any of your appointments that are needed, and TrueMark.com if you need to go and situate your money, get into the great spot with good people at TrueMark.
Some more super chats, maybe? Do we have some?
I can see it, yeah. So Great Bogus says, let's go VJ. So thank you, Great Bogus.
Thank you.
Let's go
Thank
VJ.
you for the insight, Great Bogus, and the super chat.
Yes.
Can we find the $500 super chat from Teacher Got Game that Julia made a face? He promised. He promised.
Oh, well, it's not in there.
And I don't see it. So again, Teacher Got Game, you talked a whole lot. I don't see it. You said $500 super chat on the stream.
Honestly, I don't even remember seeing him in the chat today. I don't think he showed up at all.
It was very early.
Interesting.
It was very early, by the way. So really early, so you didn't have to wait very long to be ticked off. That was not going to be the case. All right, Marty Bones. I'll go to that one quickly just because Marty Bones says, who's the most stylish Sixer of all time? Well, there's only one. It's Julius.
I was going to say.
It's the doctor.
It's got to be Doctor.
Or
World.
World is definitely up there.
and AI just because of
Different
AI.
types of.
Yeah. So
Dr. J's got the elegant, just, always looking crisp type of fashion. Iverson was on the cutting edge of.
hey man, the league
they
had to
made the
change
dress
the
code
rules.
because of
That's
him.
how good he was. The league had to change the rules, man. Had to change the rules. So we appreciate that one. Hetfield, who was here with us, says Nets might be out on Grimes now, so maybe good for us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, well, they drafted a pair of guards, so yeah, you figure they want to develop them. They still have enough, even after that trade, they still have enough cap room where theoretically they could be a threat. But yeah, I would be surprised if they are.
Appreciate it. Skunk Riley says, "Why y'all at the boozy mud? I'm sitting on my boozy butt praying for Tre Johnson." So this was earlier, who I've wanted from day one when we got the 3rd seed. Sorry,
Apologies,
Skunk.
You know whose avatar I see that we definitely
We're getting there.
to get to.
We're getting there. Skunk with another. Well, a few more. I'm actually optimistic what Morey lacks in charm, public speaking skills, personality, along with his oddly. All right. He's been pretty good drafting. Thank you, Skunk.
Skunk, and I appreciate Skunk. He's funny, but his super chats are always like on the edge of what we're comfortable saying ourselves.
Yes. Now, one more so we can. Skunk has paid a lot tonight, so we appreciate it. Knipple, a slower Dario Saric.
No. I'm just going to say it. No.
This ain't 1993 when it comes to.
If Dario
Khan
had
Knipple.
shot the ball the way Khan does and will, he would be a high leverage player in the NBA.
All right, it's the pump it up moment of the night here.
Boy.
VJ is a 2 only. He can't dribble, so no point guard, and his baby wingspan, minuscule frame prevents him from guarding wings. Okay, he's a good guy.
Baby
Give me a
wingspan at
Nobel.
6'7.5",
Give him
by
a
the way.
Nobel Peace Prize. I'll take the 6'8" guy with a go-to move.
Yeah,
Well,
the
you're not
go-to
going to.
move was a 36% mid-range pull-up this year.
Also, he's criticizing VJ's frame. VJ has a much better frame and base to build on than Ace.
Provo Pump. Provo Pump. Enjoy Utah, buddy.
Kyle, by the way, a quick break from the Super Chats. You called Jace for a while to Orlando. He's picked at 25 to Orlando.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I think that was the fit for him in this draft. Now, how much they're able to use him, I'm not sure but I do think you put him next to Suggs. You have the big forwards in Paolo and Franz. Outstanding fit.
So I'm curious about this too because Anthony Black is a bigger point guard, but maybe they can play together where maybe some shooting from Jace there alongside Anthony Black in that backcourt.
So the thing with Jace is he's going to shoot. He is a connective player, connective playmaker. He's a smart relocation guy, right? Like you need to cut here, you need to flash here to give somebody some space. He'll do it. I just think that he's the type of player that they need on offense, that they need more of. They have the stoppers, right? They have the guys who can lock you down. Frankly, they have Paolo is like an anchor of the offense type of player. Franz is that do-it-all type of forward. He's going to fit in really well there. He's a fill-in-the-blank type of player for that roster.
Really good coach, Jamal Mosley, and they opportunity there for him to come off the bench where there's not a lot of pressure for him to come in there and do his part. Jason Richardson to the Orlando Magic. By the way, next up, the Brooklyn Nets, 26 and 27.
Back, baby.
26 and 27.
Are
All
there
right.
any more point guards who can't shoot?
Ben Surratt.
Ben
Hey,
Surratt.
perfect.
Yeah. Brian Pumper. Need VJ to improve his height and wingspan.
He had a funny one earlier today. It was like can't wait to watch his screen navigation. And something. It was pretty funny.
Well, at least we're going to have Pump throughout the summer league too. We hope because the Ace Bailey games, VJ games, we'll have some conversation with him. Let's see. Skunk Riley says, "I am super duper happy. VJ is 90% can't miss."
It's been a real journey with these skunks.
But I appreciate that, right? Like Skunk is just getting in the mode of that's the Sixers guy.
He's
now
here.
he's my guy.
Yes, he is. Daniel says, "Thanks for all you guys that you do. One of the best parts of my day is listening to the pod. Plus, Derek is a cat guy, so I know he's a solid dude hoping for Tre, but I'll be happy with VJ or Khan too." Dan, they took VJ, so you said you'd be happy. That's the guy you got. And
Also,
Really thank you for that, Daniel.
Yeah.
That's
well, I was
very
going to say,
nice.
not only do I thank him because he specifically gave me praise, and I appreciate that, but that was a generous super chat, and we appreciate
yes,
it.
it was. Yes, it was. Wasn't quite the 500,
No.
but it was very generous.
I'm putting, if I had Teacher Got Games avatar, I'm putting it on a milk carton and I'm going to put it on the show. Missing person.
That's crazy. Said the Sixers missed Jimmy Butler so much they drafted his long lost son.
Listen, I do think there is a world where he's like, if you are a VJ upside guy, mini Jimmy Butler is one of the comparisons. Yeah. A lot of similar traits.
Appreciate it. That's crazy.
Big bar to clear, though.
Big bar, very big bar. Coach Lowell Ricketts says, can't wait to re-sign Lowry to take the minutes away.
If they bring him back after drafting a guard, and there is a good chance that they do, I will be apoplectic on this show.
You know,
don't worry, those minutes are going to Jared Butler, buddy. So
you took your victory lap about Ace and him falling.
It's not. It was more a victory lap for us telling people.
But we took early in the season. We took some bullets over complaining about Kyle Lowry, which
vindicated.
We can't do it again. We can't do it again.
Can't do it.
He'll be back.
Can't do it.
Bernard McCoy. To some, McCain is the next Brunson, and Maxey is Lou Will 2.0. But I hope Maxey proves all you haters wrong with 8 assists next year with 25 points. Well, he's not far. He was like 6, 20, 25, and 6.
I think one of my preseason predictions was him over 7. So, whoops.
Wouldn't surprise us.
I mean, him not playing with Joel hurt that chance in a big way. But he hasn't taken the playmaking jump, and I hope he does.
Yep, DJ, a.k.a. Mr. Sandman, Bring Me a Dream. VJ Edgecombe jumps like Jordan in his prime. He just can't create his own shot like Jordan yet. We'll see if he gets there.
I am not going to compare anyone, let alone VJ Edgecombe, to
Michael Jordan.
That's an important rule that I follow. Do not compare people to the greatest
question.
basketball. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Live question.
We got a live question coming in.
Should they trade up for Rasheer Fleming?
We brought it up.
For Rasheer Fleming.
We brought at this point they're 26, and it may not cost a lot. And we were discussing how Brooklyn may not want to field 5 first-round picks on their roster.
Yeah.
So it might not cost a lot. So at this stage, from 35 up to 26, based on the cost that we talked about earlier, whatever the cost might be, we would be interested just like you would. What's your name? Dan.
Thank you, Dan,
Appreciate
for
you.
being here, by the way.
And by the way, Jay Billis is #1 left on the big board. Rasheer Fleming is right now.
What I would say is...
Look at that guy on the television, though. Look at that guy.
What we were talking a little bit about earlier is that I'm skeptical that the Sixers want to put another guaranteed salary on the books right now because they are going to be tight against the aprons, depending on if they use one of the exceptions to bring back Gershon. So... I don't know. I've sent some texts out about, hey, is there anybody that you're thinking about moving back into the first round for? Has anybody sparked your interest? I think there's a decent chance that Fleming lasts until 35 or into the second round here. His range was pretty wide coming into the night. So I think evals on him are a little bit split, but I would not hate coming up to get him because I think he fits pretty well with the profile of player they need right now.
I will say the rookie scale in terms of, the salary cap portion of that. The rookie scale for like the 26th pick is only maybe about 800,000 higher than the minimum, the two-year minimum. So it's not like a huge difference in that. It's a little bit, but it's not massive.
I like the fit. I like
So
the
do
fit.
I.
If it's
Danny
not-
Wolf's still there too, though. I like Danny Wolf as a trade-up candidate too.
All right, appreciate the question. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks for coming
out.
man.
Yes, absolutely. Brooklyn right now here with pick 26. They, in fact, select. Let's see what the commissioner has for us. Benson, another
Oh my
guard.
God, they did it!
They did it. Another guard.
They took another guard who can't shoot.
This poor kid that's a Nets fan is just, what is he doing?
He's excited.
He's going to be watching some
What
bad
is Sean Marks cooking?
Oh, man.
This is a weird night, man.
What
This
is going on?
weird ass night. Yeah.
All right, so they shocked us, first of all, by taking Demon at 8, at pick number 8. And that was enough, wasn't it? Then they come back and they take Traore at 19. 22, they take Drake Powell. And here they take Ben Saroff. Go ahead, Derek.
I have no idea what they're doing. I have no idea.
They're going to be high-fiving each other in that war room. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Well, here's the
And they're
good news.
on the clock again, by the way.
It is possible that they took 2 guards better than the guy that they took at 8.
Yeah, I mean, look, I definitely,
It's on the table.
I have no idea what they're doing. That's
I don't know
absolutely wild.
what.
Check the big board, Rich. See if there's another guard available because they're on the clock. So we just do it again. It's for comedic value. Do it again.
Trade update on the Sacramento OKC trade from our friend Jake Fisher. The Kings are trading a top 16 protected 2027 first from San Antonio in order to get Neat Clifford.
You don't usually get a top 16 protected.
Yeah, that's an interesting
Getting very
number.
specific, yeah.
I mean, we're used to specific, but it's usually like top 10 or top 14 or
Yeah,
something like that.
Top 8, top 5.
It's like
16
a,
just
that's
not
like a
number.
real line of demarcation, whether it's the lottery or the top 10, top 5, whatever. Oh, come on. Let's get my guy Danny drafted.
Apparently, Gavoni said the Nets are also considering bringing Saraf over next season. And there was some smoke out there. He could be a stash guy. So they're going to have all these guys here.
There's your
presumably.
video, Rich.
There it is. They're excited.
Let's
Why are they
clap
the
it
only?
up, fellas.
Why are they the
Clap
only
it
ones
up.
with the video?
More
we
guards.
haven't
Well,
seen anybody else.
No. We did see Nico Harrison.
Oh, that's right.
And he
Yeah,
had
yeah.
phone, and he was like, he's got
Guys,
his
clap
phone,
louder.
He was like clapping his phone instead of his hands.
It's a very bizarre thing. That they are basically the only war room that they're showing.
That is very
they're
bizarre.
making weird pick after weird pick, and then they're going nuts after everyone.
All right, so they keep showing Danny Wolf, and obviously you show the guys in the green room who are left, disappointed, all that stuff. But they keep showing them, and I'd imagine that finally a point guard, a 7-1 point guard, by the way, 7-1 guard.
I mean, maybe.
I was going to say, he's the perfect Brooklyn Net.
Yes,
I mean,
he is.
if you walk out here with a 7-1 point guard, a 6'9" point guard, like hey, maybe they're just.
One of them is going to hit. Absolutely.
At the end of the day, they will get their point guard. We just don't know who it'll be.
Brian Knight in
And
the
there's
chat
no
says,
word on a chat for or a trade for any of
they're
them.
taking Danny Wolf.
there you go.
I'm sorry, Devon, I had to do it.
Brian Knight says,
After I yelled at Rich for doing
Nets
the same
committing
thing.
crimes against basketball tonight.
What is going on?
They're going to win like -5 games.
They're committing to it.
They
They are
really
gonna
want
suck.
AJ
They are
or
committing.
Cam Boozer
Oh
or
my
Darren.
God.
Hey, maybe they'll take Darren Peterson next year
Exactly.
and get another
Yep,
guard.
exactly.
Terrible.
But you know what? Because of their practice, what was the McDonald's practice was at their facility, so they saw Darren Peterson and said, "Yeah, we got to have that guy next year. So let's take 5 point guards in the first round. Well, Drake Powell too, but let's take 4 of the 5." There you go. All right, super chats. That's crazy. Riaz says, "What's our?"
Jordy Fernandez coached that team.
Yeah, and I
my
like him too. But goodness gracious,
He's
what
not
are you
gonna-
doing? Well, at least he's securing he's got another year. He's going to be year 3. They're not firing him. He'll be fine.
They're protecting him from himself. He's too good of a coach.
That's unbelievable.
Riaz, what's our plan at the 4 this season? We don't have anyone there. We need a dog who can clean the glass. Against the Knicks and the Cavs, you need size. What do you say?
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
I don't
Who
know.
knows?
Well,
They
Paul
don't-
George is technically going to be your 4 based on starting Kelly Oubre, Grimes, and Maxey alongside Embiid. So Paul George is technically your 4.
What do you guys think about bringing back Yabu?
I would like for them to bring back Yabu. Like, I think as long as you don't have to pay an exorbitant, and frankly, they can't pay an exorbitant amount, but if you can keep him, of course I'd be interested. Like, he fits the type of player that they should bring back. And we didn't really get to see him play the 4 all that much last year because of the injury. So, yeah, I think he's on the list. They sound skeptical that they're going to be able to do it. It seems like there's enough interest in Yabu that somebody else might go get him. But look, this is why Fleming, I think, becomes an interesting target and a name here for the Sixers, because he would fill an immediate need. Like, it's rare that you could be in this area of the draft, have a guy fall who you think is probably a decent value pick, who also just could step into a role pretty quickly in year 1.
Older player, kind of more focused role for his projection moving forward too. Yeah, that would be a good pick. Hope for my guy Dan that we see it happen.
Yeah. By the way, if the Sixers don't win all 4 of those games next year,
they're 4-0.
Yeah.
Everybody's 4-0.
Start off 4-0 in the conference.
Everybody's
in
4-0.
the division.
2-0, whatever.
I just figured out the vision. Everybody just passes the Cam Thomas. That's the plan.
After you give him
Cam
$100
Thomas
million.
approves of that plan.
Cam Thomas is licking his chops. He's like, all these pass first guys, this is beautiful.
Well,
I'm putting up 30 next
Because
year.
as soon as they pass it, they're not going to get it back. So, yeah. They have to re-sign him first, though. $25 million for Cam Thomas? Goodness gracious.
I will say,
My gosh.
especially in this part of the draft, I like the value on Danny Wolf. I
Yeah.
think
I do too.
there is
100%.
plenty to his game that you could say.
Look at him. Look at this Ivy League.
The highlights for
Cooking
Danny.
him.
Yeah, I don't like the Yale tape. Give me the Michigan tape. The Michigan tape this
He's
year
doing
was
that against Broom right there. though.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Give me that Yale tape in front of 100 people.
Look at that pass. Off the lefty, off the bounce.
I'm telling you, he's got some stuff.
He can dribble. He can pass.
Oh, nasty.
He's got some sauce, man. Look at that. The fadeaway. Bang. So I like that one.
All right.
I don't know that I like the draft. And by I don't know, I mean, boy, it was a stinker. But
All right, so some of the names left: Rashir Fleming, Liam McNeely, Maxime Reynaud, Hugo Gonzalez, Kalkbrenner is still available with 3 picks left on the clock here. Boston, Phoenix, and the Clippers.
Kalkbrenner be a guy at 35 I would certainly be interested in if he's there.
Well, Hugo's still my highest rated guy left. And he is a really athletic wing, like a really, really athletic wing. And I think he's going to be a really good defender. There are shooting concerns. I don't think the
Perfect.
shot was broken, but the shot also didn't go in all that often. But I think Hugo would be interesting.
So we're looking at probably Hugo, Fleming, Adu.
Yep.
Reynaud.
Kalkbrenner.
I don't really like Reynaud, but
I'm just
you
saying
know,
he's there.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, look, he's a big guy who can potentially shoot, right? So those are always. I'm scrolling through some names here. Yang going off the board at 16 really
Messed
just
it all
was
up.
like what happened there?
The
That was
reach of
just-
all reaches.
Oh my goodness.
So who else? Cam Jones.
Chaz Lanier,
Yeah.
who you've brought up on the show, Devon, but it would be really tough to take a guard here. When you take VJ and you already have the other guards in place, I struggle to see why you would take a guard.
And it's possible three of the guys going off the board here, unless we get some surprise from some of the names that we just laid out there. And I can see them going McNeely since he's a UConn guy and seeing how that goes. Maybe Kalkbrenner.
Yeah.
Can go with some size there. Reynaud has been mocked there on the back end of this one. I mean, there's a lot of guys here that make sense for the Boston Celtics, especially since we think that they might be. We don't know what they're doing after trading Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis.
I mean,
and the buzz around Derek White and Jaylen Brown getting phone calls about those two.
Kyle and I do know what they're doing, but that's because we don't live in a world where we're still trying to watch TV like it's
Well, I'll know
Like
in
we're in
about
1950.
10
Yeah.
seconds, and that's Hugo Gonzalez. All right, there you go. All right, so you don't have to worry about that one because he's off the board.
I will say, if Adu is there at 35, I don't care about the shooting.
Listen, I'm with you, but it's a tough sell
It
to
is.
the fan base.
But with
The
what
fan base is
other
gonna be like,
names
"What
on
the
the
hell are you
board
doing?"
and over him, or him over those players?
I mean, Adu is right now my top-rated guy left. I have Noah Penda, but I don't really believe in Noah Penda all that much. Kalkbrenner would be my next guy, and Fleming. Those are kind of like my next three.
All right,
There's nobody left for me that I'm super enamored with other than Adu.
He's so fun to watch. He would be
is
fantastic.
a monster athlete. Monster athlete. Cannot shoot at all. Cannot shoot at all. And that is also, I know that that's my type of player, right? I full send on the just ass kicker defensive guys that can't shoot for the most part. But at 35, I don't know.
hey man, you like Herb Jones? Herb Jones can barely shoot, and why not? If he can find a way to be a defender like that or have an impact when he is out there on the floor, and you picked him up at 35, why not?
I would be okay with McNeely if he's there, too, by the way.
You talked a lot about Fleming, though. So
And for sure. I would put – it's tough, right? Like, I think I definitely rate Adu higher. But I think part of the context I would want to take Adu in is one where you maybe drafted Tre or Khan or somebody that's not VJ. I don't know.
See, but it's the 35th pick. It has such a low, not so low, but it has a relatively low percentage chance of working out. I think you just take him and hope you can teach him how to shoot.
Good luck telling the fan base that.
I mean, it's not my. I mean, it is kind of my job, but I think they'll watch him once in summer league and they'll be like, "Oh, this guy's fun."
Swing skills: shooting, 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 and shooting.
Yeah. No, I remember writing that. Yeah.
Tom Jackson in the chat asked if Drake Powell went. Yes.
Yes.
Went
20th. 20,
22.
22?
22, I
To
believe.
Brooklyn. Yep. Super chat. Sean Walford says the Pels traded 2 potential lottery picks in 2026. They traded the Indy pick for 23 this year for Derek Queen.
Right.
What the Dumar's drinking? Oh, we talked a lot about that one a little bit earlier, but
Now, trading the Indy pick, they didn't realize that was going to be when they traded it, so they get a little bit of an out for that. But yeah, no, that's a huge value. I mean, that's a lot for Derek. Like that's giving up the best
I like
of those
Derek
2
Queen.
picks.
I don't like Derek
That's
Queen that
insane.
much. I don't know if anybody likes Derek Queen that much other than Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver. And maybe Chris,
Chris.
our social media maven, who's a Maryland guy.
Big
so,
Maryland fan. Yeah.
Vince Pellegrini, super chat. There you go.
Morey should trade up.
Daryl Morey should trade up. Well,
For who?
not now.
2 picks left, Vince.
Yeah, a couple picks ago.
A couple picks ago, that made sense. When was that? How far ago was that, Bree? Follow 5 minutes? Okay. Well, that's not happening.
Who do you want, Vince? Drop it in the regular chat. Let us know, or text us, or walk over here and talk about it. But who does Vince want?
I think Vince
He
might
left.
be out of here, by
might
the
be
way.
out.
There's
Yeah,
no
he
way.
left.
This is past Vince's bedtime for bar
left 2 hours
situations.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Del Craig says Kalkbrenner intrigues him too in the chat. Trying to see who else we may have missed in the regular chat, but there's a lot. McNeely can shoot, Jay of the Jungle says. And we'll be talking about a lot of these guys tomorrow. So regardless of what happens here with Charlotte and this Phoenix proposed trade, Clippers at 30, we have a lot to talk about tomorrow because they gave us a gift to talk about the 35 pick tomorrow and seeing where that one goes. And we've discussed a lot of these. Just to let everybody know, while we're sticking with you through these final 2 picks, we will be with you at 3 p.m. That will be Kyle and I for the 3 p.m. show, as Derek and Rich took care of that business today, so we'll have it tomorrow, and then we'll all be together starting at 8 o'clock, though, tomorrow, not 7. We're starting at 8 tomorrow night for the second round with the Philadelphia 76ers picking at number 35, live from the studio.
I would look at Markovic, I think, at 35, too. Interesting bet to shoot. And he's a little bit stuck between positions as a big guy, but big guy who can shoot, not a bad idea. You brought up Reyno.
Also, incredible
earlier.
first name.
Okay.
So let me ask you guys a question because we're about.
I'm not going to – are you going to attempt to pronounce
Nope.
it? Okay.
There's a reason I said exactly what I said.
So we're about to wrap this up. We got one more pick in the first round here. For you guys, biggest winner that is not the Spurs or the Mavericks.
The Hawks.
I think that's absolutely the right answer with that.
They got a guy that they were connected to at 13. They picked up one of the most valuable picks that has moved in the league in a while, I think, and are in a pretty good spot as a team. They just picked up Porzingis as well.
Yeah.
Like
they could be a good team next year.
They could be a top 4 team in the East.
They were
next
talking
year.
about that. Yeah.
Well, especially with the attrition, yeah.
Yeah, like I think they made out like bandits.
And they changed their front office, too. They got rid of Landry Fields.
Yep.
I don't remember who they brought in or elevated.
It's a hard one to say. It's I think it's Ansi Salah. I think is maybe how it is. That's how it's said. Peter Dinwiddie, who was working with the Sixers, actually works for them now too. Let me see who else that we have. Okay, let's do another question. Favorite pick after? Let's call it after 10.
After 10.
Favorite pick after 10?
I loved Coward to the Grizzlies, so he was taken at 11. So that was right after 10.
I say Carter Bryant to the Spurs.
I would say either Noah at 12 or Sorber at 15th to OKC.
So what you guys are saying is it's not really a lot past 15.
I honestly, I really like Traore. It's just Traore, he just went to the wrong spot.
And I actually like Yakuchonis to Miami at
yeah,
number
no,
20.
I agree with that. That's true.
Yeah, I like that one. Great value.
Yeah.
I would say if the Nets had taken, let's say, Malawach at 8 and then took Traore,
Yeah.
I would love that
Yes.
pick.
Yep.
The problem is I don't see the vision for the guys that they took together.
All right, so this is
one pick
Charlotte,
that I like
right?
too.
What's that?
I'll name two more. Probably one of them. They'll probably turn out okay. Oh, McNeely off the board to Charlotte.
Didn't want to spoil Devon.
So all four of the Montverde guys off the board in the first round.
Dan Hurley smiling and not acting like a crazy person, which is pretty rare. Two picks I liked. Yakuchonis, I just thought that was pretty good value for the Heat. I mean, I think he'll fit their system too. They have a lot of off-ball movement. Also, Jace Richardson, that's a good spot for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a team that is absolutely huge. They need shooting. They need a little bit of playmaking. Maybe he turns into, like a better version of Cole Anthony for that team. So, yeah, you're right. After 15 or so, it wasn't like there weren't a lot of picks that really stood out to me, but I'll stay those two. I mean, I think I remember at this time last year, you were the one on Kel'el Ware Island, and turned out okay.
Turned out
for
pretty
his
good.
First year.
Yeah.
I mean, last year's draft actually, I thought it was better than I thought it would be.
That's also because the bar was in hell, right? I think
bar
everyone
was
came
below
in
the
saying
floor.
like,
So
boy,
what do you?
this draft stinks, and then there were some decent players.
So what do you think about this one? As you said, that one turned out pretty good. What surprisingly good. What do you think about this class?
I think that I'm obviously with Flagg and Harper, you're much more confident in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm more confident in the top 10 even outside of those guys as well. But, we talk about, past 15, 16, it wasn't that good. Like Jared McCain was in that zone last year. So can one of these guys step up and be as good as him? I don't know. So this is a little bit of a strange draft, I would say, in that regard. Okay, last one from you guys. Biggest losers of the night. And I'll say, let's...
Are we setting aside the Pelicans?
Joe Dumars, we're pushing him to the side or whatever. Outside of him, the team that you really didn't feel like did
Well,
all that
and
well.
outside of the Nets.
Outside of the Nets too, because that was just weird.
Those are the two easy ones. Yep.
I have to go back and look at.
I think it's Portland. That pick was weird, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, just because I don't know how you play him enough to return value on the pick, unless you're going to trade Klingon if we look back and he becomes Chinese Jokic, right? Like all the takes will be silly. And Jake Fisher actually said a Nuggets person texted him and said that exactly tonight when they made the pick, that it's Chinese Jokic. But in terms of immediate return, especially after you just traded for Drew Holiday, right?
Yeah.
They're saying, hey, we're ready to win. And now it's like you're trying to develop two huge center prospects at the same time.
Chinese Jokic, I think you got to put your name on that one.
It's a Nuggets person. That's all I can tell you.
Did you see what the Nuggets are doing with like 8 people running their front office?
Did you see the quote about trading Jokic?
Well, and that's
potentially
the guy,
from
and that's
owner?
the guy they're all reporting to. I mean, they seem like they're running back the post Colangelo Sixers.
Absolutely insane. Why would you ever say that out loud?
That was ridiculous. All right. By the way, Vince said Kalkbrenner and Fleming. He sent that to us. Kalkbrenner, Fleming. All right, let's get ready.
I thought he was spoiling the final pick of the first round.
No,
Like, come on.
No. But since this is the final one, and we are at 11:30, and our great hosts have had us here for quite some time to stay a little bit longer.
Long.
Yeah, so we want to thank them, number one, and
Boozy
say thank
Mutt,
you to
baby.
the Boozy Mutt. And Allison and Sam for hosting us here. It's my first time here. Jules loves this place. Kyle, you've been here before as well.
Yep.
This is a great spot, man.
My dog has been here a couple times now, too, as we saw Louie with his PHLY bandana running through the Boozy Mutt.
He was very familiar with the area.
Him and Kendall were having a grand old time.
Yeah. So we want to thank them for having us, and we greatly appreciated it. Again, and tell you about the happy hour, 4 to 6, Monday through Friday for their happy hour. Let me make sure before I say it, because I do know I do know off the top of my head, but I want to make sure that I do know it is 4 to 6. 4 to 6 Monday through Friday for the happy hour, and 8 to 9 Saturday through Sunday for the happy hour. We had the great food. The drinks were flowing out there. The second floor here was tremendous, just to be able to hold all the people that we needed to up here, because we were at capacity, being able to sell out the tickets that we needed to host here at the Boozy Mutt. So we thank them for that. And trivia on Tuesday night once again. So that's from 7 to 9 on Tuesday night. So if you're looking for a place for some trivia, right here at 2639 the Boozy Mutt. Trivia on Trivia Tuesday here at the Boozy Mutt. And it's the only place that you can bring your dog, because they are the only dog bar here in town. So make sure that when you're talking about it, where can we bring our dog? You got to come here.
I will say, I was downstairs. The dogs loved it. The dogs were having a blast playing with each other downstairs. It honestly really looked fun. It was great that we were up here for the draft, but it looked like a fun spot.
Also had the outside seating.
Yeah.
And the outside
A little
part, we
hot
can
for
go out
the
there.
outside seating
Yeah.
But I
today,
did see people out there, and they were doing that. Little pools? Okay.
Louis really enjoys the pools. I am wondering if on his way out he found his way to a kiddie pool or a hose, because that's definitely his vibe.
We want to also thank our presenting sponsor for both tonight and tomorrow, Rothman Orthopedics. Make sure you check out rothmanortho.com for any of your medical needs, and TrueMark Financial Credit Union at truemark.com. We have a lot of people to thank on our staff, starting with the president of basketball ops, the one and only.
The best.
Bree.
Yes. Go, Bree. The GOAT.
Yes, she is. We also have to thank our social media. What did you call him? Social media maven?
Yes.
Chris
Social
Freza.
media maven.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank
really
you, Chris.
appreciate it. Nick left. Nick Tuverson left, but he makes sure that we have all our reads and stuff in place and got it done. He came in, made sure we're all good, allowed us to do our reads at the top straight through. We didn't have to split the breaks up there. So, Nick, thank you so much. Julia Hoff, as always. Thank you, Julia, the best. And we really appreciate Julia for setting us up here at the Boozy Mutt. And Ethan hanging out with us here. Thank you, Ethan, man. Really appreciate it. And as we wait for the 30th pick, we want to thank all of the people who showed up to hang out with us, the ones that are still here at 11:33.
The real diehards.
The real diehards hanging out. Thank you all out there
I see you, Nona.
for making sure
My girl
that
Nona.
the diehards
She's flexing through the
showed up
doorway.
for us. We even got Bree made sure the bell even came on the road with us.
Hey.
Look at that. As Kyle will say, our good nights. We make sure that everybody
gonna do a
likes and
roll call?
subscribe. That's a lot of roll call, man. That's a lot of roll call.
I have because I know who this pick is, and once it is announced, so that Devon, the 70-year-old man, knows that it's Niederhauser
He
at
snuck
30.
into the first round. Look at that.
Derek, snap reaction in the draft guide. Who were the best available?
We didn't even
in
mention
your
him
eyes
for the
heading
Sixers
into the second
again.
round.
It was Adu, Penda, Kalkbrenner, Fleming, and Renault.
But we also talked about
That is
him a lot.
I think that's a good group.
That is a good group.
If you're sitting at
It's
35,
it's gonna hit so hard when Josh sells it for helicopter fuel.
Oh. If Fleming is there at 35 and they do something like trade back, I will be pretty devastated. And I'm not even like a gigantic Rasheer Fleming guy.
No, but I think this is you need cost-controlled guys on
Yes.
these second-round contracts when you're this expensive. They need to keep this pick.
this is a great opportunity for them right here with who's available.
Rasheer Fleming, Terry McLaurin signing bonus. I don't know. Which one? I don't know.
He does have some expenses to worry about.
Well, he wants that new contract, so you might be right about that. So that'll do it for us. The draft 2025 first round is in the books, and so are we for round number 1 tonight. We will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. That will be Kyle and I getting you set for round number 2. We'll talk a little bit of Daryl Morey comments, some VJ Edgecombe comments from their press conferences tonight, and we'll also certainly talk about the best available players for the Sixers at pick number 35, which will be pick 5 in the second round. So I guess technically I wasn't wrong. But Niederhauser, man, we did all the names that we brought up, and we didn't bring him up as much as we've talked about him
No,
over
I
this
didn't
process.
think he was going to be a first-round pick.
I didn't think so either.
Physical freak. Like huge tools, huge athleticism at the combine, not super productive at the college level. So this is, if you're trying to look at it for the Clippers, This is just a bet on James Harden turning this guy into something, I think. Just spoon feed him looks, and he'll go get it.
All right. Kyle, you want to send us home like normal and let people know? You don't have to. Everybody on the roll call, thank you. That's a lot of people. But like and subscribe.
We'll do a little roll call. We'll do a mini roll. We're not going through everybody. First of all, B-Pump, I know you're in shambles. But I got to shout out B-Pump on the way out, buddy. I tried to tell you. You were warned. If you didn't heed my warnings, hey, it happens. But
Provo
here we
Ace.
are. He still showed up. Unlike Teacher Got Game, who I'm calling out by name again. B-Pump is in the chat and active.
Hey, well, at least we know his guy Ace is also upset. So both of them are upset.
Everybody's upset. Thank you guys so much. From Rick Morse to Kyle Wright to Duck Holiday.
What up, Duck?
Joaquin from Cherry Hill. Doug Craig. Riaz.
Riaz, what's happening?
B-Night.
B-Night.
Money Mar. You know what it is, Money Mar. You are no longer public enemy number one. That's Daryl Morey if you're an Ace Bailey fan. William, either Bucher or Butcher. I'm going to call you the Butcher. How about that? Prophet One. Tom Jackson. Mom's grandchildren. You know we got to shout out Mom.
Hello,
of course. We can never get through a show without a shout out to Mom. Phi Chi. Remo K.
What up, Remo?
Greeny Green. Dawd Spriggs.
Interesting.
M. Morosky 15. DC Marley.
DC.
Marcus Blackstock.
What's going on in DC?
Thaz. Eric Long. Is that La Llamas? Looks like it.
We're going Llamas.
Just Tom. Sean Sharp.
What up, Sean?
We got Jess here. We got my girl
got the Purple Heart.
Winona. We saw Jay at the Jungle. We saw Eugene. We had Dan came in and asked us
Dan came in, asked a question.
A live and in-person question.
Rick was here earlier.
Another Rick. Rick Sachs was in the building coming to I don't think he won a door prize this time like the last draft event, but he was here.
Who were the door prize winners?
I don't know. We had Felix Morales is in the building today. I know our guy Al, the 2-minute warning, was probably here. Guys, my YouTube tab crashed.
That's
and
it.
I can only scroll so far. I know there were a lot more people in here. INS, I know, is always here. We had just thousands of people in this stream today. We had a great turnout here at the event. People coming out to support us, support the Boozy Mutt, our great hosts today.
What up, Allison and Sam?
Your support throughout this draft process and certainly tonight has been awesome. It's been awesome to see this community building each and every day, just one brick, one person at a time. Until next time, at 3 p.m. tomorrow, Devon and I will be back. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that bell icon. Shout out to the motorcycle guy outside, by the way. Hit the bell icon so you get notifications each and every time we go live, and hit that thumbs up button to say thank you once again to all the staff that Devon shouted out, especially to super producer Bree, who's with us each and every day. Shout out to our people here at the Boozy Mutt. And shout out to Sixers Nation and VJ Edgecombe. Everyone's hoping that they got a good one. Until next time, we're the PHLY Sixers podcast. Good night.
See ya.